Hi, I'm Peter Van Valkenburgh. I'm the director of research at Coin Center, a nonprofit based in Washington, D.C., that's been around since 2014. And if you don't know us, our mission is to educate people in government about how cryptocurrencies, including Zcash, work and why they're good for open societies and human flourishing, so that ideally they'll make good policies from a position of knowledge rather than bad policies and regulations from a position of ignorance. I'm also on the board of directors of the Zcash Foundation since the beginning of the Zcash Foundation. Andrew Miller and I and Matt Green were some of the original members of that board. And for uh, disclosure purposes, just to you know squash any potential allegations of conflicts of interest, I feel like I should also say that I do advise the Starkware company on public policy issues. So that's me. Why am I here? Sorry, I have to get over this. I'm used to live performance, testifying in front of Congress and things like that. And when I'm staring into a camera with no feedback, I start to get a little nervous. Why am I here? Well, one of the amazing techs who's helping us, put on these meetings for this virtual conference was saying that they think that I have talked at every Zcon thus far, and that is almost true. I did not speak at the most recent Zcon. So the last time I gave a talk or was on a panel was in Las Vegas in 2022. And there was something, at least for me, extraordinary about that Zcon at Las Vegas. It was the first one after COVID. And so it was finally like amazing to see people face to face again. I hadn't even seen like Zuko or Jack at all, for years at that point. And it was just so heartening to see my friends again and people who are working on these important technologies. But it was also important and extraordinary because it was during, I think, the second day of that conference that a part of the US government, the Office of Foreign Asset Controls, which we call OFAC, which is a division of the US Treasury, announced that Tornado Cash, and they weren't very specific, they just said Tornado Cash, is a sanctioned entity. And therefore, Americans are no longer allowed to use Tornado Cash. I'm fairly certain that everyone in the audience will know what Tornado Cash is, but I'll briefly just say it. It is a smart contract based application on the Ethereum blockchain that uses the very same zero knowledge cryptography developed for Zcash in order to create privacy functionality on Ethereum for people who want to escape the tyranny of a sort of constant public ledger of all of your financial transactions that your nosy next door neighbor can look at, and that so can anyone else, with or without a warrant, with or without suspicion of a crime, with or without any good reason to know the details of your financial life. And so Tornado Cash to me is an important project. It was an attempt at bringing the technologies that we developed here in Zcash to a chain that has computation, the ability to make custom assets, and obviously also to the second largest chain, I believe, by market capitalization of all the cryptocurrencies. And sanctioning Tornado Cash was an extraordinary measure. And I'll get into that as we go through my talk today. It's also a important thing to know a lot about and keep in mind, because if they can sanction Tornado Cash, there's a very real argument. I don't think it's a good argument, but there's a very real argument that they could try and sanction the Zcash protocol as a whole. There's not too many differences. I mean, Zcash is a layer one, and it is the cumulative work of all the people running the software and connecting with each other on a peer-to-peer network that makes that service work. Tornado Cash is a decentralized app on Ethereum, and it is the cumulative effort of all the people running the Ethereum protocol that makes that work. But the Ethereum protocol writ large doesn't do what Tornado Cash does. It's just this discrete series of named smart contract addresses that do what Tornado Cash does. So there's a somewhat easier way to sanction a discrete series of smart contract addresses, the Tornado Cash pool addresses, than to just say the Zcash protocol in the abstract. But if you carefully listen to what the government says when it argues in favor of sanctions against Tornado Cash, what it's saying is we can basically sanction any series of intellectual properties that are being used by people to do things that we don't want them to do, like to protect their privacy. So this is both interesting to me. I'm trained as a lawyer and I am a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer, dear listener, however many of you there are. I wish I could see you. So do not rely on anything I say as legal advice. I am not representing you, and this is a talk for information purposes so we can better understand as a community what the public policy landscape looks like. But I am a lawyer. I work at Coin Center, where we advocate for our mission, which is to defend the freedom to innovate. And so the sanctions were interesting and sort of activating for me because it was a huge legal question that was being developed that would have big ramifications for the technologies that I'm sort of sworn to defend. It's also, though, very important, even if you're not an egghead lawyer like me, if you're an egghead software developer or something like that, even if you're not working on Tornado Cash, because these precedents that will be set in the cases I'm about to describe, and with regard to the Tornado Cash sanctions starting last 2022, will potentially be binding on you. So to the extent someone is accused today of conspiracy to violate sanctions by virtue of writing Tornado Cash software, it is not unfathomable, and it might even be alarmingly possible that somebody could be accused of violating conspiracy to violate sanctions for developing Zcash software. So with that as sort of throat clearing, like why am I here? I'll just kind of go through my presentation. I want to invite all of you who are listening to be really active. If you have even a notion of a question, and certainly if you have a firmly formed question in your mind, please put it into the chat, because I want to make this in many ways an update on what's happened since my talk at Las Vegas and the announcement of the sanctions against Tornado Cash. And I want this to be sort of a community forum where people can, get the answers to their uncertainties about what's going to happen next and what are the implications. So please be active and put your questions under your session on WOVA. WOVA? WOVA? WOVA. Okay, so first of all, what are sanctions laws? I want to give just a very brief, for information purposes, background on what we're talking about. Sanctions laws, all different countries have sanctions laws. I'm going to be talking about US sanctions laws, specifically the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which I'll call IEEPA, IEEPA. And you might say, and you'd be right, well, this is an international community. Why are you focused on US sanctions laws? Well, for one, it's US sanctions laws that are being used to target software development of zero-knowledge proof tech. So already this is sort of something larger than a parochial US interest. But second, not being a US person or not residing in the US doesn't mean you're safe here, sadly. In fact, there's recently, I think you can Google it, the liability for sanctions internationally tri-seal report or tri-seal announcement. Tri-seal meaning 3 different agencies, as DOJ, Treasury, and a third. I'm not actually sure. I just found this the other day. There's a whole report about how it's not specific to crypto, about how sanctions apply in many cases. Liability for sanctions, failure to obey sanctions, applies to non-US persons in a lot of contexts. And one of the big contexts is when somebody is helping an American violate sanctions law in any way, effectively. There's a little bit more legal language in the Tri-Seal Declaration that was issued, but that's what it boils down to. And so even though I'm talking primarily, well, exclusively about US sanctions in this talk, this is definitely something that it doesn't matter if you're a US person or if you visit the US, even if you just stay in, say, Singapore all the time, it's still relevant to you because of the so-called long arm of US jurisdiction. Great, I've already got a question. Are there resources for developers to try to mitigate the risk of merely participating in a privacy-preserving protocol? I'd like to think of this talk as a valuable information resource, but I have to have this disclosure because we're talking about really serious things. You should probably have a lawyer. You should definitely have a lawyer if you're actively engaged in any kind of like heavy duty maintenance of a protocol that does these things. I wish that wasn't the case because I think, especially in the US, but also in other nations that are quote unquote open societies, you have a right to publish software without prior restraint. And as long as you're not advocating for people to use that software to break the law, which I suspect nobody here is doing, that right is pretty like rock solid. Unfortunately, if you look at the case right now that's being brought against the Tornado Cash developers in the Southern District of New York, which I'll go through in this talk, the government doesn't seem to agree with those First Amendment arguments and basically says that simply by publishing software to GitHub repositories and paying for Amazon Web Services, a place to host a user interface, which is still software, and we're at pains to remind the government about that, you are somehow on the hook potentially for conspiracy to violate sanctions laws. So this is pretty real and pretty heavy duty. And so if you're doing things like hosting content, hosting software, like paying for AWS, you should definitely have a lawyer. And if you are just, publishing your own, pull requests or updates to repositories that are involved in the protocol or wallets or things like that, unfortunately, you still should probably talk to a lawyer about your risk exposure. And I know lawyers are expensive. I work at a nonprofit, and I'm expensive even on nonprofit price levels, and I know that the private sector is a lot more expensive. So I wish I had something better to tell you, but the best resource for you if you're actively involved in maintaining these technologies is a lawyer who is your lawyer. So you need to be in a representation type relationship with that person. I can't tell you to rely on the statements I'm giving in this talk. This is more about just getting the community to know, where we all stand with regards to the legal risks here in general. Your specific legal risks you need to discuss with somebody who is duty bound to represent your interests. And this is a lot of work for more lawyers. I swear I'm not just, a member of the legal bar who's trying to get all of my friends rich or something. I wish this wasn't happening, but it is. So the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA, which is US sanctions laws. Under that statute from Congress, which goes back decades, it actually goes back about a century. It was started off as the Trading with the Enemy Act, a little bit more aggressive sounding. Historically, it was a wartime power, trading with the enemy, and then it became an emergency power, International Emergency Economic Powers Act, that the president is able to use to affect important foreign policy objectives. It's supposed to be about foreign policy. It's not supposed to be about domestic policy, like telling Americans which technologies they can and cannot use. And that's one of many reasons why it's being abused in the Tornado Cash context. Under IEPA, the president, through the Treasury Secretary, who can also delegate this power further within the Treasury agency to the head of the Office of Foreign Asset Control, OFAC, they promulgate a list. We call it the SDN list, the Specially Designated Nationals list of people and property of those people. And basically, in the simple and more benign and probably good use of these sanctions powers, OFAC will add to that list the name of a known terrorist, say Osama bin Laden, who, now that I bring it up, I've never checked if Osama bin Laden was on the OFAC list by name, but I'm pretty sure he almost certainly was. And what that means is if your name is on the list or the properties that you own, so say he owned a cave in Afghanistan that had an address, if your name or your addresses are on that list, Americans are bound by law to not engage in financial transactions, in any transactions really, with that named person or the property of that named person. And this list has grown extensively over the century or so that sanctions have been a power that the president has. And in many ways, just summarized to avoid going through a whole dissertation of the history of sanctions power, it's become probably the primary tool for geopolitical control that the US exerts internationally. And this is for obvious reasons, because the alternative, conventional warfare, and certainly nuclear warfare, is incredibly costly in lives and in potential, world destruction in the case of nuclear warfare. And so, given that reality, the usage of the tool to systematically blockade and starve the economy of our enemies through sanctions is the power that we have, and the power that we use. So these are really serious laws, and when used well, I won't necessarily defend them, because unfortunately, I think, and this is a whole nother subtopic, the people harmed by sanctions in a sanctioned country, tend to be the poorer people, the disenfranchised people who just, their livelihoods are already on the edge, and now because their economy is under sanction, they're going to make even less money and have even less money to feed their families and things like that. So it's still a really aggressive policy, and there's a lot of good questions to be asked about whether the leaders actually suffer that much, because they can usually find ways through these blockades, if you will, and still, enjoy their disgusting expropriation of wealth from their populations, their palaces, and their fast cars and yachts and things. That said, it's certainly true that, if Russian oligarchs are going to buy boats off the backs of their oppressed people, we should be able to seize and block those luxury yacht transactions. Like, I do think there's a place for sanctions when used appropriately. So, what are the limits of sanctions laws? Sanctions laws described generally are you curate this list, and Americans are not allowed to engage in transactions with people or property on that list. The limits to sanctions laws are another category of laws that generally are referred to as the Berman Amendments, Berman, named after Howard Berman, who was the California Democrat in Congress who pushed for these amendments to sanctions laws, and a subsequent law called the Free Trade in Ideas Act. The Berman Amendments and the Free Trade in Ideas Act were a response from Congress to how the president was using sanctions laws. Congress didn't come out and say, we don't like sanctions laws, get rid of them. Congress came out and said, we're worried that America is an open society. We're not worried about that. We like that. And we're worried that the president is using, or rather abusing, these sanction powers to effectively close off our society, to say that Americans can't buy art or magazines or read books by Cuban authors, a sanctioned country, or by Iranian authors. And sanctions are supposed to harm the foreign regime that is hurting its people and starve it of resources. Sanctions are not supposed to shut down the free exchange of ideas and information and cut off Americans from access to those important ideas, even if those ideas are bad. Doing that would effectively mean that sanctions violate our First Amendment rights to freely exchange information and buy and sell information as well. This isn't just like nonprofit pamphlets and things. This is broadcasts of sporting events happening in Cuba are some of the formative cases here, very profitable broadcasts. And so Howard Berman and the other members of Congress who passed these amendments and laws said, we need to clearly circumscribe the sanction powers and forbid the president from directly or indirectly prohibiting Americans from engaging in information transactions. And the reason why there's two laws here, the Berman Amendments and then the Free Trade and Ideas Act, is because the first time we did this, the president still, or rather the Secretary of Treasury and OFAC under them, they still kept sanctioning information. And they got around this congressional prohibition on those kinds of sanctions by saying, oh, well, you identified photographs and books and lithographs, but this is a radio broadcast. It's different. And so Congress had to come back in the FTIA, the Free Trade and Ideas Act, and say, we mean you cannot prohibit any information transactions, regardless of the medium or type of information. Like, we're not playing around here. Stop trying to continue to violate their First Amendment rights. We're gonna buttress those First Amendment rights for Americans by passing this further law, the Free Trade and Ideas Act. And you couldn't ask for a clearer title as to what the law is supposed to be doing. I'm going to pause here and look at this question. I've seen online comments from some influential Ethereum developers saying they felt that Zcash leadership was dismissive and unsupportive of Tornado Cash devs. Have you received that feedback yourself? What can we do as a community to defend ourselves and other developers? This is a touchy one. I've seen some of these fights. I think there is a little bit of too much aggression probably on both sides, some of the Ethereum devs and some of the Zcash devs, over the privacy pools proposal that Amin and Vitalik and others have put forward. So to not go into too much detail about that, the way I see the debate is this important question about whether, you should have a right to privacy no matter what, or whether a social graph can exclude you from their anonymity set and therefore, in some ways, by sort of voting with their feet, deny you privacy. Because that is a way of thinking of privacy pools. Privacy pools work very much like Tornado Cash, except because of the amazing capabilities of zero-knowledge proofs, individual people, before putting their funds in the pool, can basically choose who they want to be in the pool with them, to be in the anonymity set with them, and who they don't want in the anonymity set. The idea being that if there was an obvious address joining the anonymity set that had hacked a bunch of DeFi projects and was highly likely to be a North Korean cyber intelligence unit trying to launder those hacks and finance a nuclear weapons program, I should be able to not mix with those people, if you will. Again, it's not mixing. And every time I say that, I know I'm giving fodder to our enemies who say, oh, it's a mixer, all the funds are commingled. Well, no, in zero-knowledge proof systems, you get the funds you put in and you're not allowed to get anything else. That's neither here nor there. But that is to say that there is a hard question here, right? And I think it's a very important and very good question to have vigorous debate about. And I lament the fact that sometimes those debates online, because this is the way the online works, which is why I'm particularly sad we're not having an in-person conference, although I think it's the right choice given travel constraints and budget issues and things like that. But some of those debates online have spilled over into sort of more personal attacks. And I think it might be the animosity surrounding those debates that is being portrayed by some or interpreted as some as Zcash folks being dismissive of the Tornado Cash devs. I, for one, I don't know the Tornado Cash devs personally. Coin Center has filed an amicus brief in the court case against Roman Storm in the Southern District of New York and Roman Semenov. And in our amicus, we make, I think, the most vigorous arguments we can possibly make that the government is horribly abusing its prosecutorial powers here and wrongly accusing these developers of crimes that they didn't commit. And so personally, I'm trying to do everything I can to help Roman Storm, at least, because I know U.S. law. Alexei Perksev, who is being prosecuted in the Netherlands, I would like to offer my assistance as well, although I don't want to mess things up. I don't know Dutch law. It's a very different area of law, so I'm limited to how much I can help, but I feel solidarity with him. He was kept in jail for months without charges, which in the US would be a scandal. You're not allowed to hold people that long without charging them. Anyway, so that gets to that sort of community to community aid and sometimes animosity. We all have very strong opinions. And I just would put out a general call that hopefully we can stay as civil as possible and realize when we have common interests. And with regard to Tornado Cash, Zcash, and Ethereum have 100% common interests with regard to like what Ethereum devs want to build next, whether it's privacy pools or some other iteration of Tornado Cash. Maybe we don't have always the same opinion, but we can have civil discussions about that and hopefully maintain our solidarity on the things that really matter. I'm going to go to the next question because this is going well. In April 2021, OFAC sanctioned a Zcash address they claim belonged to Russian entities alleged to have interfered with US elections. I'm not aware of that. That's very interesting. I'm going to look that up now. Could a miner who included a transaction to or from that address in a Zcash block be persecuted for sanctions violations? If you are that miner, dear friend who has submitted a comment here, you should find a lawyer and do not rely on the statements I'm about to say. However, for information purposes, talking generally about miners and sanctions. And I actually had a section of my talk where I wanted to discuss this, so this is perfect. Zcash is an interesting protocol with regards to miners and their compliance obligations. So we have transparent addresses, T addresses, and we have shielded addresses, Z addresses. And you know, this might be an important area for me to get clarification from one of the actual developers of the protocol, because I'm a lawyer, not a software developer, though I think I understand these technologies quite well. For a lawyer, it's like in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Transparent addresses, you know, the mining validation of transactions in order to create the block is, I suspect, very similar, if not identical, because we're a fork of Bitcoin to Bitcoin, right? And so when you make your block header, you choose which transactions from T addresses you're putting in the block. So if that sanctioned address is a T address, if you were a miner, would be able to go to the SDN list, which is the sanctions list, and periodically download it and check to see if there's any T addresses on that list. And as you do your work as a miner, whenever you build block headings, you just never put in any transactions from that address. Are you obligated to do that under US law? Well, the first question is, are you a US person or not a US person? This is not a decisive question because, as I said, this Tri-Seal declaration has recently sort of pushed the issue of how broad is US jurisdiction over this issue to the fore. And there's a lot of arguable points there. Someone might say, well, you just don't have jurisdiction over me. I'm a German national doing my own business. Everything I do complies with German law. What the hell, America? Stay away from me. I'm just mining a blockchain. But you might lose on that. I don't know. Depends on how strong this extraterritorial jurisdiction is in the context of assisting Americans to violate sanctions laws, which is how they're going to argue your activities fit into their jurisdiction. If you are an American, you should definitely have a lawyer, and not just any lawyer, a lawyer that specializes in sanctions. I would, if I was that lawyer, advise you to block those transactions. And what we're finding with Bitcoin miners in the US generally is that seems to be like serious Bitcoin miners who are based in the US seem to be getting that advice from their lawyers, because what we're seeing is pretty systematic non-inclusion of sanctioned addresses within the Bitcoin block headers. And I have trouble arguing for any other outcome. And this is a big part of the reason why I think it's a big problem for blockchains to have base layer publicity, to not have base layer privacy. Because if these technologies are supposed to be neutral infrastructure, which is not illegal to build, it is not illegal to build neutral infrastructure for people to use for good things that they want to do with their lives. You don't have to spy on people in order to build a financial system if you're not actually a trusted entity in that financial system. And that's a huge, I mean, and if somebody wants to argue that I'm condoning illegal activity by arguing for building neutral financial systems, then I want them to bring a prosecution against me, because that's deeply cynical, totalitarian, and it goes against everything I believe America stands for, and I'm actually pretty patriotic about my country. So that's the reality with mining and public blockchains. Now, things are more interesting with Zcash and Monero and some of the other L1s that have privacy features, in that it may be impossible to do that with regard to shielded transactions. And that's a protocol intensive question. Like, I'm not going to stretch my knowledge to say that it's impossible to do it, but that's kind of the point, is that these transactions don't leave a public they'll leave a public trace, aside from the validity of the transaction being something you can check because of the zero knowledge proof. And again, it's not illegal, it's not a crime to build neutral public infrastructure for people to use for their own legitimate purposes. And so it shouldn't also be a crime to run that infrastructure like a miner who's validating shielded pool transactions is doing, even if they have no ability to know the salient details of those transactions. So that's me on mining. And to some extent, I will say this is a real advantage of Zcash in our future information and public policy landscape. I think it's quite possible that as sanctions become increasingly used and sometimes abused by national authorities, that the Bitcoin blockchain will basically, its throughput will be continually reduced. And I'm not saying, oh, what a shame that Bitcoin miners in America can't process a terrorist's transactions and put them in the blockchain. I'm not saying that. I am saying that what if you had liability under Chinese laws for processing the transactions of dissidents in Western China, Uyghurs who are just trying to get money out of the country to their families who have already left to avoid losing their cultural heritage. That is a transaction that a miner in China should put in the blockchain, even though it probably violates Chinese laws. And that's a transaction that hopefully an American miner would put in the blockchain, even if the US government happened to develop a friendlier relationship with China than we currently have and say Americans shouldn't process these transactions for Uyghurs either. It's like, how dare you? Anyway, mining. Okay, I've got another question. A significant portion of the indictment. So this indictment is the questioner is asking, I think, about the Tornado Cash indictment against Roman Storm and Roman Semenov, which came around, gosh, half a year ago now. So a while after the sanctions came in place, the U.S. government, which had originally said in those sanctions, we are not sanctioning any of the developers of the protocol or the members of the Torn Token DAO or the users of the protocol. We are just sanctioning the protocol. But then subsequently, they came back and said, all right, not only are we, well, they're sanctioning one of them, the non-US person. They're not sanctioning Roman Storm because it's illegal to use US sanction laws to sanction a US person, because it would be a deprivation of due process rights. You'd be accusing them of a crime effectively and punishing them, blocking them from engaging in financial transactions with other Americans without a trial. And that's why it's manifestly unconstitutional for the US to use sanction powers to sanction American citizens and US residents. And it's kind of an insidious aspect of sanctions law that works. We seem to be perfectly fine doing these very aggressive things to foreign persons without a trial, but we won't do it to our own citizens without a trial. But that's neither here nor there. So a significant portion of the indictment. Oh, sorry, I was describing the indictment. I tend to go off in a lot of tangents. So they sanctioned Semenov, who's, I believe, a Russian national. They didn't sanction Roman Storm, but they accused both and co-conspirators who are not named, but almost certainly are Alexei Perksov, who's already being tried at this point in the Netherlands. They accused the two Romans of conspiracy to launder money, conspiracy to do unlicensed money transmission, and conspiracy to violate sanctions laws. So they're not sanctioned themselves, although Semenov is separately, but they're helping people violate sanctions laws. So a significant portion of that indictment that made those accusations was focused on the fact that Tornado Cash founders were profiting via Torn tokens. If the founders had been completely anon and not run the UI, additional services, how do you think that would have affected the strength of the charges? There's some interesting sort of divergent factual questions there. I want to come out and say that I don't believe that being anonymous is a good way to protect yourself as a developer. I understand the desire to be anonymous, but you shouldn't have to be anonymous to be in a country that obeys the rule of law and fundamental human rights and publish software. You should be able to be yourself 100%, whoever you are, whatever your beliefs, prejudices, religion, gender identity, you should just be able to be that and publish software. Because if you're not doing other things, if you're not advocating for the criminal usage of that software, you're creating research, you're creating science and technology that has ubiquitous applications, the vast majority of which are good for human flourishing. And if we think that the only people who should be allowed to do that are people who hide in the shadows, then we're fucked as a country. So being anon might be a pragmatic way to keep doing these things in a hostile regulatory environment, but it's messed up. It goes against all the things I believe America should stand for. And it doesn't mean that somehow you're not potentially guilty of crimes if the government thinks you're guilty of crimes. And if anything, it's going to make it easier for the government in some ways, if they do catch you, to prove that you were guilty of crimes, because there will be this perception that, oh, well, if they were doing nothing wrong, they wouldn't have hidden the shadows. But look, they took all these steps to hide their activity from the government. So clearly they must have been doing something wrong, right? Even if they weren't doing anything wrong. That's what they're going to argue. And so much more important than being anon or not being anon is, what are you doing? In this country, in the US, I firmly believe that if all you're doing is publishing open source software that anybody is free to use for any purpose, and it's infrastructure software, it creates neutral private financial infrastructure, I think you have a watertight First Amendment defense. Again, you should talk to your own lawyer if you want to rely on that statement. But if that's not what the First Amendment stands for, then we're in big trouble as a country, because the world is run by software. And if people can't just write software that does certain things because it's their deeply held beliefs that software should do those things, then people are just not going to engage in the productive and technological and socially beneficial activity of building new things in the world. And that's sort of the end of progress, the exchange of ideas and freedom. Now, the question also mentions a lot of the indictment is focused on the fact that TC founders were profiting via torn tokens. And you're right. There's various reasons for that in the indictment and in the motions that have been submitted by the government to support its indictment. The biggest reason for that is not the sanctions charge. It's the unlicensed money transmission charge. And I won't go into a whole description of unlicensed money transmission here, but the definition of money transmission, for which you then need to get a license before you do it, says engages as a business in transferring currency or currency substitutes from one location to another, or one person to another. And so profitability definitely informs whether you're engaged in this activity as a business or not. That said, with regard to the unlicensed money transmission charge, I think the government's wrong, because FinCEN, the relevant regulator for licensing money transmission, has said since 2013, at least, that you need to actually accept and transmit something on behalf of another, which means controlling it, at least for a transient point in time. And that if you actually have no control over the assets that the software you've designed is moving, then you can't be a money transmitter. So set that aside. The sanctions charges and profiting from torn tokens. Also, by the way, the price of torn tokens plummeted like eightfold, I think, as it became clear that North Korea was using Tornado Cash, or was probably using Tornado Cash. We don't know for certain. I think that the Lazarus Group is North Korea, though we're pretty sure they are. And so it's pretty clear they didn't profit off of the use of their protocol by sanctioned persons. It's pretty clear that they actually lost tons of money because the protocol stopped being used as much. No matter what, the torn token price was just deplorable. And so it's a question whether they even profited. That said, sanctions laws exempt information transactions. This was my description of the Berman Amendments. And it's very clear in the Berman Amendments and the Free Trade and Ideas Act that Congress meant to forbid the president and the executive branch from sanctioning transactions in information, commercial or non-commercial. And that's actually in the statute. So you're allowed to make money off of these information transactions. as long as they're just information transactions. There's a harder question whether all of the things you're doing as a software developer are information and whether you're actually engaged in conduct, like regulatable conduct, like helping people do things by knowing them, knowing their particular needs and satisfying their needs. And especially if that person you're helping is a criminal, then there's a very real possibility that you're not just publishing software, you're engaged in person-to-person conduct to facilitate an illegal end or, say, sanctions evasion. But that's not what's alleged in the indictment. They basically say just publishing the Tornado Cash protocol to the GitHub repository and running the software on an AWS server is itself conduct that we can regulate, and goes beyond information transactions. So I think that's why there is this focus on the profitability of Torn tokens, which was actually not profitable, is the unlicensed money transmission claim. It could come up in the sanctions discussion, although, as I said, the Free Trade and Ideas Act and the Berman Amendments, they don't discriminate. If it's an information transaction, it doesn't matter if you're doing it for profit or non-profit. Got another question. At what level of contributing software to the Zcash community should a developer think seriously about retaining a lawyer? Developing a wallet, working on shared libraries, hosting a Zcash node, or light wallet server? I'm going to give an unsatisfying answer. I want you all to check in with a lawyer because I don't want anyone hurt here. And frankly, if you're doing some of those lightweight things, those things that we think are not like a heavy level of contributing to the Zcash community, you're a great case to vindicate rights, right? It's like, are you serious? All I do is contribute to a widely used shared software library that is used in Zcash, but is also used in like NSA grade encryption for the government. Like, are you serious? You're going to come at me? Those kinds of plaintiffs are, I think, important, or those kinds of people are important to vindicate our rights if it ever came to it. Now, you might not be at a high likelihood of being prosecuted because the government doesn't want to prosecute people that it thinks it will lose its prosecution against. But there may be an opportunity for you to apply for declarative judgment, which is something you could talk with a lawyer about in your home jurisdiction. Say, like, we see what's happening in the SDNY. I want to know that I'm not doing something that's a crime. And I think I can sue the government to vindicate my rights. So that's another reason to talk to a lawyer, even if you don't think there's a likelihood of prosecution against you. From your perspective, it will be better for Zcash to get rid of transparent transaction. No, I don't think so. I think it provides flexibility, acknowledging that there are view keys, so you can basically get the effect of a transparent transaction with view keys. I do think that transparent addresses afford heavily regulated entities really obvious and clear compliance steps that they've already learned in the context of Bitcoin. And so if we deprecated those addresses, it's possible that it'd be impossible to find a regulated entity that would transact in Zcash, which would cut off a lot of on and off ramps to this important technology for financial privacy. So that's my personal opinion. I don't feel very strongly about that because, as I said, you could affect something similar with view keys, although query whether heavily regulated institutions would spend the time and money to build a compliance program around view keys when they already had one about transparent addresses. But that's my general opinion on that. I don't think that it creates particularly strong public policy ramifications one way or the other. It's not like this miners censoring transaction address issue is deadly to the protocol. It might be to protocols like Bitcoin that only have transparent addresses. Although that's a big thing to say because Bitcoin, I like Bitcoin. I'm not saying something mean about Bitcoin. It's the original community and the biggest community by far from a cryptocurrency standpoint. So they're probably pretty resilient, right? The fact that US persons and presumably entities may not be sanctioned seems important given that ECC and ZF are US entities. Yes. This is one reason why when I think it was Andrew Miller who first approached me about joining the Zcash Foundation as a board member, I was like, I don't do this. As I said, I'm an advisor for Starkware. My day job, my main job is Coin Center, public policy. I don't go out and join a lot of boards and do a lot of contract work in the cryptocurrency space because I'm risk averse, and I think it's important to pick the right things that you want to champion with your finite time on this earth, right? And so one of my main, certainties when Andrew Miller came to me about how I would or would not do this was I'm only going to do this if it's a US based nonprofit dedicated to publishing software for financial privacy. Because yes, that means that if they tried to sanction the Zcash Foundation, they'd be sanctioning a wholly owned nonprofit US organization with all of the constitutional rights that accompany being that US resident organization and nonprofit for that matter. And so we could say, like, there's no due process here. You didn't accuse this organization of criminal behavior. You can't just put us on a list that forbids Americans from transacting with us. We have to go to a trial, have a judge, a neutral magistrate, a process of appeal, representation by counsel, Sixth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Fourth Amendment issues are at stake. First Amendment issues are hugely at stake, our freedom of speech. Because what do? We publish software that express our deeply held viewpoints that privacy and financial infrastructure neutrality matter. And so, yes, it is important that some of the entities in this space are US entities, I think, because not just because that changes whether or not they can be sanctioned. I think it also changes what kind of arguments they can make if accused of sanctions violations or if accused of money laundering. We can make these First Amendment arguments and say, take a hike. The US Constitution says that my rights here are robust. Do you think governments might increase their regulatory pressure to levels that might see Zcash wallets removed from app stores? And if that happens, what would be the path to follow? This question reminds me of another question, so I'll address both of them. I think you get pressure to remove Zcash wallets from app stores, and you get pressure to delist Zcash on cryptocurrency exchanges and other centralized financial institution platforms. I don't want to see this happen. I think America and freedom and the things that I like in the world, I think my kids will be better off if Americans are given a choice about their financial privacy, and that choice isn't forced upon them by exerting pressure on a choke point, a big corporation who cares about the profitability of their business more than the rights of the users that it services. So I'm not defending that. But at the same time, if the electronic cash for the internet that we're building still relies on choke points, we haven't built the right electronic cash. And so what happens? My guess is we struggle because normal users expect to be able to get access to these things through the comfortable mechanisms like app stores and banks that they've used in the past. And it's going to be hard to get users to use something even more decentralized. But what would be the path to follow? The path is to further decentralize. Like, again, if your electronic cash relies on corporate choke points, you built the wrong electronic cash in some way. Cool. Got 10 minutes left. I might end it there and give you back your time if you don't have more questions, because I think we've covered a lot. Great. Got a question. What about your thoughts on the new exchange address type made for Binance? What are your thoughts on this, and what do you think of its adequacy? I'm from Firo, who proposed these addresses, and we are seeing restrictions being lifted from Binance on the 4 European countries we were originally banned in. I understand you're not an EU lawyer, but just from your gut feeling and understanding on MiCA. Oh, no. I asked for another question, and I'm afraid I don't know enough about either the exchange addresses at Binance or MiCA to give a good answer here, and I don't want to send you down the wrong path. Okay, next question. There is strong support for forced inclusion lists, EIP 7547, in the upcoming Ethereum upgrade. The rationale is it would give block builders plausible deniability for including sanctioned transactions, since excluding them would prevent the creation of valid blocks. This seems to distribute the regulatory risk across the whole Ethereum validator network, wondering what the legal implications are. That's very interesting. In general, I think we need more approaches like 7547. I think we should be having more serious conversations in the public blockchain space about encrypting the mempool. Now, maybe I've said something foolish and Dara or somebody is going to tell me that you can't do that without encrypting everything like Zcash. But we need better answers to this, because base layer neutrality is sort of the assumed nature of blockchain networks, and without base layer neutrality, I'm not sure they're all that valuable as compared to a more permissioned financial system. I think the counter argument to finding ways to protect base layer neutrality by spreading the sort of regulatory surface area and creating quote unquote plausible deniability. The counter argument is, well, we just need at least a few jurisdictions around the world to remain open and liberal, and miners will hopefully in those jurisdictions continue to process transactions that have been wrongly blocked by oppressive authorities in other regions, and that will find an equilibrium. And I hope that's true. I think that's what supporters of Bitcoin, even in light of the ramping up of sanctions, would say. I think that's a geopolitical incentive based solution rather than a cryptographic solution. And cryptographic solutions seem to carry less possibility of failure than sort of geopolitical incentives or balancing type solutions to this problem. Also, I want to say one thing from, again, if you're a miner and you worry about these things, or a staker on Ethereum, if you're any kind of block validator, you should definitely have a lawyer, because you're engaged in probably some at least reasonably profitable activity, and you should use some of those profits to pay a lawyer. I guess what I would say is this: talk to your lawyer about things like willful blindness. You're not allowed to, if somebody goes to you and says, "Hey man, I really want some meth, but all I got is this Bitcoin and I need dollars to buy meth. Will you give me some Bitcoin, some dollars, so I can buy some meth, and I'll give you this Bitcoin?" You cannot just stand there and go, la 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 la, I didn't hear meth, because you're still sort of culpable for that behavior. Now, obviously, this is a cartoon version of the question you're asking, because the question you're asking is much more nuanced. It's, we just mine the blocks on the protocol. The protocol sets rules. We have to follow those rules to engage in this business activity. We don't investigate, nor do we have any reason to know the details of the things we're doing to obey the protocol. If we didn't do the protocol, we would not do the mining and not get the reward. You have a much better argument that this isn't willful blindness. This is just obeying the rules of a computer system while doing information transactions, which are exempted from, plausibly are arguably exempted from IEPA, and therefore we're not culpable. All right. But this is why this is a gray area. I can't give you a firm answer here, and I'd be a bad lawyer and probably subject to disbarment if I told you that there was a clear answer here and you can rely on me. You cannot rely on me. So I'll leave it at that. So 5 minutes for my conclusion. I'll take less than that. My contact information is peter@coincenter.org. That's the email address I check most often. Coincenter.org is CoinCenter's website. All of our regulatory filings, all of our testimony in front of Congress, all of our blog posts and day-to-day updates on the state of public policy are available at coincenter.org. If this talk specifically has been interesting to you, I highly recommend you go to coincenter.org and find, it's one of our recent posts, a copy of our amicus brief in the Roman Semovich criminal prosecution, Tornado Cash prosecution. That is the document where we helped the court hopefully better understand sanctions laws, the Berman Amendment carve-outs for information transactions, and why it is wrong to try and hold Roman Storm and Semenov accountable for sanctions violations in light of the activities described in the indictment, which are pretty much limited to software development and publishing, and in light of the fact that the Berman amendments carve out those types of transactions from the reach of sanctions prohibitions. I also want to put in a plug, if this talk is interesting to you and this aspect of sanctions law is interesting to you, to also read the excellent brief from the DeFi Education Fund in the same case, where they go into another area of sanctions laws, its past applications, to find that this is an unprecedented use of sanctions law. So that's another good legal brief to read, just to better understand the sanctions issues surrounding software development. Cool. Well, with that, I wish you all a good ZconV. Is that what we're calling it? That's something I should have known before starting this talk. And I will be in the wrap up session, and I'm also going to be in a couple other sessions throughout the week. So thank you.
And we're live? Okay.
3, 2.
Well, hello, everyone. This is Ian Sagstetter, formerly of the Electric Coin Company and of ZCub, in various, just community member now. And we are here to record some short podcasts with various members of the Zcash community. We're calling this Zcon Sessions, just some in-person recordings while we're all here together. Our first recording and guest will be Nate Wilcox from the Electric Coin Company. Nate, how are you doing today?
Great. Glad to be here.
Well, thanks for taking out the time to hop on the pod. I really just wanted to cover an update on the proof of stake research. So I think for maybe the first couple minutes here, could you maybe just set the context for people who aren't familiar? Why is Zcash researching a potential move to proof of stake, and what are the motivations there?
Yeah. So ECC, my company, we think it would be a good idea for Zcash to transition to proof of stake. And the main reason that motivates us is because we believe that's a way for people to earn ZEC from block rewards that can have a better distribution than mining or other consensus protocols.
Okay.
So like our motivation is make it possible for more people to earn more of the rewards who are smaller players instead of like big.
Well, people would argue that staking is one of the arguments I hear is that it's like a rich get richer type thing. But what would be the response to that, right? Because it's probably really hard to be a Zcash miner currently or earn Zcash via mining.
Yes. So so my response is I think any of these consensus systems are rich get richer, really.
Okay.
It's just a matter of can you how much can you level the playing field? So there's always going to be like um, kind of an advantage people with more wealth have, but there is a difference in different protocols as to how much of an advantage that is. So the thinking, and this is kind of like uncommon or counterintuitive, is that proof of stake can level the playing field more. So in mining, it's like the biggest miners are the ones that have the sweetest deals on power, basically.
Okay.
And who has the sweetest deals on power? Probably more wealthy people, not small time miners.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I think then the idea around this is to potentially level the playing field, distribute issuance more equally. What is the first step? Like, what is the first steps been taken to kind of explore this opportunity and explore this type of change? What has been
Right. So, about a year ago, when we ECC posted a blog post that we were motivated to do this, we sort of set out like a set of goals, and I gave a presentation at the last Zcon that sort of was a survey of a bunch of design issues with proof of stake protocols that are specific to Zcash. Like, what are the issues that we would care more about? And then over the past year, ECC, like basically I paused a lot of that work while we were focusing more on getting wallets working well on the Zcash blockchain because of the large transaction load.
Okay.
So we're just sort of emerging from that. And hopefully at the end of a lot of that effort, it took longer than I expected. But so now we're sort of ramping proof of stake efforts back up a little bit. So I just gave a presentation here at Zcon that was presenting like an idea. So it's like a really early design brainstorm, basically. Here's a way we could introduce proof of stake to Zcash. That's sort of the thinking is this could be like a first step that's a little more cautious. And that idea at a high level is to add a proof of stake component while keeping proof of work running.
Okay.
That's how I would describe it in a nutshell. But
So from a high level, it would allow miners to continue mining and receiving newly issued coins, but also giving Zcash holders an opportunity to stake and then receive some portion of the mining reward or fees. Like, what's the design mechanism at a high level?
Okay, so at a high level, so first of all, there's a lot of details that are just undecided or open.
Yeah, of course.
So like one thing everyone wants to know is like, okay, well, what are the staking rewards going to be? Right? That's like, in my experience, a lot of users want to know that. I don't know for sure yet, but so just at a high level, one of the big challenges with this is we would need to divide the newly issued coins between, right now it's divided between dev fund and mining.
Okay.
If we're going to introduce proof of stake, we got to split that up between those
divide
three
it even more a little
and
bit.
figure out how to do that. So that's going to be, I'm sure a lot of people will have opinions about that. So assuming we figure out how that works, then for this design at a high level, the idea is proof of work keeps running normally. So miners are the ones producing blocks. But this new proof of stake layer, I call it a trailing finality layer. It's watching the blocks coming out of proof of work and then marking some of them as final.
Okay.
And final means they can't be rolled back. And the reason that is nice is that it helps some use cases. So any use case where you need to wait for a lot of confirmations could be improved. Like we cut that time down a lot.
Okay.
So the one that comes to mind first for me all the time is exchange deposits. But it's also that finality piece is like a really useful building block for some other things like cross-chain bridges that are trust minimized and which I'm excited to see built.
Because that was part of this is like one of the benefits of potentially, from my understanding of moving into a proof of stake system that kind of aligns with like Cosmos, IBC Tendermint, is that you have some form of improved interoperability. Is that a motivation of like trying to see, well, potentially with the ZSA, some assets moving to the Zcash blockchain, but additionally having ZEC live on other chains and being used in a wide variety of different applications? Is that like that's one of the main motivators, right?
That's a motivator for me. So we are not specifically looking at how to do bridging yet, but I've heard of at least 3 or so teams or projects who are interested in cross-chain bridging to Zcash. So I'm definitely reaching out to them being like, hey, if we had finality, would that help your design?
Okay.
And yes, it would help some of those. There's this funny subtlety though, because switching to do really safe bridges, what you really need is finality. You don't necessarily need proof of stake. It's just that it comes with a lot of proof of stake designs out of the box. So yeah, I'm really
that's an important caveat.
Yeah. So this design proposal of trailing finality is like a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake that could still bridge to other things.
Very cool. Awesome. So I guess to sum this this conversation up is there's a motivation to have Zcash holders be able to participant in the receiving of like new issuance of coins. So
Yeah.
receiving like some form of block reward or receiving rewards or fees by staking coins to the network. And that levels the playing field. It doesn't completely make it like more equal, but it levels the playing field out
Yeah.
to normal holders versus bigger operations. And this new proof of stake proposal is around introducing like a hybrid proof of stake, proof of work matter. Okay. What, I guess my final question would be is what kind of like has inspired this model and what design choices have you been researching that have made you kind of come to this idea and present this information at the conference here?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of motivated. It's motivated by wanting to see if we can safely introduce proof of stake. So, like an alternative approach would be, let's just pick a proof of stake protocol and just like switch everything to it, like right at some activation height. But to me, that seems a little too like reckless because we don't know. I mean, there are plenty of existing protocols that are sort of demonstrating that they work, but there's some uncertainty about what about the actual switching
Hi, John.
Hi there, what's up?
Thanks for joining. Sorry about the video playing. Yeah, how are you doing?
Good, no problem.
Your sound is good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
When is the session starting? Live? Are we live?
In like no.
Yes, we are live. We are
Oh, yeah.
live. Yeah,
All
yeah. This
right.
is the screen share stopping means we are live. So John, can you please go? And Dan and Tanika, I can't stop the YouTube thing. So
Oh, okay.
we just have to keep going.
Well, I can go immediately then.
Yeah, go for it, John. Thank you for
Okay.
joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So I'm happy the sound is okay. And I'm going to be talking about privacy and compliance. And the big question is, can we have both at the same time? It's a question that occupies my mind and many of us more and more. And I'm going to try to lay out my thoughts about it and the thoughts of the Kelly team and try to connect it to what's going on right now. If you have questions, so I didn't have time to pop out the chat, so I think I'll keep the questions for the end of the presentation. So let's jump right in. We're interested in this contradiction. All of us as users, we deserve privacy. And when I transact on the Zcash protocol, I know what I'm doing. I am doing legitimate actions, and I should be allowed to do this with full privacy. Of course, when this feature is enabled and available for everyone, criminals could use and abuse it. And this is the focus of the tension. Added to that, the fact that I can move value around on this blockchain, the data of the transactions, this is actually financial data. And financial data is also regulated. It's private data. And there's many regulations, but the most famous one for people is GDPR in Europe, where anything that is attached to a person is immediately looked at with rights for that person. You have the right to know what your data is doing, and financial data is part of that right. It has special provisions for banks to scrutinize what you're doing, of course, but the core of it is, as legitimate users, we want to be in control of what people know about us. Now, next to that, regulated exchanges, they have a set of requirements for which they got their license. And when we want to convert ZEC to USD or go, off-ramp to fiat, we need to go through exchanges like this. So on the left, I depicted 3 such exchanges. 2 of them offer you Zcash right now. And one of them, actually the yellow one, Bits of Gold, cannot do it because of the problems of tracing the route that the assets have gone through, and local interaction with banks. So Bits of Gold is the largest crypto exchange in Israel, and banks here in Israel don't allow any crypto to be converted if they cannot have visibility on the full travel of the funds. And when we talk about ZSAs, Zcash shielded assets, which Kedit is developing, then the main application for that, or the biggest one we see, which is stablecoins, the issuers of stablecoins also need to be compliant, and they have their own set of requirements. And that set of requirements goes in conflict with not seeing what the assets have been doing on the blockchain. So on the one hand, we don't want a full trace of all transactions to be available to anyone without our consent and control as users. But on the other hand, we are interacting with these exchanges and issuers, and they have their own regulations and set of needs. Now, there's a meta problem on top of it, which is that those 2 communities, the community of developers and the community of, let's say, regulation enforcement, they don't see the same facts. When we develop on Zcash, we know why we're doing it, and we're seeing mostly legitimate uses. The furthest from legitimate use is if someone is saying, I don't want to care about taxes. Now, this is, of course, evading taxes is against the law. Here in this panel, you can see on the rightmost side, the IRS-CI investigator that is looking after transactions where people evade taxes and do other crimes with digital assets. But from his perspective, that's what he sees. He will primarily see the crimes, even if there's not a lot of them. That's the lens by which they see the entire ecosystem. And they're actually seeing things that the developers will never see, because as an investigator, they will have access to facts and data that us as a community we're not aware of. We don't know what the ecosystem or the systems are used for. We cannot know. That's the point of having full privacy in Zcash. So they focus on the bad uses. We know that I'm biased here, of course, but we know that we're building this for the good uses. And we're actually vocal as a community, and we should be even more vocal about the fact that we don't want bad uses of privacy on this network. But the numbers, the data is not shared. So we don't really talk the same language. What you're seeing here is an attempt to try to bridge that gap by approaching the regulators. Here, this was in Washington, and talking about this discrepancy between how they perceive the ecosystem and how we perceive it. And this is not going in a good direction currently. The last move was to put a focus on Samurai Wallet and wallets that have increased privacy, sometimes referred to as mixers. These are the big change is looking at developers of software that are building these wallets and deciding that this activity of developing the software is not something that complies with the law. Now, this is, I won't get into the specifics because it's fresh and there's a lot of debate and there's counter arguments that are being brought by the entire community, who was frankly shocked by the last moves. What we should pay attention to, though, is what are we trying to achieve with the software we're building? And if it's an established fact that the software main purpose is facilitating transactions that we somehow know by some fact, we know that those transactions are not legitimate, then of course, we should stop developing features that facilitate non-legitimate use of privacy. And we should certainly not encourage anyone. I'm speaking as a participant in the Zcash community. We should not encourage anyone who wants privacy to join, including those that you have a strong suspicion to believe that they would use it for clearly bad things. I don't know, no one has the whole facts about this particular case with Samurai Wallet, but I think that it puts the entire field in not at ease. And I can see consequences already with ECC asking themselves, do we want to develop a wallet? Also, do we want to have dev fund payments to ECC directly from Zcash? And those questions are we have to ask ourselves as a community, how do we approach the this heightened tension from such moves? And I want to repeat, I believe that this is a complete misreading of what it means to develop software and what it means to run distributed projects. But I think that we have to face reality, which is that's the current spirit right now for anything that has to do with privacy. So the message needs to be clear. We need to find a way to demonstrate that the privacy that we're meaning is the legitimate type, the one that serves users to protect their financial data, and that we're not accepting in our community bad uses, and we help those actors that are in between the exchanges, the stablecoin issuers, we help them get onto this network, this ecosystem that we built, with tools that allow them to be compliant. So the big question here is, what can we do? Now, Kedit is specifically developing, I didn't introduce myself in the beginning. I'm Jonathan Rouach, CEO and founder of Kedit. We are working on Zcash shielded assets, the ability to issue assets on the Zcash blockchain and move them around with full privacy. And one of the big use cases of ZSAs is stablecoins. And so because each asset that is issued is a separate thing, you can have, you de facto have an opt-in mechanism. People can decide not to use an asset if they don't like how this asset is managed and the level of privacy they get from interacting with a particular asset. On the left, you can see bills. which is the stable coin that was announced in Israel that Kedit was also involved in, along with bits of gold. This is where we see the need for stable coins, where we're at the forefront of this ecosystem of using blockchains for supporting payment and for supporting a wider use, with more people onboarding and discovering the ease of use of moving assets on blockchains, digital assets. And of course, the stability that is offered by the underlying asset. This is an increased benefit for those who want to get into crypto, but not with all the volatility. So it's one of the main reasons why stablecoins have such a success. The stablecoin is backed by a fiat currency that sits in a bank, and so all of the regulation that applies to the issuer, counting the amount of circulating tokens versus how much is in the bank, and issuing and redeeming the fiat and the tokens, making sure that when someone sends, let's say, dollars, there's the right amount of tokens issued, and vice versa. All of this is centralized. The issuer bears a lot of responsibility doing that. And so they need to have some recourse, because the issuers are under scrutiny from regular regulators. Right. So maybe I'll pause here if there's obvious questions. Let me check the chat for a moment. Okay, I can see an obvious question. How do you propose that bad be distinguished from good? One person's freedom fighter is another person terrorist, as the saying goes. It's interesting, the choice of words. If the ability to censor or exclude exists, it will inevitably be used by the powerful against the powerless. Okay, this is a core question. So, beside the example that was picked, and I'll try to touch on that at the end, but the distinction between good and bad here is outside of the scope, because way before that distinction, there is a matter of jurisdiction. In the case of a stable coin, there's a very clear jurisdiction. That's where the issuer of the coin, the stable coin, is located, and the laws that apply to that issuer. And so we don't have the luxury of having the total freedom of a decentralized system where it's much more unclear what is the jurisdiction that applies. For the issuer of a stablecoin, they need to have tools so that they can abide by their local the local laws. And so if we want to have issuers of various countries or joining this network, we need to give tools so that they can do the work of being compliant with their regulation. And so this pushes the question of good and bad uses on the interaction between the issuer and their regulator. And it also limits the usability or the scope of what a stablecoin can do when compared to the freedom that is obtained from ZEC itself. So I'm focusing this conversation on the angle that Kedit is working on, which is ZSAs and assets on Zcash. And so what we're proposing is a set of, let's say, compliance-friendly functionality. The goal of this is to make it possible for issuers to join the ecosystem and to use the advanced techniques and tools that exist on Zcash, which would make the stablecoin the most advanced form of payment that exists, but still be able to comply with the regulation that falls on an issuer. So to be more specific, there's features related to encrypting the data so that only the issuer can have a look at the data. So in a way, relinquishing, however that's pronounced, the control of your private data for that specific asset. And by choice, when you're using this asset, you're saying, I understand that the issuer is actually able to see where this asset is moving. So this is a very limited form of privacy as compared to the full privacy that you would get from moving Zec around. But it does allow all these uses of transfer of value where everybody else on the network cannot see the source and the amounts of the transactions. So this is done with verifiable encryption. It's very interesting technologically speaking, but it's also a very innovative way to approach stablecoin issuance on such an advanced system as Zcash. This hasn't been done in the past, and it introduces a new work point for stablecoins and the question of how do you deal with the burden of this data now that the data is not available for everyone, but only for the issuer. There's very interesting questions there. The other smaller, let's say, features are standardizing a way to add identity on the memo of the transaction. And of course, this is again opt-in. You decide how which asset you want to interact with. And if that asset allows it, you can put a form of a derivation of your identity in the memo so that when you interact with exchanges, you can demonstrate that those funds that you just sent are yours and answer questions, let's say compliance questions from exchanges with cryptographic proof of your answers, as opposed to revealing everything as is done with transparent blockchains. So this is an important one, and there's actually changes in the memo field that support that. And another feature is the ability to refuse a transaction. So if you don't know where funds came from, or if you need to do verifications until you finally can accept and make final a transaction, we require a feature of refusing transactions, or the opposite, actively accepting transactions. This is useful for payment systems where you get a notification that you got paid, but you might decide that either it's the wrong payment or you refuse to accept the payment for various reasons. Now, there's a lot of open research questions that would move these features in a more subtle direction, where we would have maybe transparency on when the financial data is used at the issuer, maybe even separating who can see this private data. You could have the issuer and a viewer on behalf of the issuer, and have that viewer see the data and not tie directly to the issuer. The amount of data that they could see could be throttled, so limiting how much, and as I said in the first bullet, also revealing how often was it scrutinized, the particular set of data. So you could have, for example, mechanisms where the rate of revelation of data per second or per block is controlled. How to implement that is, all of these are research questions that are not yet implemented, and some of them it's an open question. What are the trade-offs that you would have in front of that? And there's one last one which we deliberately did not put forward for the roadmap of ZSAs this early, which is, how do we approach freezing of assets? It's a big question, and of course we want to first enable the movement of assets, and freezing of assets is a requirement that can be approached by many directions, and the trade-offs there are also very interesting to research. So in conclusion, I want to remind everyone, why are we doing this? And I don't want to make this a small thing. First of all, the same techniques that we use on our ecosystem, on Zcash blockchain, can be used for every single money transfer in the future. And I strongly believe that there won't be money that without very strong privacy embedded into that money system. Of course, we all believe that money will be digital because we've seen how it works and understand the benefits. But you can see here Yoav Sofer, who's the person in Bank of Israel, demonstrating to the ZK proof community, the community of researchers standardizing zero knowledge, explaining to them why he believes that privacy is important for digital cash, and that it's a matter of debate in a society where to put the thresholds, but it's clear that when you transact, you should be able to decide who sees the data. And I think there's an underlying assumption here that is even stronger. Why is this a big necessary effort to find the balance between privacy and compliance for humanity? Why is it so important? There's an inherent human thing about transacting and functioning in the digital world, something that is difficult for humans to comprehend, which is, when you leave a trace digitally, it's there forever. And we all sometimes make mistakes. We all can believe one day that something we're doing here is worth doing, and then later realize that this transfer, whatever activity was in the past, well, that was a mistake, and future self would have wanted past self and past mistakes to be removed from the public record. And it's very human to want to have the ability to take risks. And have the right to be wrong. Of course, sometimes the judgment of others is, in their eyes, they believe that you've done something wrong. And it's also very human to not give the ability of anyone anytime in the future to judge your every single thing that you're doing. So we're not adapted as humans to think of all the consequences of every single thing we do in a form or in a context where it's all immutably saved forever. And now with the ability of advanced systems like AI to scrutinize everything and to extract consequences or readings from all of the past digital traces, this is not something that humans are meant to deal with. We have, if this is paralyzing to all of us, and many of the Zcash users, what they love the most about this ecosystem is the fact that they can experiment and move things around without even having to have the mental burden of thinking of, when I moved these numbers from left to right, was there a tiny tax consequence, or is there any law on the planet that I just broke for someone from performing an action on a blockchain? So, of course, we all would want to be able to be in a world where that is adapted for the human way of doing things. And we all understand that there's clear examples of wrong and evil, even when in times where it's debated, there's extremes where there's agreement. And the ability for us to be able to accept the good uses and to offer tools to remove the bad ones, I think it makes Zcash a robust place. So this is what I wanted to share, and I'm happy to take more questions. I'm seeing a few. Right. Is there a framework that allows developers to know which regulation is worth investing on? Or is it compliance, or is compliance an endless moving goalpost, an oasis that we would chase forever and ever? That's an excellent question. So I don't know if we will ever ever develop in Zcash systems that reach the oasis of compliance, in the sense that I'm not familiar with any institution in the world that can take these techniques and actively bless them. It's the actors that interact with Zcash that have some more defined sense of compliance and a more pragmatic, down-to-earth set of rules that serve as a target. So what we should be trying to do, I believe, is invite those actors that act as in between the general, governments and general population and the blockchain system. We should make sure that what we're building has tools for those actors that want to be compliant to do so, and sends a signal to those who wish to misuse the blockchain for nefarious purposes to go elsewhere. Okay. Another question. Limiting the rate of revealing information seems not to respond to an existing regulation. A regulator could argue that you must reveal all the data about sanctioned addresses regardless of the rate, and then you would have a conflict between the technically enforced policy and the regulation. Yeah, so I think this conflict between what's technically there and the regulation will pop its head in many different places. So what we should try to achieve is sufficient pragmatic outcomes, meaning what we exploit here is the fact that most of us as users and as stakeholders of the Zcash ecosystem, a vast majority realizes that Zcash is used for good purposes and wants this ecosystem to be used for good purposes. So we can leverage the fact that we count on each other to somehow find the average place that we all agree is the average use of these techniques, and doesn't constitute blatant money laundering, terrorism financing, and other bad uses. I think the question of rate limiting the information is a research topic. We don't know how it would be approached, but you could see systems where the thresholds would be a form of negotiation between the ecosystem and the law enforcement that use it. And if there's bad, overuse of this threshold, well, the ecosystem could react to this overuse. I don't expect a pre-acknowledgement of a feature with saying, yes, this passes a defined set of rules. That's never been the case on anything in crypto. Okay, another question. Should compliance protocols treat regulators as potential adversary against which security and transparency properties must be enforced? My gut feeling is that we should be pragmatic in the sense that these are partners with us to make our ecosystem, to get rid in our ecosystem of all those bad actors that we don't want. And as I said, we can't see all the uses of the Zcash ecosystem because we designed it this way. So we rely on the work of law enforcement and regulators to help us weed out those bad actors. Now, also, I mentioned it before, today, Zcash is barely used or not used for those activities. There's been reports on, addresses and lists of crypto addresses that are used for terrorism or for other thefts and things like this. There's no ZEC in those lists. If there is, it's old and very few and in between, barely any. So I would call those regulators, they're not adversary, of course, when you talk to one regulator and you tell them, you talk to them about overreach of state, they all have in mind another state that they believe is in overreach, and all of them can relate to this fear of giving too much power to one entity to do anything. So they never apply it on themselves. When we have conversations with law enforcement, they can think of other law enforcement jurisdictions and governments where there's clear overreach of that government, but they never apply it on themselves. So I think the most pragmatic way of characterizing law enforcement is trying to use the fact that they have a mandate to seek criminals and facilitate weeding out of criminals as much as possible, especially as a signal to criminals or bad actors not to be joining this network. All right. Other questions? By the way, this is recorded, and I expect the bulk of questions to come afterwards. So if you're seeing this not live, you can still ask questions, and I will try to revisit and answer as I can. With whatever answer I think is best at the time, but I don't really have all the answers. What stops a regulator from saying you clearly have the technical capability to add compliance for ZEC because you added it for other assets? This undermines your argument of just providing neutral infrastructure. Add compliance for ZEC now or we'll shut you down. Well, arguably, first of all, we need to propose to the Zcash ecosystem directions and features, and then collectively it can be accepted or not, and it's not in the hands of a particular company or person where Zcash is going. So I strongly advocate for sending those signals on in those places where we're already in regulated territory. So stable coins are clearly regulated territory because the underlying asset sits in a bank that's regulated. So I think it's something that is straightforward to accept as a community, because we're not talking about undermining anything in the system. We are inviting stablecoin issuers to use these augmented facilities, these strong privacy facilities, and still be able to work with regulation. I don't know if that answered the question fully. Okay, we're going deeper in the rhetoric. So if the backdoor-like compliance functionality is introduced, won't it make all issuers afraid of not enabling it, effectively making it mandatory? Yes. Next question. I think the longer answer is, if you're a stablecoin issuer, you probably need to look at the regulatory environment to be an issuer, and part of you're under a regime that's much more strict than any feature that we would add on Zcash. So the functionality that we would be adding is signaling to stablecoin issuers, this is a great ecosystem for you, and you by joining this ecosystem, you would serve your clients and have them give them a much stronger service of payment and value transfer with full privacy. But I don't see an alternative for a stablecoin issuer not to be. How can they be an issuer if they don't already are, if they're not already under a pretty strict compliance regime? And I didn't bite the backdoor lack compliance. It's not a backdoor. It's front and center. You are relinquishing. I can't say this word. You forego your unfortunately your privacy versus the issuer. But in a way, the moment you started using those coins, somewhere along that chain, when somebody wants to redeem the coins from the issuer, they need to show the issuer that the coin traveled in legitimate places. So it's an inherent property of stablecoins that today with the scrutiny that they undergo, it's an inherent property that they need to verify everything. So it's not a backdoor, it's the ability to interact with stakeholders that have this kind of regime. Okay, I think I answered all the questions as best I could. This is I think it's a very important topic for our community. At Kedit, we see it as something front and center, because the impact on all of us is huge. This is what money will look like 5, 10, 20 years from now, and Zcash is the place where this is born. So we really see it with with the seriousness that comes with this statement. Oh, and one cherry. Will Bits of Gold launch the first stablecoin on ZSA? So thank you for the question. Bits of Gold is currently in a pilot for a stablecoin on another ecosystem. I think that there's the day we can adopt these techniques in Bit, or the day we can onboard on Zcash and serve the Zcash ecosystem with a stablecoin, we will probably have reached a level of maturity of features where many stablecoins in many different regions will already be on Zcash. Unfortunately, in Israel, we're a little bit late on those aspects. Thank you again for having me, and thanks everyone for organizing such a great event. I look forward to see the rest of the sessions.
All right, hello, checking in from Zcon 4 in Barcelona. I am joined by Paul Poi from Edge. Paul, how are you doing today?
Doing great. Good event.
Yeah.
Great meeting some people new and some people from way back. And it's been a great event to go to. I love these a little bit smaller, intimate events.
Yeah.
It's just the right size.
Yeah, I totally agree here. I think, so before we dive into this, I think it's always good to provide an introduction, say introduction on yourself, what you're working on, and then why you're at Zcon.
Yeah, so my name is Paul Poi. I'm CEO and co-founder of Edge. Our company's been in the crypto Bitcoin industry since 2014, originally building a Bitcoin wallet that was focused on payments.
Okay.
And then pivoted to Edge in 2018 to build more of a multi-asset app, admittedly more focused on exchange and DeFi functionality.
Okay.
But amidst all of that, we've always been a company focused on privacy.
Okay.
Originally, as a Bitcoin wallet, we had worked with, for some people that may go back way back, we had worked with Amir Taki to contribute to the Lib Bitcoin project, which was actually an open source re-implementation from scratch of a Bitcoin full node.
Oh, very cool.
In a modular way that had some privacy features such as coin join and stealth addresses. That was on the roadmap before we pivoted to Edge. We realized a lot of the limitations of doing that on Bitcoin, and so we never ended up doing any of that kind of privacy stuff on Bitcoin. But as soon as we had built Edge, we built it obviously in a way that was much more multi-asset friendly, in a language that would let us incorporate other assets. And although I'm here at Zcon, at the time we could not integrate Zcash. The ecosystem was not ready for us to do so. We were the first multi-asset app to incorporate Monero. Right, cool. And it was well appreciated by the community, and still one of our biggest core group of users comes from the Monero community. We can tell from at least the exchange volume. What brings us to Zcon? We're, as I said, very passionate about privacy. We have more privacy protocols integrated in our app, and Zcash itself has easily the most bulletproof, hardened privacy tech of the entire ecosystem. And what I really want to see and do here is help drive usability, because while it has the best tech on privacy, it has admittedly what I think is the worst usability. So I'd love to drive better usability to Zcash to really blend the best of both worlds.
So let's dive into that. First, Amir Taki is now working on something called DarkFi. Everyone should check out DarkFi.
Absolutely, check it out.
It's freaking cool. It's awesome, and they're a great community, really driving forward.
They need to come something like Zcon. They were supposed to speak at Monerotopia, by the way.
Yeah.
Come out.
And one sidebar, one thing I like about DarkFi is there is a barrier of entry to really kind of get in. You have to download their software, then enter their IRC chat. They have a Telegram, but there is this. You have to be extremely interested to kind of enter that. So I think that's a really cool way to kind of find the people who really want to contribute.
For the people from the contribution side, I think that's a fair barrier. Obviously, once you want to get it out to the users, then you've got to eliminate all those barriers. Otherwise, you don't get adopted. In a way, Edge was trying. Edge at the time when we launched the company was called Airbits. We were trying to be Amir's dark wallet for the masses.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
Right. We had brighter colors, friendlier, marketing and visuals and icon, and nowhere did it say the word dark or anonymous, blah, blah, blah. But we were trying to bake in a lot of the privacy stuff that you just wouldn't get in the average wallets. So, it didn't pan out. Admittedly, I just think Bitcoin just isn't capable of it.
Okay.
Especially now that it's ossified and won't put stuff into layer one. And now we're looking at things like Zcash.
So let's with things like Zcash, let's dive into that usability side.
Yes.
Right. So I wouldn't call myself a member of the Monero community, but I definitely use Monero. I really am inspired by a lot of the things they're working on. Do you think Zcash's the issues that it sometimes has with the usability, is it a technical limitation? Is it kind of community consensus around maybe holding it instead of trying to spend it? Why do you think Monero, for example, is arguably more widely adopted than Zcash?
Yeah. Clearly it's not more widely adopted because it's more private, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Clearly, we know that and the Monero community knows that too. They know the flaws in the privacy of Monero. Fundamentally, I think it's more widely adopted because it is very much easier to use on at least two fronts. The main front is privacy by default.
Okay.
So there is one address format in Monero, and there is no having to guess, is this transparent? Is this a Z address? Is it a unified address? If it's unified, am I sending to a transparent? Or am I receiving in my transparent because I have a transparent in my unified versus one that only has a Z? You can see this is kind of going down crazy now, rabbit hole confusion for the non-Zcon attendee, right? As a Zcon attendee, we're in that small little echo chamber of
0.1 per 0.5 people.
Of course, we know what a T versus Z address is and the ramifications. And so Monero got that piece right. It's just everything is private. You've got one address format. There is 100% compatibility across any wallet, payment processor, exchange that supports Monero. That's the first level that is just unarguable. And I saw the same challenge in the Bitcoin ecosystem, which has no privacy, but has now counting 1, 2, 4 address formats in Bitcoin. All right, 2 are by and large very compatible. The 1 address and the 3 address, they're the multi-sig, but the BEC32 and Taproot addresses are still not widely interchangeable and compatible across wallets. So, you know, pretty much address format, simple as that. Huge friction.
So I guess a recommendation then is if Zcash doesn't deprecate T addresses at the protocol level, is there something that application developers can do to mitigate those types of security risks?
I mean, there's the one thing they can do is what Edge did is we just simply don't allow T addresses.
You just say we're going to be Z address.
Only going to be address only.
Yeah, and then at this point, it's like only Z, like you could.
Z to Z, everything's a Z address.
Well, the other thing too is, if I'm understanding this correctly, if you get into some of the other Zcash wallet applications, you can make your unified address only your shielded addresses. So when you're receiving, you can only receive to your sapling and orchard address. But that even has like some privacy leakage, because if you're transferring from sapling to orchard, there's some privacy.
I think that's an accepted one, right? That's no more privacy leakage than probably the combination of what Monero already requires to have a good user experience. Now, unified addresses are kind of mandatory now, because not only is there transparent Z addresses, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but now there's also sapling versus orchard addresses. And so even if you're fully private, you still have to deal with two different address formats.
Exactly.
So now unified addresses are mandatory to reconcile all of those differences. So I think they went in the right direction, but they did it a right direction, which is just duct tape over, duct tape, right? So there was what I think is still relatively an unfortunate decision made early on, which now required this bandage on top. I think going forward, once it gets all laid out, as long as they don't make any other drastic changes, we're okay. But now we've got this legacy stuff and just like technical debt, you have to deal with it for some period of time, or you can deprecate and be done with it.
Exactly. So it's just about, as we're in this like potential interim phase where we might deprecate G addresses one day, and that's an argument we probably need to present in the community. It's kind of like, let's not make any more radical changes now, and make sure that the applications are implementing these features.
Yeah, and you pretty much see wide support of unified addresses before the address problem goes away, right? And then it could take a while.
Do you think there's a cultural element to all of this? Like, I think, and maybe I'm wrong, I haven't been to a Monero conference. I spoke at Monerotopia virtually this year. But I see when the Monero community goes to conferences, like the transactions kind of like spike really high because they're all interacting and using it peer-to-peer.
They're literally using it. And
Do you think that's also a cultural thing that Zcash might need to change? And what would you recommend for people that want to use Zcash?
No, I think the people here want to transact in Zcash.
Okay.
They want to go out to the dinners and pay each other back in Zcash.
Yeah, as we were last night.
Exactly. They want to do all those things. But, I sat at dinner. I said, sure, pay me in Zcash. Here's my address. I'm willing to take it and have no idea if I received it because I'm waiting for our wallet to sync.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to trust because these are people I know that, they're right.
It happened to me last night because you're on like an international data plan and your wallet's not syncing fast. It's really slow syncing. And then I have to like wake up this morning and sync it. And I go, oh, okay. Hotel room, like, okay, I got the $30 worth of Zcash.
Exactly. You mentioned you had, virtually attended Monerotopia. If you were physically at Monerotopia, there were merchants all over the conference accepting, and many of them were accepting Monero. And so people were paying with Monero. And that likely wouldn't have worked with Zcash because these merchants wouldn't have sat there waiting for their wallet to sync to determine if they received money. Yeah. That wouldn't have been really acceptable to them. So therein lies what I think is point 2, which is the speed of syncing, being able to send your money, being able to detect your money. And that's easily the biggest thing that has to be resolved outside of the address format. I think the address format is one of those, you need to resolve it. You already have the solution with unified addresses, but it just needs to get adopted. So the ECC team and Zcash Foundation have kind of put forward and put priority on developing that solution to the address problem, and it just needs adoption.
Okay.
The syncing problem, one of my biggest concerns is it's not even on the roadmap to fix. I did get out of a promising, discussion with Nate Wilcox, who I think you were just chatting with, and was made aware that they're at least aware of a solution. Like they did a little research and they're aware of a solution, which is akin to one that the Monero team already has on the roadmap.
Okay.
So they're aware of one, but they have not at all put it on any kind of schedule or put any dev resources on like, hey, we should implement this. And this is my screaming at the top of the roof thing, like, house is on fire, do it ASAP.
Because this is in your mind, and I would agree with you on this. It's like if we can fix the mobile application experience relative to Zcash and privacy, then we can really start to see this thing have a lot of adoption.
I don't see any advantage to Monero on a user experience or privacy side if you fix this one thing, right? You fix this, what unified addresses are already going to take care of the address problem. Just need wallets to adopt it, and they're doing that, right? Like it's on our roadmap to do. But without this instant sync, I call this zero sync, like no sync, meaning as soon as you launch your wallet, the only thing the wallet has to do is go and ask for its transactions from a node or a server, and it gets its transactions. There's no per block. The point being is no matter how long you've been offline, has no bearing on how quickly it takes to get your most recent info.
Yep.
All right. So you could go to a completely different phone, and it takes just as long to sync as if you're on the same phone.
That would be, I mean, that's an issue, right? Because sometimes I do go maybe 7, 8, 9 days without using Zcash.
That's good. A month.
Yeah, I'm like using, but it's because I'm using other stuff, right? Like
yeah, exactly.
I like to use I use Lightning to purchase a lot of things. I use Monero as well. Just because there's a little bit more options out there to do those things. But at the same time, right, if I open my Zcash wallet after 9 days, it's like it's a relatively long time.
Exactly.
And that's not even dealing with someone who's trying to maybe restore a wallet who might not have used it in a year. It's just like it becomes a user experience where people start to think,
this is not a usable tech.
well, it's not even that. People think they lost their money sometimes. They're like, oh, I can't see the funds updated and like what's going on. I'm a little bit scared.
Was this a scam that I got, suckered into?
Exactly. And I think if we just fix those things at a UX level, it's a bit.
And these are not at the UX level. These are literally at the protocol level.
Sorry. Yeah.
But no, you're right. It affects the UX. So you're right. It's at the UX level, but it can't be fixed at the UX level.
Yep.
Affects the UX, but it has to be fixed at the protocol level. And this is one that, Monero partially did. So the difference in mentality between the communities that I've sensed is that the Monero community is willing to they have a different balance of UX to privacy.
Okay.
There's some privacy compromises at the benefit of UX that they're willing to take and then improve the privacy. Whereas Zcash said, let's go privacy all out and then compromise it later for UX. And I think the challenge there is if you go privacy outright, no one's using it, right? So who are you protecting?
To use.
Whereas if you start with UX first, you have a few people using it. As it starts hitting more critical mass, your privacy is improving alongside with, the need for a stronger level of privacy. So that seeming like a cultural difference between the two. And if you're looking at it as a race between the two, clearly the focus on UX seems to have been a better choice.
Yeah,
you wouldn't know at the very beginning, right? You might think like, oh, everyone cares about just absolute privacy, but at least historically, it looks like that would be kind of the better choice.
I mean, that's a really interesting point, and also from a UX perspective as well. Like with lack of unified address adoption, users have that. They're signing like they're entering a social contract of I am purchasing or acquiring Zcash to have more privacy. And then they would draw
they don't get it.
the address and they don't get it. So now they're entering a social contract that's been broken.
Totally broken.
So I guess things that I'm taking away from this chat is that the Zcash community needs to make changes at the protocol level to enable better user applications and also focus on seeing applications adopt unified addresses to ensure the security of users.
Yeah, and I think unified addresses are on the address front. If you want to talk true privacy, are only half the problem. So if you have a wallet that supports unified addresses and it supports T addresses and Z addresses in it, which will give you better compatibility with apps that only can send to a transparent address.
Yep.
You need to have both embedded in the unified address. Well, the problem now is you receive into transparent, and now your privacy is gone for those funds. So the auto shielding, which is another piece that ECC had worked on, is also necessary.
Yep.
Which means that you need to auto shield that money as soon as you receive it, and then rotate the T address into another address.
Exactly.
Receive, auto shield, rotate. And that's, not the easiest thing to do.
Especially for users who might have not interacted with these protocols.
And from a user experience point of view, there's one unavoidable thing about that, is you will never receive the amount that the person sent. So I sent you 1 ZEC. You'll receive 0.99 something ZEC because you incur the cost of shielding it.
Exactly.
And that could create an entire user experience problem, especially at point of sale. So if you're at point of sale,
that's a really good point.
You need to receive a specific amount. Someone sends you that incorrect amount, I'll say, sorry, you didn't send enough. I actually don't have a solution to this. I do not know how to solve that other than you wipe out T addresses. So it comes back to the get rid of the damn T addresses at the end of the day.
I think that's, I mean, I honestly think that's something we can take in, you know, we can take that information on as a community and then start presenting that and presenting arguments for this and say, it's just not about even the full on privacy side of it. It's also really impacting the user experience from like,
It makes the user experience worse when you have the better privacy.
exactly.
So yeah, getting rid of, you know, the option of bad privacy makes the privacy better and the user experience better.
No, 100%.
Ironically.
Of that.
And the thing that I'm hoping that is not running through the heads of the community, I remember talking to Zuko about this. Is like, hey, you know, when is it on the roadmap for people to remove T addresses? Like, you know, we bring up the community and they just don't prioritize it. They're not telling us that they want to remove T addresses. And I hope that what's in their head isn't the value of exchange listings. Because we know that the vast majority of the exchanges that support Zcash don't support withdrawing to a Z address. You know, like, hey, what is it, Gemini B?
Gemini is the only one.
Is the only one. And so the fear that you would lose exchange support, and, you know, Monero took the stance of like, we don't care, right? We're going to build a product that people want so bad that the exchanges are forced to it. We are not lobbying them to support it.
Exactly.
You know, and that's just a different type of mentality. It's like, it's product first, product first, product first. You know, it's kind of like the startup mentality. Product first, the investors come to you.
I think that's a really good way to look at it, because even if we have this potential exchange problem when we deprecate T addresses and we don't have that argument to fall back on, even from a compliance perspective, what I'm kind of arguing for this weekend is like, even if we decentralize accessibility to come in and participate in earning the block reward, then we can create an ecosystem where people are just bypassing the exchanges entirely. So more people are earning newly issued ZAC. They're able to store it. They're able to use it, and then potentially create products and applications that onboard other users. And it's about creating an ecosystem that potentially allows us to bypass.
Whereas you start putting engineering into things like cross-chain dexes,
Exactly.
supporting Zcash in like a Thorchain, and everybody has the ability to on-ramp onto Bitcoin. And now it's one dex right into Zcash.
Yeah.
Right. So focusing more along those lines versus like, lobbying exchanges and trying to get support for ZAC and then yet another exchange. And like Coinbase was the big deal, right? When it was announced, at the end of the day, it didn't really make a difference in adoption. I don't know. It's hard to say because, I mean,
I think it's hard to say. And also, are we, with all of the issues that have gone on in like the last year with regards to wallets and syncing, if a user went and bought Zcash on Coinbase and then withdrew it to a wallet and had that type of user experience,
they end up dumping it.
then they ended up just like, okay, the minute I can get this back on the Coinbase, I'm going to sell it or and exchange it to something else. So
yeah,
I totally get that. Yeah, I totally get the argument there. Has it really helped us drive adoption of usage around Zcash? So
yep.
Awesome. Is there any parting thoughts that you have for the Zcash community as we wrap this up?
I think that sums it up pretty darn well. What are kind of like the action items is for especially the non-technical and technical people, speak up about it. Like, speak up, because I honestly do gauge that they are listening. Like the Zcash Foundation, ECC are listening. There just might not enough people speaking up directly to them. It's almost like the elephant in a room.
Yeah.
And you don't want to speak up about it. Like, there was a panel of 5 to 6 community advocates, and the final question was, what is the thing you think we should focus on to drive Zcash adoption? And nobody said this. And
I think it's like an elephant in the room. Like, I said it last night on a panel when Josh was talking about it, and I was like, if someone withdraws to a T address and they don't mean to, is that breaking the social contract? And it's like, yes, that is a break in the social contract of privacy that we're trying to provide. So I think it might just be an elephant in the room too, that people are scared to.
Yeah, and I think people should not be scared.
Yeah.
Because I think, the part I'm going to give, like the leads of ECC and the Zcash Foundation for, is they listen and they take note.
Yeah.
And you just got to be vocal. And so if you feel like this is if you disagree with me, then vote whatever. You're like, I don't mind waiting 5 minutes for it to sync, and I open our wallet all the time. For those of you that do agree, be vocal about it.
Cool.
Like, nothing's going to move unless you're vocal. So that's my parting words.
That's great advice. Thank you so much for the time.
No, thanks for having me.
Cool.
Appreciate it.
Checking in from Zcon 4, Joel. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. I don't have a sip real quick. So yeah, we're checking in from Zcon 4. What are your thoughts so far?
Oh, this is a great event. High production values, quality people, and quality cerveza.
Quality cerveza.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really digging the Estrellas. We've been drinking that everywhere. It's like the national beer, I think, here, and it's quite good.
Yeah. See, I'm a recovering craft beer snob.
Okay.
But it's funny, towards the end of I kind of got more cocktails, but towards the end of that, I've kind of become to appreciate this simple beer.
Okay.
Like, my favorite is like a Märzen Oktoberfest style. Just a very beer tasting beer. It's like not like, Russian Imperial Stout with aged bourbon barrel, all that stuff I used to like before. I still like it. I've kind of appreciated an easy drink because life is hard.
Because I think the other thing too is like, if you're going to like drink craft beers, it's very easy to like, oh, I'm going to enjoy all these different types of beers, when in reality, you're just giving yourself an excuse to drink like 12 beers. And that's a lot of fun. Drinking 12 beers at once is a great time, but we don't always need to do that. Sometimes we just need a nice standard, half decent beer to enjoy.
In introducing a theme for the rest of this show, the bell curve.
Okay.
Sorry, the bell curve meme?
Yeah.
With the idiot that was like, cold beer tastes good.
Yeah.
And then, no, it has to be bourbon barrel aged, you double IBU, whatever. And the end, wizard, cold beer tastes good.
Cold beer tastes good.
So it's kind of the same thing. And yeah, we'll be hitting on that theme a whole lot. I have a feeling it's coming.
Yeah, it's especially this evening during the little cocktail hour. I'm looking forward to that. But
yeah,
something I wanted to take some time. Obviously, we're doing a few recordings here, just getting some people's thoughts on the conference, things that are coming up in Zcash. Something I wanted to talk to you specifically about is using cryptic, or cryptocurrencies, rather.
Who the hell does that?
Sorry?
Who the hell does that anymore?
I know, who the hell does that? I don't know if we can swear on this, but we might get into that.
Who the heckin' does
Who the heck does that? Hell's not even a swear word, but nonetheless, I almost said I almost dropped enough.
Yeah.
Whatever.
By the end of the beer, we'll
Exactly. We'll finish that within the next 15 minutes, and the last 2 minutes will be wild.
and the roll.
Bull. So using crypto, you've been doing this, or cryptocurrencies rather, you've been doing this for 8-9 years?
So I haven't earned fiat currency in almost 8 years. It'll be 8 years this December, I think.
Okay.
And I've been using crypto. It will be 10 years in September.
Okay.
Just using it, but not exclusively using it. Would be, 2015. Yeah.
So with that, you've kind of put on social media and your writing and your podcast, and put a lot about how you can't be, to do this, it's really hard to be a maximalist, because at times the applications and other currencies you've been using it's not that they haven't worked, it's just they haven't provided the same type of user experience that you're looking for. So tell me a little bit more about your views on and this isn't just Bitcoin maximalism, right? Like,
maximalism is a state of mind, because
it's a state of mind. Tell me more about maximalism and how that does not translate into effectively living off crypto full time.
Yeah, well, first of all, if I became I guess, one could call kind of a Bitcoin maximalist under a loose definition of terms. Like, I never was one of those anti-innovation people. That's just never going to be me. I'm sorry. But in the early days, I was all I cared about was Bitcoin. And I was interested. I heard about in 2014, when I went to the Porcupine Freedom Festival. This is before I was living all on crypto, but it was a week-long festival in the mountains of New Hampshire. I didn't bring any fiat, even though I still had a bank card and stuff like that then. I still earned fiat for a job. I only brought Bitcoin with me the whole week, and I spent 100% Bitcoin the entire week there on food and other trinkets and things like that. And the only thing I couldn't, there's one coffee station that wouldn't take Bitcoin, only took silver, but someone was selling little silver coins for Bitcoin, and so I bought the silver coins of Bitcoin to pay for coffee. But my point is, there was a vendor who was selling bacon pancakes for Bitcoin, Litecoin, I think Dogecoin, and Darkcoin before it was called Dash. And I was like, oh, this is cool. But, it's alts, as they used to be called, still sometimes are, were a novelty. And I only cared about, I was like, okay, that's cool to play around with, but I want Bitcoin. This is what moves forward. So then 2015, I decided, you know what, I'm going to just jump headfirst into space. I'm going to stop taking fiat. I'm going to only earn Bitcoin from here on out. And it was a good, like, solid year of that before the block started filling up. I had so many sad stories of, like, skipping lunch because I couldn't get a confirmation in time. I just had no money available, so I just literally had to go hungry. Or, like, it took so long to get a gift card to confirm a transaction, confirm to buy something, that my phone died, and I didn't have a charger on me, and I couldn't, like, buy a charger because my money was in the dead phone now. And it's just like all these, it just sucked. I could not keep doing this. And so that's when I expanded my horizons, because I said, yeah, I either got to go crawling back to my bank and say you were wrong my bank account, or I have to find a different way. And so Bitcoin took a several year vacation from digital cash use cases. And it was later in the 2016, early 2017, all the way up till whenever the first, like whenever Phoenix and Breeze wallet came out for like Lightning, to where you can kind of get by using it again.
Yeah, I mean, I like, admittedly, I use Bitcoin probably 7 to 8 times a month for digital cash purposes.
Yeah, today it works because people built up I don't think it's ideal. I don't think the trust models of those wallets are ideal, but it's still fine. But I would have had to take a break for years, or just get really rich so I can afford transaction fees on chain in order to make that happen. That demaximalizes a person.
Yeah, no, for sure. So you have experience with using a variety of these different cryptocurrencies to not invest in, but earn and provide yourself a higher level of arguably a higher level of self-sovereignty. And people like yourself and myself would argue for that. People disagree with us, but that's a decision you personally made. What is your experience with, like, okay, let's start here. What have been the currencies you've used the most, and why? And what's the, like, for, let's say, Monero, Zcash, Dash, Bitcoin?
Yeah.
What have been kind of some of the major differences you've seen, and what are the things that really attract you in your use case?
So to be perfectly honest, it was like 95 to like almost 100% Bitcoin up until the end of 2016. And from the end of 2016 to 2021 was like statistically 100% Dash. Like I touched and used, but like, let's be honest, it was like almost all that. And in the last couple of years, it's like 80 to 90% Dash for payments, right? But then for example, I use Thorchain and the Maya protocol for a lot of like DeFi stuff. I use Polygon for my NFTs, like non-money things. And then anytime, like today, like since I've been at Zcon, I've made more Zcash transactions than Dash transactions because I can use it. I like privacy, and I like that people here want to take it. And so I'm really into that, but it just, as far as like when the tiers, you go in from the tier of like Bitcoin, you can do most things on, but there's clunkiness to it because Bitcoin's accepted almost like everywhere in the crypto world, right? Lightning, not necessarily. So you can use clunky Bitcoin, or you can use clunky but fast and cheap, depends on how you want to define Lightning. But so that's how you can spend it at the most places. And then there's like Litecoin, which makes you wait for confirmations. That sucks. But it also is pretty universal in spending. And then right in the acceptance tier, right below that is Dash, to where Dash is like, or in some cases above. Like, for example, you can pay all your bills in the US with Spritz Finance, with Bitcoin and Dash, but not Litecoin. So generally speaking, for usability in a daily life, Dash has very high adoption, not the highest adoption, but very high adoption and very high usability, and it kind of has that marriage of both. So that's what that is. And since I might earn more Zcash than Dash, depends on the month and what I'm doing. But now that I have a more significant amount of income in Zcash, that's what I'm looking at next, is like, how can I find ways of spending this?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've earned Zcash, and I've worked, obviously, in the past, I've accepted percentages, like relatively substantial percentages of my paychecks in Zcash.
Yeah.
Grants that I've worked on or paid out in Zcash, etc. So I'm kind of in that same boat. And for me, I've always kind of had it to opt to using like a swap to like Bitcoin or Monero to do a transaction that I want to do.
Yeah.
I've found that isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's always not the best user experience. And I definitely like, for example, I was just living in the UK, and Bitrefill has like all of the like British grocery stores.
Yeah, like Tesco.
Yeah, and they've got Waitrose, which is where we had a Waitrose near like my apartment.
Yeah.
It was like super easy to just like go into my phone, go onto the website. I'll be yelling. Go onto the website and then purchase a gift card like right then and there. It's like it's a little bit of time. Like it's like 30 to 40 seconds of your time. If my like I was running my own node as well, so if my node was like working and I was like doing all that stuff.
Yeah, you have your glutton for punishment, huh?
Yeah. And if it like still had like Phoenix and stuff and Moon Wallet that I could use in exchange for that. But it's an easy experience.
Yeah.
And it's enjoyable, and it's not perfect. It's not peer to peer. But it's a higher level of self.
That's another one. So I use Bitrefill very heavily.
Okay.
And for at least small payments, they accept because Dash has instant confirmations. So I can, just like you said, like buy it in that 30, 40-second window. And so you can't do that with on-chain Bitcoin. You can do it with Lightning. You can't do it with Litecoin. So that kind of solidifies like, as far as like what works everywhere, it's just like it's in Bitrefill and it's instant. And so Lightning Network and Dash are like the two that equivalent. They give
no for sure. And I think obviously with kind of some more work on like Zcash wallet applications and the sync times, everything.
Yeah.
That could be potentially a future. So what do you think the community needs to do? Like I've heard you say in the past, and I don't want to like misquote you, but you've said it seems like a lot of the Zcash community doesn't want to spend or doesn't want to doesn't want to use it. I had Paul from Edge just on. He argued that it's just really hard to do. So like for me, instead of using it, I'll just swap into Lightning because it's with my Zcash Dash because it's easier.
I would say,
what would you like? Do you think that's a reason that Zcash is not widely adopted on this platform?
I'll split it evenly 3 ways.
Okay, cool.
A third of it is what I initially said. Well, I'll get to that last. A third of it is what Paul said, which is,
no, I was just doing it to the camera.
Yeah. So a third of it is what Paul said, that there are some sync time annoyances and things today. Maybe that sounds way too nice and glossing over, but it's just that, some user experience issues that makes it people not want to use it. However, no one here has really had that problem here. Like people are willing to go through the pain to do it here, for example.
Yeah.
So the other third is, no, people are very much using it. Like I'm wrong. People are using it.
Okay, cool.
So I'm right, but I'm also wrong. And so Paul's right. I'm also wrong. But where I'm right is so the Spritz Finance, I got a Brave ad because I've run Brave ad campaigns before. And so I'm just like, then I see a Brave ad campaign, gave me deja vu. It popped up a couple years ago. And I was like, wait, because I thought it said like live all on crypto. And I literally just ran a Brave ad campaign that said something about live all on crypto. So I'm like, I'm not running an ad right now. I'm like, wait, no, that's a different Spritz. I haven't heard of them. So I click on the ad and I learn about this holy Zuko. There's this service I never knew existed. It's the holy grail of missing integrations in the US specifically. There have been European bill pay systems for crypto. There might be some things Zcash will have to investigate that, but there have been European bill pay systems for crypto forever. US has always been a big missing market because the US financial system does not play well with crypto, and all the regulatory nonsense going on right now just accentuates that. But we finally got one, and so I'm like, wow, this is cool. They only work on Polygon. I'm like, wow, that's even more interesting. And so I had the guy on my channel, the CEO, Chris, and I pretty soon was like, yo, you ever thought about integrating Dash? This would make my life easier. And so by communicating, getting with them, I got Dash on board. And it's like, great. And then I'm like, I'd love if I could get Zcash there, because then at least everyone in the US could say, I can pay for everything in my life with Zcash. Now it's useful to me. Now I can like do my little private donations to the Signal Foundation or Graphene or do whatever people love to do with like private uncensorable money. But then it's also, you have the excuse to have some to begin with, which is you have the excuse to zonal because you get the Zen or spends, then whatever. So then I started reaching out because I'm like, hey, who can help integration support? And I have some people in the forums that are like, yeah, we'll help out if this is, you know, to give technical support, if I can just talk to them again about adding a different coin. And then I start polling people, and then a lot of people are like, I don't know, I wouldn't use that. Like, why? Like, nah, because, you know, it's like a KYC service, and I'm all about like the privacy. It's like, but you KYC with your bank, and you pay all your bills through your bank, and your bank could confiscate your money anytime, and it's being inflated and paying for all kinds of awful things. That's not the case with Zcash, but you don't want to spend it. Like, nah. So there's a segment of the Zcash community that, you know, obviously I'm being critical towards, who view Zcash and privacy as like a lark. Like, they live their regular lives in a very surveilled, very controlled kind of way. Like,
I mean, guilty. Yeah.
like everyone else. I mean, everyone has a little bit of that. I'm not judging, but I'm saying they do that, and then they're super puritanical about their crypto uses, specifically Zcash, and their privacy and their devices. Like, oh, I'm not on social media, but I KYC through everything, for example. And we're like, they kind of look down on people that use their Zcash in a way that might be traced in some way. And it's just like, well, but you're not using it at all. You're using banks. And that's what drives me nuts, is people that let the perfect be the enemy of the good here for this. But again, I'm also not someone to tell people what they should.
All right, here we are. Let me go ahead and share my screen to get started with this one. So thanks for having me here, everybody. It's a real treat to be here with you virtually at Zcon 5. I really appreciate being a part of this community. I'm really proud of everybody that I work with there at Zcash Foundation, and proud of the folks at ECC, proud of everybody at Zcash Community Grants and everybody in the community who works so hard to make privacy normal. My name is JW Verret. I serve on the board of the Zcash Foundation. I also am a law professor, teach banking, securities, corporate law, forensic accounting, stuff like that. And am, I guess, the elevator description, I'm a libertarian, but a banking and KYC AML law professor. So it's kind of a frustrating life that I live, because I fight against all the things that I teach about. So here we are. Let's jump in. So the topic today is the implications of U.S. AML prosecutions. I want to talk about where we are right now as a community. I want to talk about the future and hopefully offer some insight that's useful. First, like every lawyer, I'm going to do a warning and a disclaimer that lawyers have to do. Sorry. Look, I'm not here to endorse DOJ's work, their actions. In fact, I'm a critic of it, and I've been involved in one of the cases I'm going to talk about today as a pro bono expert for the defense, and have fought against it and gotten to know some of these defendants personally. I'm not here to endorse it. I'm not here because I support it. Today's a risk management exercise. So today is, assume that they win in the 4 cases I'm talking about today. Assume DOJ wins. What does that mean in terms of risk management? Despite the fact that I strongly oppose what they're doing, because I believe it's illegal, because I believe it exceeds their authority under law. So this is a risk management exercise. Assume they win. How do you manage risk? I'm not your lawyer. I sit on a board and volunteer my time on the ZF board. I'm not a lawyer. I advise ZF, ECC, and ZCG to hire lawyers, rely on the advice of lawyers. I fight for privacy when I can. So we're at a difficult stage here. We're at the and then they fight you stage for privacy. These 4 cases I'm going to talk about today. You know, I think it's probably true of a lot of people in privacy communities, in all crypto privacy communities. We're a small world. I think it's probably true that a lot of people have been watching these prosecutions. And the first thing you think about in your head, and it's atrocious that this is true, but it's true. It was true for me. First thing you think about in your head is, what if I'm in that seat? What if I'm next? What if I get that knock on the door at 6 a.m.? even though I think what I'm doing is perfectly legal and legitimate. And I think a lot of people feel that way. And so hopefully part of what I can do here today is allay concerns, because Zcash is very different from anything described in even the most egregious abuses of power in DOJ prosecutions to date. Hopefully I can do that. Hopefully I can give us a framework to think about the future. So that's what I'm here to do today. So hopefully I can, I guess, maybe both get you thinking about things to be concerned about in the future, but also allay any current concerns you might have about where we stand today in the past, because I don't think the past and I don't think the present is concerning at all. So let's jump in. These 4 cases, I'm going to suggest the community study and get to know. You know, it's very weird to me teaching securities law that so many people in the crypto community know about the Howey test. This is a thing that like crypto builders know the Howey test so well, and it's a symptom of the dysfunction at the SEC that so many people in the crypto community have had to learn about the Howey test. I think in the same way, if you're going to build in privacy, I think you need to study these 4 cases. I think you need to download them. Websites like Court Listener have texts of the major filings in these cases, the indictments, the motion to dismiss, the response to the motion to dismiss. So I would definitely study these 4 cases in the same way that the broader crypto community studies the Howey test and the Howey case, the original Howey case, because I think it's important to see what happened and understand how what you're building is different from what happened in these cases. Let me talk about these 4. Hopefully we'll get some lessons learned from them, and then I'll talk about the future. The general framework to think about this, there's uncertainty in the law, and it's a challenge to be a lawyer advising people just generally about uncertainty in the law. Clients say, what's legal and what's not? Tell me the lines and I'll follow them, and then everything will be all right. And then lawyers come back and they say, well, on the one hand, on the other hand, not because they want to, but because the law changes and the law is uncertain. But that problem is somewhat manageable for the most part in business law, except when it comes to crypto. When it comes to crypto, it's much harder, especially under the current environment where you have agencies that are politically charged to kind of want to kill crypto and to cut corners and expand the reach of doctrines as much as they possibly can, because the overall political environment for the current administration in the United States is kill crypto. I think a helpful way to look at it is under these 4 different zones I'm offering today: presumptively legal, presumptively illegal, clear precedent in those 2. And then in the middle, 2 different areas on each side of the line. Gray areas, there are circuit splits, there's unclear regulatory guidance. And then rogue prosecutor risk, which is how I would describe, for the most part, the 4 cases I'm talking about today. I think the 4 cases I'm talking about today are all within the rogue prosecutor risk, which is to say something that is pretty clear under the average banking and securities lawyer's reading of the law exceeds the agency or the DOJ's authority, but they're bringing the case anyway. So we're in rogue prosecutor land, which is difficult because, you know, I'll tell you about what's in the indictments. I'll tell you about what's in the filings. That doesn't mean the government's going to win on those points. I think for the purposes of today's risk management exercise, we assume that they will win on what they claim the law is. I think it's so important, the work that Peter Van Valkenburgh and Coin Center and Jerry Brigner are doing to fight this. It's so important. The amicus briefs we've gotten from Blockchain Association, which ECC is a part of, those things are essential. I love that stuff. And I've been involved in one of the amicus briefs against the Tornado Cash, sanction, not their criminal case. Those things are so important. But for the purposes of my risk management exercise, just assume for a moment that all that loses, which I hope doesn't happen. But assume it loses and develop risk management guidance in response to that worst world scenario. So where we are now, Zcash is doing what it does, is building for the right reasons. First of all, let's start there. We're building a private layer 1. It's just a private transaction enabling version of Bitcoin. No one in the culture of the Zcash community is not to make the kind of, I don't know, shit posting jokes, honestly, that the Samurai guys were doing, right? We don't do that. And I think that we've had leaders who've done a very good job in Jack and Josh and Zuko, who are leading the culture. It's not okay in the Zcash community to kind of like joke about crime or something. We don't do that. And sometimes just a joke or a ribald comment about that claims something that's not even true can be used against you in court. So first of all, the culture of communication, how we communicate what we do, is one focused on the Fourth Amendment, one focused on privacy, one focused on privacy as consent, one focused on privacy as safety and security, one focused on, and this is an important narrative and a part of what we believe, privacy as an element of national security. So we're doing what we're doing for the right reasons. It's also the case that, and I think this is very important, we as a community are relying upon the fact that criminals just don't use Zcash. It just doesn't happen. That's not to say that we would suddenly become an illegal venture if that changed, because that's not true. Because criminals use Bitcoin with some frequency. That doesn't make building on Bitcoin illegal. But it just helps that it's also true right now, as we all are building and looking to the future, that criminals don't use Zcash. We can rely on, and we have knowledge of as a community, the fact that a report from the RAND Institute looked at, surveyed extensively dark web vendors that sell drugs online, and Zcash is not featured there. It's mostly Bitcoin and to some extent Monero. And that's not a slide on either one of those things, but it's just something that we rely on. It's also true that the New York Department of Financial Services was vocally supportive of Zcash being listed on an NYDFS registered firm. So that's where we are now. In the future, it's possible for some builders in the future to get into the rogue prosecutor risk zone, depending on the design of what they build. So we have to think about that. So let's get into the cases and learn some lessons from these cases. The first one I want to talk about is U.S. versus Sterlingoff. This case is very personal to me because I got to know Roman Sterlingoff. I spent about 30 hours with him in prison when I was an expert on his case. He's a nice guy. He was early to Bitcoin, and he did not run Bitcoin fog, in my opinion, not at all. And I think this is an important case because it's an innocent man who's looking at a lot of time. So one of the lessons of that case is the government has abused conspiracy. Two of the four charges were conspiracy to commit money laundering, conspiracy to operate an unlicensed money transmitter. One of the things in developing that conspiracy argument that the prosecution claimed during closing argument was that a single act in furtherance of Bitcoin fog, even purchase of the domain bitcoinfog.com in 2011 was sufficient for conspiracy to commit money laundering, sufficient for conspiracy to operate an unlicensed money transmitter. That's the only thing they could come close to associating with Roman was the purchase of that domain. They had a trace from his KYC Mt. Gox account through a number of intermediaries that they had no attributing information about, including Bitcoin addresses, including Orem Exchange, and including Liberty Reserve. And they had no attributing information at any of those. But anyway, they did have a trace that went to purchase of the ClearNet domain back in 2011. Roman said on the stand, I don't remember if I purchased that domain or not. I worked on a lot of projects, open source, as a kind of a non-dev with lots of other non-devs. I don't remember whether I purchased it or not. And that was the only thing they came close to associating him with that project. And they convicted him on that basis. So conspiracy is a broad tint, and it helps the government to stretch, to kind of eliminate the statute of limitations as a defense, because the government says, well, you're part of the conspiracy back in 2011, you're part of a continued conspiracy, therefore we'll just ignore the statute of limitations. Now, conspiracy to some extent is kind of putting where the government gets to play on God mode. To charge conspiracy, the government has to demonstrate that there's an agreement to operate an illegal enterprise together. And they only need to show that one member of the conspiracy committed one act in furtherance of the criminal conspiracy. They don't have to show that you knew that the act was criminal, that constituted a part of the agreement. They only have to show that you agreed to commit an act, and whether or not you knew it, that act itself was criminal. Willful blindness is not a defense. In fact, this is quite the opposite. Juries get an instruction that willful blindness can constitute intent. So in other words, if you know your platform is being used by criminals and you make it easier for criminals to use whatever protocol you're building, that is sufficient to constitute intent for an agreement for conspiracy purposes, if the other elements of the conspiracy are met. Other aspects of the Sterling case, the government, one of the frustrating things was the government kept using some language from the front page of Bitcoin Fog. And the front page said something to the effect of, this protocol is designed so that the proper authorities can't trace you. And the government kind of spun that to the jury as, see, what he means by that language is US DOJ, FBI prosecuting fentanyl and child sexual abuse material. And that's one way to understand that language, but it's not the only way, certainly. That language of evading proper authorities could mean Russia, could mean China, could mean Venezuela, could mean abuse of human rights protesters. It could mean a lot of things, as this community knows. So the government has a way of taking language out of context, which is why one of the things I mentioned earlier in the discussion was it's so important to be very careful about language, and to just be honest about the fact that we're building for the right reasons. There's also a venue overreach issue, but I offer a link to a podcast about this that I did with some of the lawyers on Law of Code about the case. If you want to learn more about it, I'm working on the appeal, and I'm so devoted to this case. I'll talk to you about anybody in the Zcash community about the Sterling case until I can't talk anymore. All right, let's talk about Tornado Cash. Peter V is the expert on the Tornado Cash case, and he's been working on it and doing important work. I think it's important to study this. One of the reasons why I describe this as overreach and describe this as in the zone of rogue prosecutor is, if you saw it made the rounds on crypto Twitter, the government's response to a motion to dismiss in the case made some outlandish arguments. One of which was where the government claimed that, look, despite the fact that guidance from FinCEN in 2019 indicated that being a non-custodial protocol meant that you're not likely to be a money transmitter. We don't care about that because we get to bring criminal law, and criminal law is not bound by FinCEN guidance. So we're just going to come after you anyway. That filing was widely panned among crypto lawyers. Among crypto lawyers who were former DOJ, former government lawyers, former Treasury Department AML experts, panned that and were highly, highly critical of that filing from the government. I don't know if it'll survive. I don't know if all those arguments they put in there will survive. I hope not. I can't imagine they will. But it's useful to study that to see just what the government's capable of. There are obviously some factors in this case that kind of complicated a bit. The burn of the admin, I wish the facts were perfect, right? For the legal win and for the precedent. I hope we get out of a win in this case. The facts aren't perfect because the burn of the admin key came a little late. There was the relayers, the DAO, the torn token that kind of complicate the argument, the pure argument about code is free speech. I think the government would come after them even if the facts were perfect, which is why this fight is so important. But some of those factors complicate the defense, and so it's important to be mindful of them. Samurai Wallet. So, I mean, if you're in the privacy community, you probably followed Samurai Wallet's Twitter. They played a little fast and loose on Twitter. I still, though, haven't seen a single post in which Samurai folks demonstrate an intent to further a specific crime. That's not in the indictment. It's not contained in the indictment at all. But still, the government has kind of twisted the general kind of, I don't know, joking about crime or whatever language from Twitter. They put it in the indictment, they try to spin it, and they're going to try to spin it in front of the jury. But there's not a single post from Samurai that says, like one of the allegations is that bad proceeds of the Badger DAO hack went to Whirlpool. I haven't seen a post that says, "Oh, yay, we're so excited that that happened." Right? That doesn't exist. So I haven't seen anything that shows specific intent to a specific crime. But anyway, it's a lesson in being careful about public communication. This is also another case where the operator of CoinJoin, the wallet, and Whirlpool and the coordinator for Whirlpool, run by these guys, did not take custody. It just kind of coordinated signatures for CoinJoins. But the government claims that the Whirlpool was sort of like the money laundering operation, the unlicensed money transmitter, and these two defendants were in a conspiracy with that non-entity money laundering operation. It's sort of the theory that the government is developing there. U.S. versus Raul Rodriguez. This is another important case to keep in mind. And there are cases like it for local Monero. A big whale user of local Bitcoin in peer-to-peer transactions is deemed to be an unlicensed money transmitter. And I don't know the facts, because the facts weren't fleshed out, because this was a settlement. I don't know the full facts. The government claims he had knowledge that counterparties to the trades were trying to launder the proceeds of criminal activity, of illicit activity. I don't know that that's true, because the government says a lot of nonsensical bullshit in DOJ press releases. But look, they don't like whale users of peer-to-peer platforms. And one of the things the government will say is part of the element of being an unlicensed money transmitter is that you're doing so for a profit, operating it as a business for a profit. And if you're an individual whale who likes to speculate in Bitcoin or Monero, and you're buying peer-to-peer, you're not buying at the market price, right? Because there's no oracle that goes to the local platform, the peer-to-peer platform. So you're going to be, there's a substantial spread in those transactions. So the government will just take that natural fact of the peer-to-peer platform and say, see, they're making a profit on their purchases and sales. Therefore, they're operating a business, therefore unlicensed money transmitter. And they get you for, 10 years and you settle for 5, as was the case here. Just an abuse of power in my mind, but it's a threat vector to keep in mind. It's also useful to read these cases to get anonymity, kind of OPSEC guidance, and see some of the touch points, real world touch points that the government uses. Look, if there's anything that exists that can be subpoenaed, it will be subpoenaed. And if any information tracing to you can be found there, it will be found. And the other thing is that the government can now compel biometric access to your phone. So if you've got your password protector on your phone, they'll put your phone in front of your face, then they'll get into your password protector, and then they can get everything, right? So just be aware that that's how that works. And let's not be smug about these cases, because the level of focus keeps growing for each case that comes along. I like Star Wars references. There's 2 different types of actors in the rebellion in Star Wars. There's Mon Mothma, who has a coalition, who is very compliant. Then there's Saw Gerrera, who in the movie kind of does his own thing and doesn't coordinate with anyone, and probably hates Mon Mothma and Rebel Alliance as much as he hates the Empire. But I guess he hates the Empire more, but he doesn't get along with anyone. Doesn't coordinate with anyone. Doesn't receive support from anyone. He's just a guerrilla kind of warrior on his own, out there, lone wolf. So, those are the 2 different types. And if you're a recipient of the Dev Fund, you're me and you, if you're doxxed, if your real name was used to register for Zcon at any point, then you're on the left side of this. You're Mon Mothma and me, with me at Rebel Alliance HQ. And that means there's compliance we have to do as we build. That's just a fact. As a user, you can hope for a kind of a Saw Gerrera type to emerge, but you can't coordinate with him. You just can't. One lesson to draw: Bitcoin core developers were never charged with conspiracy. If you take the logic of conspiracy to its utmost, you get to absurd things, right? Like building a road, you were conspiracy to commit murder because a murderer used the road, right? But it's about foreseeability, and it's about what you have a collective agreement to do. So Bitcoin core developers never faced liability because they were not directly working with Bitcoin mixer developers. Ethereum Foundation wasn't part of any of the Tornado Cash cases because they never acted in concert with the developers of Tornado Cash. So that's a lesson for us. If someone wants to build a custodial, programmable smart contract of some kind in a world where Zcash is programmable in the future, we can't coordinate with them. I'm really appreciative of Zcash community grants for their work. Appreciative Jack and ZF, appreciative of ECC. We've been talking variously about, it's a sad world where we have to spend so much time talking about hiring lawyers, but I think we should. I think we will. And I think we'll get some guidance for the community as a whole that'll help everyone feel a little more safe and secure about what we're building and how we're building it. And I'm not suggesting that even the ZSAs gets us into the rogue prosecutor square, because as I understand the current design of ZSAs, it's just like ERC20s on Zcash, which is not in any way reasonably inferred to be an intent to develop something with someone doing something illegal. But I'm just saying one outgrowth of what people might do in the future, one day, if Zcash is programmable and has smart contract features, could be something that seems to mirror the design of Tornado Cash. And if that happens and people decide to do that, we can't be a part of that. So build his Rebel Alliance headquarters and kind of let Saw Gerrera emerge if that wants to emerge, but don't support it, don't help it, don't coordinate with it, don't act in concert with that. We can't stop it. We can't coordinate with it. We can't support it. That's it. That's all I got. Questions? Okay, I see a chat function. Maybe has some questions in it. Okay. Some questions that are specific that might be better off as questions to include to the lawyers that are that are anticipated to be supported by the Zcash community grants. Grant for this. So I'll leave those there and maybe get in touch with Jason McGee and or Jack or me or whatever to ask those questions, and we'll add those into the communications that go out to attorneys. There's another question about U.S. law as being a kind of a model for other countries. What can we do to anticipate that? So one of the weird things about the Sterlingov case is that it wasn't clear there was the government never proved any specific touch points to the United States. Roman Sterlingov was, even if you believe the government's claim that Roman Sterlingov ran Bitcoin Fog, he lived in Sweden. He worked in Sweden. He did everything in Sweden. Bitcoin Fog was, something that could be found on the dark web. The government never found the servers for Bitcoin Fog. They never de-anonymized Bitcoin Fog. So I don't know where the servers are, but presumably they weren't in the United States. But the U.S. government still claimed jurisdiction over this solely because an IRS agent in D.C. accessed Bitcoin Fog, sent a little Bitcoin to Bitcoin Fog, and sent a memo to the chat function associated with the online website that said, "Hey, I just sent you some Bitcoin that I got from selling Molly. Is this a good place to mix the proceeds of illicit activities?" Very kind of a narkish kind of phrasing. And solely from that act by an IRS agent, the government said, "Oh, we have venue in the U.S. to prosecute." So assume U.S. DOJ is the bear in the room globally. They will assert extraterritorial jurisdiction no matter where you are for basically these four actions. These four causes of action: money laundering, conspiracy to commit money laundering, unlicensed money transmitter, conspiracy to operate an unlicensed money transmitter. Going overseas doesn't protect you from that, no matter where you are. That's unfortunate and it's unfair, but that's the reality. I am at my time. I don't see any more questions. So I guess that is all, unless anyone else Do we have a coordinator or moderator who wants to cut me off? Yeah, I get the thumbs up. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for everything you do. Here's to the builders in Zcash. You're the most important, right? If you watch Star Trek, the captain's the one who always gets the ship in trouble, but the person who saves everything is the engineering team, Mr. Scotty. So thanks to the builders, thanks to the engineers, thanks for what you do. It's our job to protect you and support you. Be well, everyone. Privacy is normal.
Hola, ¿qué tal todos? Estamos acá en ZconV en Barcelona. Estoy aquí con Roosevelt y ahora, y de Zcash en español y Zcash Podcast en español también. Y estamos aquí para hablar y hacer una entrevista por Zcon Sessions en español también. ¿Y cómo están? ¿Cómo está el evento? ¿Está disfrutándolo?
Miren, estamos contentísimos porque este evento ha sido magnífico. La logística, la comida, las ponencias, el trato ha sido fantástico estar acá. Y bueno, además que es primera vez que estamos en Europa y estamos como disfrutando todo lo que pasa en la ciudad,
En Barcelona también. Sí.
todo lo que la gente hace afuera de las instalaciones y ha sido muy chévere estar aquí. Y además, como nos han tratado, la gente se sorprende que volamos muchas horas desde Venezuela y nos han tratado súper, súper.
Súper, qué cool.
Además que lo logramos hablar con Ian en español, así que dijimos antes de
Sí, esto va a estar primera entrevista para mí en español y también para ZFAV Club, creo, como de podcast.
Ajá.
Pero sí, estamos hablando en español, sí, en Spanglish, entonces si en un momento no nos entendimos, vamos a cambiar a inglés, so it's going to be a little broken, pero vamos a hablar en Spanglish.
Robman nos va a ayudar con la magia.
Hey, perfecto, Robman, gracias por ayudarnos.
Mencionaste algo importante, Ian, hablaste de ZCOV, ya cumplió un año.
Sí.
How do you feel? ¿Cómo te sientes?
Para mí, ZCOV es como un experiment, ¿me entiendes? Es como una cosa que construimos para crear una nueva forma de recibir Zcash, para trabajar en el ecosistema y para entrar como en comunidad. Y para mí tenemos
Palabra clave, comunidad.
Y tenemos este ejemplo de construir comunidades en Zcash que es distinto que las otras formas. Y ahora tenemos información, entonces podemos, ¿cómo se dice? Like, improve it. Like, sí, tenemos un ejemplo y podemos construir más modelos y podemos crearlos y crear más modelos para ¿cómo se dice? Invitar más personas para colaborar con nosotros para trabajar en el ecosistema. Entonces, en mi opinión, fue un experiment, fue una prueba. Y ahora
una prueba que salió muy bien.
Sí, salió muy bien y ahora tenemos la información y la confianza para darlo más dinero del grants program, del block reward y esa cosa para ¿cómo se dice? Like, grow it.
Para crecer.
Sí.
Para que sea en comunidad. Es impresionante porque por lo menos en Venezuela la gente está muy pendiente de todo lo que está haciendo el ZCOV. En Venezuela toda la comunidad siempre está como pendiente de cómo puedo aportar o qué puedo aprender también dentro del ZCOV y es fantástico porque muchas veces entramos a comunidades y no sabemos a dónde buscar información. Y en el ZCOV está todo.
Sí, está todo y ya también ZCOV como un sitio de información que es más básico y necesitamos los sitios más básicos porque gente nueva no puede entender como todas las cosas de que estamos hablando, como Zero Knowledge Proofs y la tecnología de privacidad, cómo funciona un blockchain. Es muy difícil entender para una persona nueva, entonces necesitamos más sitios más básicos para personas normales.
Todos transitamos por eso que dice Ian, es decir, todos cuando empezamos a entender la tecnología blockchain, pasamos por ahí, por entender lo básico, el concepto, Satoshi Nakamoto,
Sí.
una blockchain, o sea, es inevitable pasar, los Zcashers, los que se unen a Zcash, es inevitable pasar por el ZCOV.
Sí.
Es una ruta obligada.
Creo que hay algo interesante
con eso.
que esto lo podemos conectar con Zcash, porque la idea también de Zcash es que sea un podcast en español, pero que sea sencillo, que no sea un podcast técnico, porque queríamos decir a la gente, bueno, esta información la puedes consumir sin importar el nivel de conocimiento que tengas dentro de lo que son las criptomonedas, la Web3 o cualquier cosa que esté sucediendo en el ecosistema. Entonces, creo que ahí el SecHub y lo que estamos haciendo también dentro de Zcash tiene bastantes.
Sí, porque eso es una buena idea, porque tenemos podcasts por la persona más técnicos. Entonces, tiene como el Zero Knowledge Podcast con Ana Ross, en donde las personas que quieren saber más de la tecnología en un nivel más advanced y más difícil, más técnico, esta persona pueden encontrar ese podcast de Zero Knowledge FM y otros y escuchar estos y podemos tener nuestro podcast para contenido más básico.
Correcto. Cuéntanos, tengo esta curiosidad. ¿Por qué manejas también el español? ¿Que has vivido aquí en Latinoamérica? Bueno, aquí en Latinoamérica. ¿Viviste allá en Latinoamérica un poquito?
Cuando estaba creciendo,
De Argentina.
No, yo llevé un viaje a Argentina para entrenar como un equipo de fútbol allá.
Ok.
Y empecé aprendiendo español por ese viaje. Y después de eso yo tenía mucha suerte porque yo fui a escuelas internacionales. Yo vi en otros países, como Kuwait, cerca de Saudi Arabia, era Kuwait. Y yo fui a una escuela nacional en Inglaterra y yo fui a una universidad por jugar fútbol y soccer en los Estados Unidos. Y yo tenía mucha suerte porque siempre tenía amigos que eran de países hispanos, latinos, en Latinoamérica, España. Entonces siempre tenía la oportunidad para hablar español. Y cuando estaba en colegio, yo jugué en un equipo de soccer con muchos tipos de Argentina. Yo llevé viajes a Argentina. Y después de eso, conocí a mi novia y ella de Puerto Rico y hablamos español en casa. Pues, entonces yo puedo practicar todo el tiempo. Entonces, sí.
Algo que me pasó muy curioso, porque bueno, también de esto se tratan estas entrevistas, es que cuando vi a Ian la primera vez, lo saludé en inglés, en mi mal inglés, y de una vez me saludó en español, y yo, ¿qué?
Sí, sí, mucha gente no sabe. Yo hice una charla a Zcon Voces en Brasil y yo también puedo leer y entender portugués, pero es muy difícil para hablar, porque yo no tengo la oportunidad para practicar esa cosa.
Claro.
Y cuando estaba preparando por esa charla, yo fui a hacerlo en portugués, pero cuando estaba como practicando con el grupo, ellos me dijeron, Ian, ¿quieres español? Porque tu español mejor que tu portugués. Y yo lo hice en español, entonces yo hice una charla en Zcon Voces, está en YouTube, si quieren verlo. Sí, hice esto en español también.
No, tienes fans. En Venezuela tienes tus fans.
Tengo mi fans, muchas gracias.
Por supuesto, el club de fans. Sí, es
Sí.
correcto, es correcto.
Pero sí, para mí es una bendición para tener la oportunidad de aprender español y ahora paso un montón de tiempo en Puerto Rico, entonces tengo la oportunidad para hablar con mi novia y su familia, su amigo, entonces puedo seguir practicando, pero sí.
Volviendo con el tema del SecHub, aunque entiendo que ya tú no estás directamente en el SecHub, o sí lo sigues dirigiendo.
No, estoy como si
Ya tu hijo creció, lo dejaste que siga creciendo.
Sí, como cuando empecé haciéndolo, pensé que, voy a crear este sitio y esta plataforma para invitar nuevos miembros de la comunidad, para ayudar con creándolo, con el contenido, con todos. Y yo no puedo hacer esto solo, porque yo tenía mi trabajo también en Electric Coin Company. Y yo no tenía tiempo para construir un sitio nuevo con mis responsabilidades de mi trabajo. Y cuando estaba creándolo, yo me pensé, necesito personas nuevas para hacerlo. Y algunos miembros de la comunidad empezaron ayudándome. Y después, como 8 o 9 meses, hice la decisión, como se dice, to give it away, para darlo a esa persona. Fue un grupo de 3 personas y ellos están, ellos recibieron un grant de Zcash Community Grants para pagar por sus servicios y su tiempo.
Claro.
Pero también tenemos el Community Bounty Program. Entonces, ¿por qué? Es un sitio completo, es un resource muy importante en la comunidad de Zcash. Entonces, 3 personas no tienen el tiempo suficiente para hacer todo, entonces necesitamos una comunidad para hacer todos. Y en esa plataforma, ahora tenemos la oportunidad por personas nuevas en la comunidad para contribute, para trabajar en todas las cosas que necesitamos en la comunidad, porque son importantes, como newsletters, podcast, design por los sitios de web. y ellos pueden recibir Zcash directamente del block reward. No tienen que comprarlo en Centralized Exchange como en Binance y algo como así. Pueden trabajar y tiene acceso directo del block reward. Para mí es muy importante y ahora mi trabajo y my role,
¿Tu rol?
mi rol en Zcash, en Zcon, sorry, es para ayudar cuando puedo.
Ok.
Cuando puedo. Puedo hablar con el core team de nuevas ideas, de
Un consultor.
consultor. Sí, puede ser. Pero mi sueño para Zcon es para ser una plataforma más de Zcash. Zcash es el fundación, es como la corra, pero puede ser más. Por ejemplo, podemos crear sitios y plataformas como Zcon en otras comunidades, como Namada, como Bonombro, Railgun, Aztec en Ethereum. Y cuando estamos construyendo esas comunidades y esas plataformas, cuando están haciendo los bounty programs y trabajando, Zcash puede estar el dinero de transacciones. Entonces podemos crear nuevos sitios y nuevas formas de educación por otras comunidades y otros ecosistemas, pero en la fundación y en la corra de todo el proyecto, cuando los contributors llegan para hacer trabajo, ellos van a recibir Zcash. Entonces, en ese like model, en ese ejemplo, Zcash ya está el dinero de like, sí.
Es una forma de impulsar el uso del SEC, de Zcash, pero también es un tema de descentralización, que se pueda autosustentar, entiendo.
Sí.
Creo que también no solamente de sustentabilidad, sino también de oportunidades para otras personas que tienen un talento y lo pueden poner al servicio de la comunidad dentro del SecHub. Porque de hecho en Venezuela hablamos mucho de esto y cada vez que alguien ingresa a la comunidad, les recomendamos inmediatamente que vaya al SecHub porque va a ser muy sencillo conseguir información y luego si sabes que tienes algún talento, allí probablemente haya una tarea que pueda ser asignada a ti y lo que tú dices puedes recibir SEC a cambio de las tareas que estés ejecutando.
Sí, eso es muy importante porque cuando creé Zcon, yo no tenía ninguna idea que personas de Venezuela fueran a usarlo para contribuir y hacer trabajo para el ecosistema. Yo lo creé solamente fue una idea. Y como the implementación de la idea fue muy distinto que la idea que tenía en mi mente en los años pasados. Pero eso es muy importante porque hicimos como un survey. ¿Cómo se dice survey en español?
Una encuesta.
Sí, hicimos esto y personas de Venezuela lo llenaron y lo contestaron las preguntas que teníamos. Y personas estaban diciéndonos, yo no tengo ninguna manera para comprar Zcash por razones varias. Zcon es la única manera que puedo obtener Zcash. Y para mí, cuando yo leí esto, yo estaba pensando, Dios mío, qué cool ese modelo, que persona nueva de la comunidad, pero recibir ZEC directamente.
Pero lo mismo sucedió y sucede con Free2C.
Sí.
Con Free2C también.
De hecho, cuando yo entré en la comunidad, yo sabía que podía generar contenido porque es lo que hago siempre, es mi trabajo.
Sí.
Yo decía, bueno, ¿en qué plataforma puedo empezar a generar contenido? E inmediatamente me dijeron, o vas al SecHub o vas a Free2C. Actualmente estoy generando contenido en Free2C y eso, por supuesto, hace que tengas algunas donaciones, puedas tener SEC y puedas vivir la experiencia de no tener que comprarlo. Bueno, porque hay una realidad en Venezuela que es realidad de cotizar. Entonces, eso es importante también para que la gente entienda que el talento es valorado dentro de las comunidades y es algo que nos gusta como repetirle a las personas que entran a la comunidad. Oye, si estás aquí y tienes un talento, ese talento se va a valorar de alguna manera.
Sí.
Buenísimo. Es oportunidades.
Sí, también. Y tenemos ahora, en mi opinión, todos son pruebas. Todos son pruebas. Tenemos Free2Z, tenemos Zcon, y ahora tenemos el Zcash Foundation Minor Grants Program, y tenemos más maneras para entrar al ecosistema, contribute y recibir Zcash como en cambio por los servicios. ¿Me entiende? Y sí, exactamente. Y ahora necesitamos ver esos modelos y esas pruebas y construir más.
porque es una manera muy buena, muy buena, muy productiva, productiva para descentralizar Zcash, Development Fund de Zcash y la ecosistema en general. Y si lo descentralizamos, vamos a tener más resilience. ¿Cómo se dice resilience?
Resiliencia.
Resilience del ecosistema. Y para mí es muy importante y estoy aquí en este fin de para hablar de esas cosas.
Qué bueno.
Tengo una pregunta que no quiero que se me olvide. En virtud de lo que estás diciendo, ¿qué le recomiendas a una persona que llega al ecosistema y solamente está viendo, pero no está haciendo? ¿Qué le recomendarías a esa persona que tiene un talento, pero que todavía no se ha animado a hacer algo?
Muy buena pregunta.
Necesitamos opiniones distintos en todos los aspects en Zcash. En mi opinión, hay un talento y hay una cosa que todos pueden hacer, ¿entiendes? Nunca tenía la idea para hacer como un pottery class de cómo construir cositas con adobo y algo como así, y así, y enfocado en Zcash.
Okay.
Y Madison tiene esa idea para hacerlo en San Diego. Es una idea bastante rara, nueva, pero sí, funciona. Entonces, cuando enfocamos en descentralizar el ecosistema, todos van a tener grupos en que pueden entrar y hacer.
Interés, digamos.
Sí,
Cada persona dentro del
sí,
ecosistema.
y hacer algo, porque todos de nosotros tenemos talentos distintos y cosas que podemos hacer. Por ejemplo, cuando estaba haciendo el Zcon por la primera vez, yo no podría hacer como los visual designs y gente en Venezuela, sí, y como Ericsson con sus videos de las noticias. Buena idea. Qué buena idea, Zach Willy. Qué buena idea para hacer, porque todo está en inglés y todos los tweets están en inglés y gente no puede leer inglés porque no entiende y no hablan. Ok, voy a crear un video explicando que todos están diciendo. Entonces, si vos tenés una idea, lo hágalo, porque no sabemos si es una buena idea o mala, y después como 4 semanas, 6 semanas, 2, 3 meses de haciéndolo, si tiene como traction, traction,
Buenos resultados.
buenos resultados, sí, tenés esto de motivación para hacer más y, potentially, tal vez puede recibir un poco de dinero para hacer ese raffle y esa cosa. Pero no funciona, esto es bien, eso es bien también, porque eso te dice, ok, eso no funciona, que, what else, what other ideas, qué otras ideas tenés? Como necesitamos hacer muchas cosas, tenemos que fallar, tenemos que hacer todas y fallar, y después fallando podemos decirnos, ok, eso no funcionó, pero tengo más ideas para hacer y voy a hacer esto ahora.
Ian acaba de resumir, ahora, ¿estás de acuerdo conmigo? En lo que siempre le decimos a los que llegan nuevos a la comunidad de Zcash, en español, que primero vas a dar y luego vas a recibir. Hay gente que llega y dicen, quiero invertir, ¿cuánto voy a ganar? No, en Zcash primero das, primero apoyas, primero aportas de forma voluntaria. Mira, yo sé editar videos, mira, yo sé hacer páginas web, mira, yo sé hacer meetups. Ok, aporta y después el dinero, como dices tú bien, el dinero...
Sí, como en criptomonedas tenemos como resistance, en criptomonedas en esas comunidades tiene que ganar como confianza y trust.
Claro, darse a conocer.
Sí,
Saber
y no puede entrar un Discord o algo y decir, quiero hacer el trabajo ahora, págame. Tener que, ¿cómo se dice? Earn. Ganar, tener que ganar la confianza de la comunidad. Y después ganando la confianza, puedes, después ganando la confianza, puede empezar trabajando y colaborando que de todo, porque tenemos cosas que, necesitamos ayuda. Cuando tengo cosas en mi trabajo que estoy haciendo y no sé si tengo tiempo suficiente para hacer otras cosas. Entonces, si está entrando en la comunidad y quiere apoyarnos, la mejor cosa que puede hacer es hacer cosas sin permisión. Crear contenido, crear designs, crear ciertos sitios nuevos
y después creándolo, muéstranos, y después mostrándonos, vamos a verlo, vamos a estudiarlo y decir, ok, esa es buena, no, esa es buena, y vamos a usar esto, y no vamos a usar esto, y después podemos darte como feedback, información en que puedas hacer en la próxima, y también ganas nuestra confianza.
Un voto de confianza, ibas a decir.
Que tenemos que empezar a trabajar en las comunidades de manera desinteresada, en ese sentido, porque es lo que comenta Rubén, muchas veces a nosotros nos ha pasado y lo hemos visto dentro de la comunidad, cómo gano dinero aquí. No, es cómo me gano la confianza, cómo creo reputación aquí, y eso es lo que va a hacer que el dinero de alguna manera llegue a través de las tareas y las oportunidades.
Sí,
¿No?
sí.
En muchos espacios del ecosistema, porque no es solamente el SecHub, hablamos de Free2C, hablamos de algunas otras cosas, los bounties o algunas otras cosas que también te generan algún tipo de ingreso.
Sí, y también, like, tenemos un supply cap de 21 millones de Zcash.
Ajá.
Y necesitamos crear modelos que podemos ganar dinero sin la ayuda del dev fund
Correcto.
y coins y monedas nuevas. Entonces, en un día, cuando gente entra al ecosistema, tienen que crear productos y servicios que queremos, que necesitamos, y si necesitamos, vamos a pagar por esos servicios. Siempre va a estar programas y comunidades, no, siempre va a estar programas para ayudar gente que no tienen que deberían hacer, pero la mejor manera es para llevar sus talentos adentro del ecosistema, hacer hacer que quieras, y después de eso, ustedes van a ver si es, if it's valuable, si tiene valor o no.
Es correcto, es correcto. Una pregunta cambiando de tema ya para ir terminando. Ian, ¿conoces Venezuela? ¿Has ido a Venezuela? ¿Y cuándo vas a ir o no quieres ir?
Puedo ir,
Ok,
sí,
bueno,
cerca, porque de Puerto Rico puedes llevar un vuelo a Colombia, después de Colombia a Venezuela.
Fans de Venezuela tienen que escribir para que hagan una visita ya.
Ian en Venezuela.
Dale, sí, es posible, si quieren hacerlo.
Ian, gracias por tu tiempo. Un gusto conocerte y un gusto estar compartiendo aquí en la Zcon 4.
Gracias, mucho gusto. Gracias por su tiempo también, y mucho gusto y un placer para conocerles.
Y nos vamos,
Gracias.
ahora sí nos vamos a tomar la foto con Ian.
Sí, un foto, dale, perfecto. Awesome. Hello, everyone. Again, checking back in from Zcon 4, recording a few of these interviews just to give the Zcash community an update on various things that people are working on and various ideas in the space. I'm here with Rene Vergara, who has been working on Zgo. And I think we could just use this as like a quick 10 to 15 minute opportunity to share a little bit more about yourself and the things you've been working on. Maybe the best way is an intro, and what's your background, what got you interested in Zcash, and obviously building on Zgo.
For me, actually, Zcash was my gateway into crypto. I've always been interested in coding and also working with privacy technology, like more from the user side. And that's kind of how I stumbled into Zcash. And I really, I couldn't believe that there was already the technology to do private payments and that people really didn't know about it and weren't using it. So I got involved in the community, and as part of that, I sort of kind of kept nagging at me that there was this gap in the ecosystem about being able to pay with Zec in an everyday basis. And at some point, they just decided, maybe I try to do something about it. And I made a little prototype, and it kind of worked. And I shared it with a few people, and they said, that looks interesting. So I decided to keep going. And the community has been very helpful in providing ideas as to what would be more useful. And that kind of led us also into the direction of trying to integrate with existing applications. So now we kind of have both kind of like a point of sale that you can use on a brick and mortar face-to-face, and also ways to integrate with applications that you can send invoices and get paid in Zec, or you can create e-commerce shops and get paid in Zec directly. So far, that has been the main goal, is to implement a way that makes it very easy for a vendor to start accepting Zec. trying to automate and smooth out all the friction that you could be having due to, there's been a lot of conversation about the UX and the wallets and all of that. And we're working to try to remove that friction away from the process of just exchanging for Zec.
Awesome. I think that's super valuable. So, I mean, obviously, it is a bit of a gap because if you go even within this event, and this isn't being critical, it's just like we're on that path towards having this future state, like giving vendors the ability here to be able to accept Zcash so we can go around and spend it here within the conference, I think in a future state would be really cool. Zigo could be potentially the thing that drives that, right?
Yep, definitely. I've been discussing that with Zakpek as well, because he has a similar idea of like bringing together the vendors and bringing together the users, the people that have Zec and are willing to spend it, and creating a tool that helps, makes it easier, reduces the technical curve that people need to start doing it. I think is going to help with that.
No, for sure. So at a high level, just so we can again set the context, Zigo is a application that allows people to implement the ability to create invoices and accept Zcash for payments in physical brick and mortar stores and online e-commerce stores potentially.
Yes.
Does it have its own specific hardware? So if I want to like use Zigo at my coffee shop in X City, do I need to buy a specific hardware, or it can implement, or is the idea to integrate it with current existing point of sale systems?
Well, right now we design it so it's completely hardware agnostic. You can run it on anything that can run a modern web browser. That's part of why we chose to make a web app rather than a particularly iOS app or an Android app, because it kind of like sets us free from those ecosystems of the app stores. If you have a browser, you get to Zigo. One of the challenges with integrating with existing point of sale systems is that they all do everything they can to become walled gardens. And that is always going to be a challenge because they want to lock the vendors in. They want them to use the proprietary hardware, the proprietary software, their own payment processor so they can take the fees off of it. And I think that that's always going to be a challenge. And one of the things that I've been thinking of is how can we, so we have Zigo as a point of sale, how can we also add potentially some connection to traditional payment rails so the vendor can still have both options, but we do it from our side where we are not a walled garden. If you have a customer that walks in with a credit card, go ahead, serve their customer, but they still have the opportunity to also accept.
100%. So if I'm like a vendor in X store, or I own like a brick and mortar coffee shop, I would have a device that would be on the Zigo web browser, creating invoices and accepting Zcash. And I could also have like another point of sale system where I need to accept credit cards and cash or etc.
Yep.
Okay, awesome. I think that's a really good approach because I think people always want to lessen that barrier to having to adopt things. And I think by saying, oh yeah, if you just go on like this X web browser with another device like that, most people have a couple of devices spare that they can use. So I like that approach. What's been the kind of walk me through the process of development? You're currently receiving a grant from the Zcash Community Grants Program. So how long have you been working on that grant? What's been the process of development, and where's Zigo at currently today?
So we got our grant approved a little over a year ago. It was late June of last year, and we've worked through most.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Brigner. I'm Vice President of Strategic Alliances at Electric Coin Company. Before that, I was head of U.S. policy and strategic advocacy. It's been about a little over 2 years now, going on 3. This is my 3rd Zcon. Just such a privilege and honor to be a part of this community and to be in a very special role at Electric Coin Company. And also to be one of the speakers today talking about policy and regulatory issues. All of the other speakers, JW, Peter, John, Kurt, they're all amazing and good friends and heroes of mine. So this is a privilege, and I want to thank you for that. Just as an introduction, in addition to working at Electric Coin Company, I do a very, very part-time role teaching fintech for MBAs at Georgetown University. So I keep just a toe in the academic environment as well. And that's part of the strategic advocacy activity, actually, that we might talk about as we go forward. Okay, so I've got a lot to cover here, and I'm going to try to keep it quite high level because if I go too deep, it's just too much, frankly. I'm going to just give you some key takeaways, policy takeaways from the last year since we did Zcon. I think I did a session like this at Zcon last year. So let's go into it. And wow, what a year it has been. And I think that in so many ways, you could say that I'm just getting some questions here. So, okay, all right. Good questions coming through already. Sorry, let's keep them coming, and I'll cover that one in just a minute. So, watershed year, yes, it's been an amazing year, I would say, in many ways. And we'll talk about the bad later, but let's focus on the good for just a moment. The Bitcoin ETF approval was just an incredible milestone for the industry. And however you look at that, good or bad, I think that some of us lament that to some degree because it is a sign that Bitcoin is becoming more TradFi and a little bit more captured than I think some of us would like for it to be. But it has just done amazing things for raising the profile of the industry, bringing new investment into the industry, and the fact that the SEC was forced to move that forward is just a huge deal. So overall, a great thing. We've got a lot of bad things behind us too. You know, FTX and other catastrophic failures are in the rearview mirror. A lot of that stuff is being settled. There's a few things that I think are still working their way through bankruptcy proceedings and court proceedings, but a lot of it is behind us. You know, we're getting a lot of the sentencing done for some of those individuals, and you know, it's some of that I kind of hate to see that happen, but it's nice just to get that behind us and move past some of the really bad things that have happened in the industry. Hopefully, we don't have more of those. This is a big one. Significant funding has been deployed to support pro-crypto political candidates. And we also have grassroots that are activating. Just this morning, I was reading, I think it's covered in Reuters today, over $100 million is now in super PACs dedicated to placing pro-crypto candidates in certain races. And you've seen organizations like A16Z and Coinbase and others really stand up and put their money into this. And that is a game changer. Whenever it is demonstrated that the crypto industry is important enough and is well funded enough, has enough backing to put this kind of money into political races, we will see a tide change. And I think that there's already, just because the fact that money is there, even it hasn't had the effect yet, it's changed the dynamics in politics broadly. We have some outstanding congressional crypto champions, and they're pushing a lot of legislation forward. We have so many different bills that have been proposed. Some of them have made quite a bit of progress. I'm not going to go into them all now, but you know, we can thank people like Representative Emmer, Patrick McHenry. We've got Senators Gillibrand and Lummis and many others. And just as important, it's their staff. They have great staff. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the presentation as well. We've also had a lot of offensive court cases initiated. And you know, it's really frustrating that we have to go down this path of having court cases be the ultimate decision in policy making, because that's not actually the way it's, you always want the court there as a backstop, but you'd like the policy to be made and then then take it there, not the way it's been working. I think it's been Anyway, we'll talk more about those details later too, but at least we are making progress with good court cases that I'll show you in a minute. Okay, so here's the challenges that remain and the new threats that have emerged. So this one, I guess I just threw them all up there. The administration continues to be anti-crypto, and it's just in a huge way. It's extremely aggressive regulation by enforcement from the SEC. Just this week, we heard about a Wells notice to Robinhood. There's been one to Consensus and Uniswap very recently. And these are notices from the Securities and Exchange Commission to these organizations saying that they are preparing to bring suits against them for improperly trading in securities. And of course, this is talking about their crypto businesses for Robinhood, for example. So yeah, and I think you all know this has been going on for a very long time. One thing that is concerning me greatly is this next bullet with the IRS proposed rule requiring unhosted wallet providers to report. And the bottom line is it's a serious threat to self-custody, because if you're an unhosted wallet and you're having to report all of the activity of your users, you're having to collect a lot of information that you don't need to collect, that you wouldn't collect otherwise, and turning the wallet providers basically into brokers. It's a huge overreach, and of course, all of this is being tested, and that's again in the courts and in other ways through regulatory proceedings. There've been some meaningful efforts to move legislation forward, as I mentioned, but unfortunately they've just largely stalled. They may get out of committee, they may get some votes, but ultimately they don't get quite far enough, and we don't have the enough bipartisan support to move anything. And really what has been the biggest concern that I've watched very closely over the last few months is the global conflicts really have raised the issue of illicit finance like it has never been a focus before. And people like Senator Warren have really latched on to this. And there's been a lot of legislation crafted that would, again, threaten self-custody, threaten privacy, and pretty much, in many ways destroy the industry. So these are things that continue to watch closely. And we also have a lot of defensive court cases, both civil and criminal. The criminal ones have been discussed already today. So these court cases, I'm not going to go through these in detail because there's just so many, but the Blockchain Association does a great job of providing summaries of these cases, and I wanted to make them available to you at a high level here, just in case you wanted to have a reference after this presentation. You can see, these are all cases against the SEC brought by the industry, trying to clarify, for instance, with the Blockchain Association, the dealer rule that was recently finalized. I'm sorry, and the status of ETH as a security with Consensus. Just so many issues that are currently being litigated offensively, which is good for our industry. And then against other agencies as well. Coin Center, of course, we had Peter on. They're involved in 2 of these cases there that are listed. And of course, the Treasury Tornado Cash case. But there are cases brought by the SEC, and some of these have been going on for a very long time. And I would love to see a win on some of these. I think that would just be an unbelievable game changer for us. And I think it's possible that we might see some of that coming soon, since these things have been hanging out there for so long. These are the ones that are most concerning for us. And I won't go into them because I think they've already been discussed quite a bit. But the fact that we're having criminal cases around this is just highly concerning. So what is our strategy? What have I been doing in Washington, D.C.? I've been working very hard to forge close relationships with influencers. We have limited resources. We don't have a large team of people like some other projects do, like some of the larger projects or some of the exchanges and other entities working in crypto. So I have to be very scrappy, and I have to do things mostly on my own and do a lot of the grunt work, candidly, to make things happen. But I do a lot of activities that I'll describe in a moment to develop close relationships with Hill staff, with other industry leaders, trade associations, think tanks, advocacy groups, and in universities and academics. And a lot of the activity is around convening meetings and curating discussions. And that is something that I think adds a lot of value because a lot of people, want to elevate their own voice primarily, and they don't take an approach of elevating others. And by taking a strategy of elevating others and helping the industry in general, we are in the mix in a very important way, in that we're actually bringing all the people together, and we have a little bit of a role in curating those discussions as well. And then we get a lot of the credit for being the organization that is bringing people together. So when you don't have all of the resources, like some entities, to just come in and directly dominate a discussion, I think a much better way to be important and to be relevant is to just help everyone else elevate their own voices, and then yours is just part of the mix, and then you get respect for doing that. So that's kind of the strategy that I've been following for quite a while now. So here's the stuff that I've been doing specifically. The pretty good policy for crypto. It's a industry-leading initiative, and it includes a monthly breakfast series. It includes a podcast and special events. Been doing this now since almost the entire time I've been at Electric Coin Company, and it just worked out so nicely. Someone mentioned to me the pretty good privacy breakfast meetings that ECC hosted at events, and suggested that we should do something in DC, and that just sounded brilliant to me. So I really ran with that. And especially the monthly breakfast series has just become something that is kind of pivotal here in DC for the crypto policy community. And I work closely with the Blockchain Association on that. I work closely with Coinbase, as well as we just made a switch. I was working at Georgetown, but now it's University of Southern California, and they have a very active and great blockchain research center there. The podcast series, I actually have backed off of that a little bit this year just because of bandwidth. I think many of you know that we welcomed a new baby into the family this year, and over the past few months, trying to get through those first few months is quite a struggle. So I want to get back to that, and I think it's a very important initiative. And then we'll talk about the special events, which has primarily been the Global Encryption Day celebration that we've done for the last couple of years. Talked about these partnerships. I just can't tell you how important that they've been. Again, it's taking the lead on something that all of these organizations would like to do, but they have limited bandwidth as well. So they're willing to partner and let me just take the charge and lead this activity. And I really, honestly, I'm doing every little detail of it, from the video to the venue to getting the catering. I mean, everything. So it's a lot of work, actually, and it's a ton of work for me to do on a monthly basis. So it keeps me very busy, but it helps me develop very close relationships with these other groups, and that is just priceless. Yeah, so continuously engaging with stakeholders. Obviously, I'm always doing that. Strong social media presence. Over the last couple of years, we've published a ton of videos on YouTube, over 80 videos, 10,000 views on X, Twitter. We have, for the most recent 2 meetings, I've been featuring each of the Pretty Good Policy breakfast speakers in their own separate video and their own posts so that can be reshared. So I've got just like 5,000 views for the last couple of meetings. LinkedIn, growing presence there. So I'm actually live streaming now the Pretty Good Policy breakfast to all 3 of these platforms. And again, just trying to get, more leadership out there and more, take these things to a higher level of profile. I wanted to share with you just a very short video of one of the speakers at a PGP breakfast recently. This is Lizzie Fallon. She is a legislative director for Representative Emmer, Whip Emmer, in the House. And I just loved what she said. I thought it just, to me, it crystallizes why I'm doing the PGP breakfasts, and it highlights people like her who I think are just doing amazing work for the industry. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to play that for you for a couple minutes. It's about 4 minutes, I think. Okay, I understand you can't hear it. I don't know why that would be, because I thought that should just work. I can hear it. Any ideas there, Ryan? Or I could just skip it here. Let me see if there's a setting that I can change real quick. No, I don't think so. So I'm going to just skip that. I'll share a link afterwards. So let me see if I can skip. Okay, I should have tested that. Sorry about that. Okay, so I mentioned Global Encryption Day, and this was just a wonderful event this year. It's in November 21st, I believe, every year, and I'm already planning for the next Global Encryption Day. You can see here we had Whip Emmer again. He's here giving opening remarks for that event. We had an amazing panel. Zuko was on the panel. You can see we had Marta Belcher. We had the chief security officer from Coinbase. We had Henry from MobileCoin, and a professor at Virginia Tech, Eric Berger, to moderate. So just amazing event, and it was at an amazing venue. Like I'm able to, with Whip Emmer's help in his office, able to secure the Congressional Visitor Center, like this huge, beautiful auditorium right there in the Capitol building. It was really special. So hope to do something like that again this year. By the way, of course, all these videos are available, so you should check them out. Here's some examples of the podcast series. Like at Zcon last year, that was a really special one that I really enjoyed. And we had Vitalik on with Zuko talking about privacy pools. That, again, a very special podcast. And also using the podcast to develop relationships with other groups. Like here we have Chris Edwards from Coinbase. He's the head of Coinbase Institute, or was the head of Coinbase Institute, and Nick Carr, who leads Stand with Crypto Alliance. And I'm going to mention Stand with Crypto Alliance in a minute too. Okay, so what's next? First of all, don't panic. I think that if a normal person would hear some of the things that some of the other speakers and even I've said today, you might get pretty worried, and I would totally understand that. In fact, one of the questions that came through earlier in this chat was, should everyone lawyer up? I'm a lawyer. I don't practice. I'm not here giving any legal advice, just talking about policy issues. But You know, I do have some advice on that front. So let's go through the rest of these bullets. I think we need to continue to execute. Like, I want to continue to execute on the policy front and make sure that I continue to build these relationships and make sure that we're very visible in the policy space. I think that is so important to like forge these alliances. And while you're doing so, you're humanizing our project. You're putting a face and developing relationships directly with our project. It's very difficult to attack something where you can put a face to it and you know the people, and you know the people are doing things for the right reasons, and that you know, you can't attribute things to them that just aren't true. It's just not as easy to do when you have a real person that's connected with something. So I think that having a presence is just absolutely critical. I think we need to onboard new users as quickly as possible. That's the best thing that would secure the future of the project, is to be used more in any respect and for any, you know, good use case that is aligned with our mission. But to this point about, you know, lawyering up, I think we need to prepare for the worst. I really do. I've said this to the ECC team and to others that even though I don't believe you know, we're going to be treated like some of the other projects that have been in criminal cases and criminal indictments recently, I feel we're completely different in many respects than a lot of what's happened with other projects, and we do everything for the right reasons, and we're 100% legitimate. But I think that we do have to prepare for the worst, and I think that may not mean lawyering up. I think that's always good advice to talk to attorneys, but it might mean changing the way the software is developed, and I don't think necessarily even getting out of the U.S. as a jurisdiction is an answer for that. I think that, you know, what did JW say earlier, that, you know, he was looking for the character to come forward that, you know, you basically can't work with and you can't align with, and you just have to let them do their work. Well, I am kind of hopeful that we'll have some of those characters emerge, and I think that would be good for the long-term survival of the project. And then I would say, and I don't feel good about saying this, but I think it's important to recognize it. Just don't let a crisis go to waste. And I think we have a crisis with these criminal cases that have been brought, and it's very concerning to us. But I do think that we should use this opportunity to remind the crypto community that we are different. We have been building Zcash for the right reasons, and we've been doing it in a way that we truly believe should be protected through our legal system in the US and everywhere, really. And that some of these other projects, you know, they may have had great intentions and they may have been doing things for the right reasons too, but we were designed for this. I mean, this is our bread and butter. And I was at a Bitcoin conference recently here in DC, and I think a good chunk of one day was spent with human rights advocates talking about using Bitcoin and like the importance of Bitcoin as a use case and as a tool for human rights advocates around the world. And it was just bothering me so bad to think that, you know, these people should be using Zcash, and I don't know why they're not sometimes. I mean, I know that, you know, there may be some good reasons why, maybe they just don't know better. But I think that every time I hear a conversation like that, I should be hearing about Zcash as well, and talking about Zcash as a tool. You know, now some of those tools are not available anymore to the Bitcoin community, and it's a good time to just remind people that, like, we build for this reason, and we're trying to provide a tool that is fit for purpose for those use cases. Okay, go to some questions. Let's see what we have. Yeah, the question is, I've been reading about CSAM, client-side scanning, other regulations against encryption. Do you see anti-privacy regulation in cryptocurrency as being part of this larger climate, or does it seem relatively separate? I think it is part of the larger climate, but the crypto is in many ways, some of those issues obviously are quite severe and they get the attention of policymakers. But when you're talking about the financial ecosystem, I think it might even be more attractive for policymakers to like focus on illicit finance and that issue broadly within crypto. So yeah, I think it's all related, but I think that crypto is probably the bigger target, easier target in some ways. How important will the outcomes of the 2024 election cycle be for the next 4 years of crypto policy in the US? Are big policy shifts possible? Absolutely, they are possible. If there is a change in the administration, it would be hugely important for crypto. It would change who's leading the SEC, other agencies perhaps. It would change everything, to be candid. And I'm not a person to advocate for any particular candidate because, frankly, I'm not thrilled with our selections that we have available to us. But boy, I am hopeful for a change because it would be wonderful for the cryptocurrency industry. Okay, I think that's all the questions, and I think that's all I have. So again, it's just an honor to be here. I'm happy to answer questions afterwards and follow up with you, and look forward to continuing to fight for Zcash. Take care, everybody.
What's up, everybody? Checking in from day 3 of Zcon 4 with another episode of Zcon Sessions. Right now, I've got Chris Tomio from the Electric Coin Company, who I used to work with and have a lot of respect for. So I'm super excited for this conversation. I think a good way to always start these is like just quick introduction, what you've been working on like for the last little bit. And then there's a specific topic I want to talk about today, but let's do the intro first.
All right, cool. So my name is Chris. I've been working at ECC for a year and a half in official capacity, but I started working with Zcash in a different capacity in like 2018 or 19. At ECC, I do comms and media and digital and just lots of different support functions. I'm in that like marketing realm.
Very cool. Very cool. One of those items that you have worked on in the past was a poster called "Privacy is Normal," and that phrase. It ended up going very viral. So if you're not familiar with "Privacy is Normal," it originally was posted in a response to something saying that crypto can only be used for crime, and then Vitalik retweeted it. And then in the event of some of the things that happened last year in the privacy space, a lot of organizations within just the broader cryptocurrency space outside of Zcash just took the poster and ran with it. And it went viral for a solid few weeks. And that has been the slogan. I mean, I was recently at ETH Amsterdam, and that was the "Privacy is Normal" was the slogan.
Oh, cool. Cool.
So that is even extending and being used into this year. But also, what was the inspiration? How did you? The poster is brilliant. It outlines just normal people needing privacy. And what was the inspiration? What caused you to work on that?
So in I think it was 2019 when I had really sort of fallen into the Zcash world. I started working on this idea because what I found is that when I tried to talk to people about privacy and what Zcash was, they were kind of like, cool, but whatever, and would just kind of like move on to the next thing. And I felt like there was some kind of a disconnect between what privacy is and how people feel about privacy, maybe. So what I mean by that is that, privacy can be a triggering word, and it can trigger someone to run away or like abandon the conversation.
Yep.
And I think that's because a lot of us view privacy as a conflict. Like, privacy is a weapon against some nefarious force, like surveillance or manipulation. And that's like anxiety. Now, this brings on anxiety, right? So people just either don't want to talk about it or they don't think they need it or whatever. And so I was trying to figure out, the way I like to view privacy is like, actually, privacy is empowering and it allows us to do all of these things. And in fact, without privacy, humans cannot flourish. Humans cannot function. So part of the thing was I was trying to connect the idea that we all actually use privacy and enjoy it. And if you read through the poster, I think it kind of starts out with like very, things that make you smile, like moms and foodies and bicycle messengers. And then it kind of gets dark a little bit, but it ends with sort of a sunrise about creativity and, some of these like very empowering, optimistic kind of concepts.
Yeah.
So, I think that actually the original, when I started playing with the privacy is normal stuff in 2019, it was like a series of photographs. It was like somebody dancing in the kitchen and it just said privacy is normal. And it was like somebody talking on the phone and it was just said privacy is normal.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody really liked it. I tried to publish it, but nobody was really into it. And then one day I was talking with some colleagues at my branding agency, and I was trying to explain it to them, and they were like, you should just write that down. And so I did. And I'm happy to see, I'm proud of it. I'm happy to see that it's still out there.
Yeah. What was the original, because you wrote it down, but there was like a moment where you did put it out into the world. So what was like what was the kind of the moment that you originally, because I don't think people realize that the poster had been around for a little bit before it caught on. Caught like a firestorm, within the latter end of last year, around like August, September.
Nobody was really interested in it. Nobody wanted to publish it. So I think I just like included it in an ECC newsletter and like, hey, download this poster. And then maybe 6 months later, it started to appear. But nothing at first, like, I just put it out and put it to bed. But
so how do you feel about the impact that that's had? How does it, like, it's obviously very cool to see that out in the space, but do you think at times within, obviously cryptocurrency space, privacy is a very hotly contested topic. And do you feel that there's like a barrier to entry for like normal people just wanting to come in and adopt? So like if you're coming into this space, like you just kind of buy whatever and then people tell you it's not private, and then you go to the privacy space and it's kind of like it has certain connotations. Like, do you feel that that's really hard for normal people to come in and accept, and that this poster might be like that kind of speaking out into the world?
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, it's really hard. Yes. 100% agree. And then even when you get into I think I understand what crypto is, even understanding privacy in crypto after you're already there is really difficult.
Yeah.
It takes a while, I think, until you see it happen. Sometimes like it just never comes around. So, I hope it's helpful. It's either funny or people like that are my non-crypto friends think it's cool. Like, I don't know. They're into it. They're like, oh, I would wear a privacy historical t-shirt, I don't know how deeply they're, invested into the idea of it, but it's catchy.
Yeah, because like, do you remember that experience when we were like at Mainnet and we had that booth?
Oh yeah.
And we had the t-shirts, we had the poster actually printed out, and people were coming up like all over. They're like, oh, I saw that on Twitter. I saw this here.
Yeah.
Taking pictures of the t-shirts. Like, how many times are you wearing that t-shirt? How often do you get like stopped in the street? And so like, for people who don't know, the privacy is normal poster then inspired a privacy is normal t-shirt. Like, how often do people kind of like stop you on the street and say, where'd you get that? What's that for?
Not too often. People, aren't that friendly, and and extroverted usually, but you know, it's like when I wear it to you know, somebody I know is like, oh, that is cool.
Yeah.
What is that? Or if I'm at a conference, like, you know, not like this because everybody's here knows privacy is normal, but at mainnet or something like that, they're like, that is awesome. I need that. Where'd you get it?
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
It's really funny because my girlfriend was, she's kind of like, she came to watch one of my talks, so she was like hovering around the conference area, and she was wearing the T-shirt.
Yeah.
And someone who I think is from one of the organizations at the event and works in the space went up to her and was like, oh my gosh, like, where do you get this T-shirt? Like, what does this mean? Like, what is this all about? And her obviously being not involved in the space and not like getting not really studying it too much, just kind of was like hands up. I have no idea, but it's even extending past like our friends and our families are now wearing it and they're repping it, and it's getting that message out there. I think that's kind of for me. You know, this is something I talked about in my talk yesterday. I've always been like, privacy is a weapon against the tyrannical state. Yeah, I've always, and we work together.
You're like that conflict guy. You're like you're conflict. You're dark cloud. I'm sunshine.
I know, exactly. So I think it's like those messages are important, right? Like, and you need to kind of have that, I think, within these ecosystems and kind of maybe have that mentality at times. And I'm drawn to that personally.
Yeah.
But that doesn't scale, right? So I think scaling the adoption of Zcash and these types of things, I think those narratives are particularly important that we can attach to the brand and also to the protocol and the currency that we're using. Like, we shouldn't be using things that are leaking all this information and potentially putting us at risk.
Yeah.
What do you think is... What do you think we could then use with these narratives, like when we're trying to drive more user adoption? What would from your position and your experience, what would your advice be to this conference has been very community-centric. What would be some advice or some thoughts you have to the community builders out there who are trying to craft narratives and drive adoption and not convince people, show people information about this stuff? What would you be advice to those community builders?
There's lots of approaches that work and don't work. I mean, I think that different communities respond differently to different tactics, I guess. There are plenty of audiences that would react and take action based on fear tactics or, you know, sort of like looking under the rug and seeing what's actually happening. I think it's really insightful to like meet some of the teams here that are from very different communities than I'm from, you know, like the Zcash Brazil folks, who have like a whole different set of norms and life challenges and life celebrations. And like, so I think just like meeting people where they are, or better yet, meeting people who are already there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's harder for one of us to go into a community like in Zcash Brazil and make an impact. It's much easier for us to help them help their own community.
Yeah.
So maybe it's like that, let me help you help them kind of thing.
It's all just like
empowering,
working with these groups and providing support mechanisms and making sure that they have
finding the seeds that have already been planted and helping to nurture those seeds to grow the forest.
It's like very like the privacy is normal stuff even today. Like the conference I went to was like 2-3 months ago, right? It was very recent, and that's still being used. So like,
I will say this, however, when I walked into Zcon and I sat down for the first session at my table, there was like all these little pieces of feedback that people had submitted over the thing.
Yeah.
And the one that I read was like, stop using privacy as normal. It's overdone. But that's okay. Like,
I mean, I think that's okay. But I think the cool thing about it is I don't even know if we're the ones at this point kind of driving that. I think it's just more of a community thing. I think everyone in the space, from people on the regulatory side who are defending the right to privacy and private transactions and anonymous speech, and then obviously us on like, you know, the community building and comm side and engineers, everyone's using it now. And it's kind of like, it's out in the wild, it's there. It's never going to stop. So
it's awesome. I hope it's used 10 years from now. And when I'm a very old man and I can look back and say, truly it is normal.
Yeah. I would not be surprised if that was the case. Chris, thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much for all your contributions to the space. And yeah, you've made a everlasting impact. So
Awesome.
thanks
Thank
for
you.
telling the story and thanks for the time today.
Of course. Thanks, man.
Cheers. Everyone, Ian here again with another recording for Zcon Sessions. I am joined by Alex Bornstein, the Chief Operating Officer of the Zcash Foundation. Alex, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I think there's a couple of things I want to chat on, but I think a good way to always start these conversations is just provide a brief introduction, what you've been working on at the foundation, and then we can kind of get into the topics that, we want to cover. So, what's your background, where are you coming from, and what are you working on in Zcash?
Sure, yeah. So, I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Zcash Foundation, which basically means I'm in charge of everything except for our engineering efforts.
Okay.
But I get to interact with our engineers and that amazing team all the time. So I kind of have the best of both worlds while not having responsibility for both worlds.
That does sound like a pretty sweet gig.
It is. I get to work with brilliant people and learn from them, and also my work supports their work and gives them the ability to focus on the incredibly complex challenges of working in the space that we work in.
Yeah.
I've been with the ZF for 2 years, but I've been in the nonprofit space for almost 30. So my background is in almost entirely nonprofit management and administration. So my primary job at ZF is to ensure that we're compliant with all laws, compliant with all the regulations that regulate nonprofits. And one thing that's really cool about the way ZF is set up and Zcash in general is that, there's a lot that regulates the work that we do at ZF. And it's very focused on making sure accounting is right and all these back office stuff that's not sexy to most 99.9% of the people.
Yeah.
But it ensures that we're acting with integrity and that we're acting with honesty and our work is fully transparent. You can find out anything you want about the work we do and our financials and budget and all those things. It's all publicly available.
Yep.
Which I'm really proud of. I think that's really neat and it's really fairly rare in the crypto space in general.
Yeah, and I think that level of transparency is super important because obviously we're working within an ecosystem and we're working within a community. And we're here to support them as well. And having that type of accountability, transparency and accountability is super important.
Well, and obviously we believe in privacy, obviously. But I think the organizations that support the ecosystem need to be transparent. They need to show users and show the community that we're working on their behalf to make things, to always be iterating and making things better and better.
100%, totally agree with that. So I want to ask first, Zcon 4. Putting on the event and a lot of the effort that went into that. Can you tell me more about that? And then what are your thoughts? Like, is it met expectations, exceeded expectations? Yeah.
Yeah. So we started work on this about a year ahead of time. And
literally
directly after we got back from Vegas, we, kind of downloaded, learned what we could learn from that event. And then we really get started right away on identifying venues, trying to figure out what the theme's going to be, all those things. And it's a tiny theme. It's really 4 or 5 of us that do all of this work.
Yeah.
And so it makes a very tight-knit, solid team for sure.
Probably a lot of fun to work in.
A huge amount of fun. It's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, to use a well-worn cliche.
Yep.
True. A lot of tears. It can get very frustrating. However, we very quickly honed in on Barcelona. We heard from people. So many people this is a bucket list place for people to go.
Yeah, for me as well.
And so many people had not been here. So really cool to be able to bring that to people and give them the opportunity to come. But as far as, our happiness with this event, I think the coolest thing is we're sold out. Like, this is capacity, which is fantastic. I think it's probably the most people we've ever had at a Zcon, over the years. I think it is the most people we've ever had at a Zcon.
Okay.
And the quality and interest level and passion of the people that are here is amazing. And this is far and away the most diverse Zcon we've ever had. So we have people that you've spoken to so many people I know, the Brazilian contingent, all the different groups that are represented here are extraordinary, not just represented as participants, but we made a conscious effort to ensure that grantees, community members, community groups were reflected in the panels themselves. So, hopefully people are watching they'll watch the live stream or we'll be watching the recorded events. And I hope that you know, wherever you are in the world, you're going to see some reflection of your geographic location.
Yeah, I think that's been super cool because, like, obviously I went to the last Zcon, which was equally as amazing.
Thanks.
But I think that this event in particular is really cool for me as someone who doesn't particularly always like work on the technical side and engage with those communities. I have before and worked on Arbors calls, things of that nature, but it's not necessarily my lane. So to see like the community and those projects and those groups be really represented at this Zcon, for me, has been a highlight. I've been super excited. I've done a few of the interrupting while they're speaking claps to like give them a little bit of love while they're on stage. So I'm really enjoying that. There was a big announcement. I think it was 2 days ago on the first day. My days are getting mixed up.
It's been a long week. Yeah.
That the Zcash Foundation is creating or incubating a new nonprofit based in the Cayman Islands.
Yeah. You know, given everything that's happening in the United States, Zcash itself is the institutions that are a part of Zcash are very U.S. focused and U.S. based. And that there are risks associated with that. We all are committed to decentralization, which also means geographic and jurisdictional decentralization. So quite some time ago, we began looking at a variety of jurisdictions. I think we looked at a total of 14 international jurisdictions to see where would best fit where Zcash is today and where we want to go for tomorrow. As you can imagine, there's a huge amount of legal, financial, risk, all sorts of different assessments that, you know, if you could see my spreadsheet, it's quite intense. It's quite intense. It overwhelms even me, and I'm the one that put it together. And so the point is that Cayman Islands for us was the right choice. It is a standalone organization. It is not an extension of the Zcash Foundation. But what it does do is give us flexibility. It allows us to eventually what it will be is a donor grantee relationship. And so what we hope to use this entity for is further expanding the work of Zcon Voices, which we did this year, first off in Brazil, and we hope to do hopefully next in Africa very shortly.
Okay.
And Zcons that are outside of the United States help fund those efforts as well. And then we'll see what else. And if there becomes a terminal threat to Zcash in the United States, it gives us an option to move operations to this other entity. So it's still flexible. We still haven't fully decided how it's going to work and what it's going to be used for. And ultimately, it will be up to the board of directors of that entity to make that decision. But incubating is kind of one way to put it.
Okay.
That we're creating this infrastructure. We've taken on the burden of figuring out the where and the how, and then making it happen. But eventually, it will turn into something bigger than even I could explain to you today. Like the goal is for it at some point to take on a life of its own.
Okay.
Because that's going to help the ecosystem. And there's a lot of challenges to still overcome. There's a lot of, again, the unsexy back office work. That's where we are. But it needs to be set up with every T crossed and I dotted. So we're ready. So it's ready to go, and it's fit for purpose for a variety of possibilities, possible outcomes.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I think there was an interesting point there because, when the announcement's made, you have people all across the conference talking about it and trying to kind of, I guess, piece the puzzle together and figure out what is this organization? How is it linked to ZF? What's the affiliation? You mentioned just now that it is a standalone organization. I don't know if there's any more context that you wanted to add to that and just kind of letting the community know that how these organizations are separate and why they're not directly affiliated with each other. If that's the right way to put it.
Yeah, no. I mean, a direct affiliation, like a subsidiary type relationship, wouldn't really solve some of the jurisdictional issues that could possibly arise. So that having that separation is just creates that much more. It makes it that much more useful in the future. So not to say that ZF is going to be 100% involved for the beginning portion of this, and I can make no promises for where this is going to go. But the coolest part of it is we're creating something that can go in all these different directions. It's not set to one idea, one vision. We're really kind of kind of seeing where it goes.
Yeah, 100%.
And I'm really excited about that. This, to a large extent, is my baby, and it's something I have a lot of experience setting up and working with. And to be able to like sit down and say, here's Zcash, here's ZF, this is where we might want to be in the future. These are the things that could happen to us that might stop us from getting there, or that might somehow hinder us. You know, what actions can we take today without knowing what the future is going to look like,
100%.
and make it as flexible as possible? And I think that's the thing. There are so many we could name a bunch of jurisdictions right this second.
Yeah.
The coolest part about the way we're setting this up in Cayman is it is flexible, and it does give us options for really kind of, you know, morphing this into something else if a need arises. It's also possible we just kind of set this up and we put a bunch of effort into it, and it just kind of sits quietly for some time, and then all of a sudden it's needed and it's ready, because this is not an overnight process, as you could well imagine.
Yeah, I definitely imagine.
Yeah, it is a long, arduous process, even in a jurisdiction like Cayman that isn't known for that type of lift, that type of heavy lift.
Yeah, no, 100%. What's the best way for community members to potentially follow along with this development, and what are the best resources they could go to? Maybe social media or newsletters, etc. Where's the best kind of medium for them to engage with them?
We'll be sharing information through all the normal, ways we share information, through Twitter and newsletter and those things. What I would ask is that everybody be patient, not jump to conclusions or or come up with various theories. I can tell you right now that it is a very open future, and I can't say it enough. The goal is to create something that is ready. It's like it's a way to be flexible in the face of uncertainty. That's the way to say it. It's trying to be flexible in the face of uncertainty and not knowing what future threats could look like either. Of course, this will not address every eventuality, but it's going to address quite a few of them.
Yeah,
and that's what we're shooting for.
100%. Because of the importance of this topic, this is a question I usually ask in more longer form interviews, but I want to ask before we maybe have some parting thoughts. Was there anything that you wanted me to ask you that I didn't ask you?
No. I mean, I'm just so stoked to be here, and like, I get such huge inspiration from being around you and everybody that's here, like, in so many different ways. You got the work you're doing, the work ZFAB Club's doing, the work Zcash Brazil's doing. I could go on and on. Like, it just makes the long hours, it makes this arduous travel, it makes being away from family, it makes all those things worth it.
Yeah.
And it makes me kind of wake up every morning and say, like, what can I do to improve the Zcash ecosystem today? And I know I'm not alone in that. Like, all of us could spend 24/7 talking about these things, but also taking action.
Yeah.
Like, you talk all day long, you know, this is your thing, you're fantastic at it, but you're not just talking, you're taking action.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we need to see more of that across the ecosystem, and I apply that to ZF and ECC as well.
Yeah.
And I think we're all trying to row in the same direction, even if at times it might not come across that way.
I would totally agree with that. And I think that's the biggest thing. Like, for me this weekend, it's all been about what are the next steps? Like, what can we do? And I feel like a lot of the panels and discussions I've listened to, it's like, let's get into the forums, let's get into the various communication channels that we have, and let's create proposals, and let's start discussions, and let's potentially have debates and some potential well-intentioned conflict as well, because this is a crucial point of the time in the ecosystem. And yeah, we need to be collaborative and work through all these different design choices. So yeah.
And to make Zcon worth it, there has to be action that comes out of it. And I think we're already seeing action. I've seen, discussions on Sunday have turned into action today.
Which is pockets. Like, you see people like teaming up little conversations. You're like, okay.
I love seeing people huddled down on their laptops, and I see people. There was actually 2 people I saw earlier today who I know made a connection on Sunday, because I saw the connection be made, and they're huddled down in the foyer right now, clicking away, talking to each other.
That's awesome.
Clearly working on something. That's fantastic.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much for your work.
Yeah, thank you
for the Zcash ecosystem, putting on this event, and obviously the new work with this new foundation based in Cayman Islands. Thank you so much for the time today.
Anytime. Yeah, thanks for everything you do. Cool.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to, I think this is the 3rd day of Zcon 4, and we're back to recording some Zcon sessions. Really excited to have Jason McGee with me to discuss just
overall sentiment around the dev fund and just ask for your opinions. I think a good way to always start these conversations is to provide just a quick intro, some context, how you're feeling about the event, what your thoughts are. We want to start with that and then get into the dev fund. I feel like it'd be a good way to kick this off.
Sure. Yeah, so Jason McGee, I'm a member of the Zcash Community Grants Committee. I recently started a new organization called Shielded Labs, which is based in Switzerland. And yeah, I consider myself like an active community member. I've worked on different governance initiatives, and I do things like host Twitter Spaces events, and just really like to be involved in Zcash. As far as the event's concerned, like I think this has been a great 3 days so far. What I've really liked about it is seeing the way that, as a member of ZCG, it's nice to see how all the grantees, the grant recipients, have been incorporated into the talks. We saw a lot with the ambassadors, panels and discussions. We saw like Zigo and UniFFI and the Equilibrium team, and I just think it's been a very good 3 days.
Yeah, I feel like this year compared to maybe last year, there's been a lot more focus on like the community-centric programs.
Yes,
people that are like kind of going out into the world and actively trying to drive adoption to the technology and its various applications. What do you think of kind of the overall? Obviously, ZCG has a very big hand and very big influence on like creating all these programs and help funding them.
Yeah.
What's your overall thoughts on the success of the Global Ambassador Program? What are some of your highlights over the last little bit of that being implemented? Yeah, what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think so. I love the Global Ambassador Program, and I think when we first started it back in February 2022, we didn't really envision it turning out as it did. Like, we expanded it up to 11 ambassadors. I think we've had 14 countries represented, and I think the diversity of the events that occur are really interesting to see. We try to give the ambassadors a creative freedom to do whatever they see fit for their community. And wow, like seeing the Brazil team doing what they're doing and spinning off into another grant was very inspiring. I got to give a shout out to Yodatar, who sort of manages the ambassadors and helps them come up with ideas and like assesses their monthly reports and gives them tips on how to improve and what's good and so on and so forth. But I think it's good to see like, the passion that they approach it with and the communities that they're building.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And I think if you compare it to 2 years ago, you see a dramatic difference. You see the impact that it's had, and that's what's most rewarding, I think.
Yeah, and for me, just kind of looking outside, looking in at times, I feel like the biggest impact potentially has been the ambassadors' ability to have other people come in and also contribute and be a part of the Zcash community and work towards things that are advancing the ecosystem, the protocol, and potentially the mission.
Yeah.
I think that's been really interesting. So I'm super excited to, like I've talked about this weekend, how we can potentially advance those models and think of different ways to fund them and coordinate with them. What is your thoughts? You were on the panel on the first day with regards to the future of Zcash, decentralization, and funding.
Yeah.
I think a good way we could shift the conversation right now is to what is your thoughts around the past rendition of the dev fund? What are some areas do you think it could improve, and what would you like to see? Well, first, do you support a future dev fund? So what are your thoughts on the past dev fund?
Yeah.
And do you support a future one?
My thoughts on the past dev fund is I think it was a good model. I wish it would have been a little bit more thought out. Like I have been concerned and vocal about there being too much U.S. centrism within the current organizations, and that being a huge risk. And yeah, I think that could have been thought through better. But now we have the opportunity to, address that concern. And what I am most optimistic about is going into this. Like, if you would have asked me a few months ago, I would have thought that decentralizing the dev fund and actually adding geographic diversity would be contentious. And it's clear that it's actually not. Like, it's clear that, there's significant support behind these initiatives. So,
All right. Hello, everybody. This is Kurt Opsahl. I'm very glad to be back at Zcon virtual this time. So I miss having you around all in person, but I'm excited to be here and talk to you a little bit about policy in the world, or the wide world of crypto blockchain policy. So we're going to do a little survey of some of the policy issues around the world, how things are going, where they are going, and what's happening right now. So thank you for joining me. I'm going to start out with a little discussion of why policy matters. For those of you who may have seen some of my prior presentations at other Zcons or elsewhere, I often go over this. I'm going to keep it brief today, but to hit on some of these top issues. So policy matters because there's always these sessions where new technologies come in and they aren't a good fit for existing regulatory or legal policy structures that were designed for different kinds of technologies that weren't able to do the same things or did them in a different way. And this creates a lot of uncertainty and risk. Sometimes it makes it more challenging for innovators. Sometimes it makes it more opportunistic for. But one of the reasons we get concerned is things like fundamental rights can get threatened. And then there's a big question, who will be able to take advantage of the new technologies? Will it be authorities? Will it be individuals? Will it be corporations? Like as technologies come in, they disrupt things. And there is a question of how that is going to end up. So as I said several times before, and we're saying again, that you need a systemic approach. Policy, law, and technology. They all have to work together as sort of a tripod that each of the legs is very important because if one fails, the others can help protect your rights so that if the law is unable to do it, then you might have a technology that nevertheless protects your privacy, privacy-enhancing technology. The policy may push back on interpretations of the law that will impact rights. And if you don't have that policy, then the law might get interpreted in ways that don't reflect this underlying understanding. So you need to have these things together. And one of the reasons, very important to this community, very important to myself, is that privacy can often be at risk. And privacy is very important, not only for its own sake, but because it helps protect other rights. So that, privacy in what you see, do, read, what you pay for, can implicate your rights of free expression, your political views, your ability to function in society. And so it is a fundamental right that is necessary for the future that we want to live in. So where is this policy happening? Well, it's happening in a variety of places, and we're going to give quite a survey here, traveling around the world. In Europe, you have the European Union, the United Kingdom used to be part of the European Union till they decided to leave, the various member states. And that's where a lot of it is happening now, that the European Union is putting forth regulations and moving forward rather quickly. The United States, always a big player in policy, but right now the Congress is mostly stalled. The focus in Congress is about the upcoming election and a number of other sort of very high ticket issues that will be part of the election or potentially, so that many other priorities are going to be on the back burner for now, though some U.S. states are moving forward with blockchain crypto policy. So a long time ago, New York came out with its BIT license as sort of the first mover there. A number of other states have developed similar rules. In China, there is some developments there, a difference, and we'll go into this a bit more, between mainland and Hong Kong. And they are creating Hong Kong as a bit of an experiment in how crypto blockchain might work in China. And of course, throughout the rest of the world, there are other places where policy is happening in individual countries. United Nations can be a convening force for international treaties, which after they get approved, will then be reflected in the laws of individual countries. And how is policy decided? Well, top level, as I say, there's the international organizations, multinational bodies. Right now, it's primarily for the international bodies, the European Union, as it trying to create directives, regulations. And just to give you a sense of how that works, the European Union often decides at a very top level what a policy might be, issue a directive, and then there are implementing regulations, and also each country that is part of the European Union has some ability to implement it in ways that fit within their particular structures. So it is a top level guidance is most often. And this is also similar to other international multinational bodies. Again, like we mentioned, the United Nations, we'll go into a little bit more later, but it can convene things. So the United Nations doesn't have all that much sort of direct things, but individual members come together through the United Nations and try to create international treaties. Then you have regulators, the executive agencies, ministries, ones who may be empowered by laws, but then have an obligation to create regulations that implement those laws. And it is, as we said, oftentimes existing law is not a good fit for new technologies and doesn't come to an easy solution for where they fit in and how they fit in. And sometimes that is coming out through the force of these regulations. And for in crypto blockchain, one of the primary areas where that is coming in is agencies, ministries, and such who regulate securities or commodities. And so many of you are, I'm sure, familiar. There is some question and debate of whether it is best to characterize various aspects of crypto and blockchain as a commodity, as a security, as something else entirely not part of those systems. And sometimes that comes out through these regulators. And then legislatures. Legislatures are the ones who are empowered to change the laws that can be the source of the authority by a regulator, or they might be empowered to, if there's an international treaty, a multinational organization, to be implementing that. So they will either be creating or amending laws that will have an effect on crypto blockchain policy issues. And then finally, courts. Courts will interpret these laws and regulations as they apply to the new technologies. So in the European Union, the primary mechanism that has been passed and is now in process is their Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, or MiCA, and is creating a market structure for digital assets in the European Union, which will exist alongside existing law. It is not a replacement for example, securities law, but as a new regulation that comes on top of that. And so right now, it is in the process of developing the implementing regulations. So they had the third and final consultation was just completed last week, where they sought comments and opinions for their drafts and their ideas, and that's questions that people could write responses, and we are awaiting the resulting regulations. And then one thing which, of course, is going to be of great interest to this community is how privacy coins are treated there, and where MiCA comes out, and we'll see how things come in the implementing regulations, how to do this, but how MiCA comes out is it requires the trading platform to be able to identify the people who are doing it. So if there is a crypto assets that have inbuilt anonymization functions, that's their way of sort of capturing the idea of a privacy coin. And they want to be able to identify the holders and their transaction histories on the platform. The European Union also is doing a lot of policy in the world of anti-money laundering. Anti-money laundering is an attempt to put rules and regulations that would allow either the prevention or identification of people who are engaged in money laundering. And so they have come out with some new anti-money laundering measures, increasing the due diligence and asking for checks on what the customers' identities are, and putting these obligations on, well, the obligated entities. So one of the things that I would like to address here is because something went viral for a little while There was a claim that there was a ban on anonymous crypto wallets and self-custodial payments. It came from an interpretation of a tweet by Patrick Breyer, who's a member of the European Parliament. I've looked into this, other people have as well, and they have not actually banned self-custody wallets or peer-to-peer transactions. However, as we were just discussing with Mika, they are trying to inquire know your customer rules for custodial businesses, which then cannot provide services to anonymous users. In the United States, in Congress, the most prominent bill is FIT 21, which is another market structure bill, so in the same vein as the MiCA. But there are many, many other bills that have been proposed, discussed. It's fairly easy to propose a bill, and it is much harder to get a bill to move forward, go through a committee, get to the floor, become law. But FIT 21 is the most prominent. We'll discuss that a little more in a second. And then in the US, a lot of the work being done right now is through executive agencies like the Securities and Exchange Commissions, the Commodities Future Trading Commission, and the Department of Commerce. And of course, I should also mention here in the DOJ, because that brings us to our next, which is courts. There is some regulation by enforcement. So one of the complaints that you may have heard is how policy is done through enforcement is rather than provide clear rules that someone could determine if they can or how to comply with and be able to have that regulatory certainty of what they're doing is lawful. There are instead choosing certain entities to enforce against. And having that these questions of law, questions of regulatory policy and interpretation happen in the court system. I'd say that most likely in the near future, a lot of the important policy decisions for crypto and blockchain in the United States will be happening through some of these court cases. So the FIT 21, it is an acronym, as Congress really loves to have acronyms that spell things out. Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act. And this is something that is designed to create a new structure. So it's like neither fish nor fowl is a new thing, a digital commodity, and to provide a structure by which those commodities could have some regulatory certainty. It may not be perfect, but it's a big step in providing that some clarity. And why I say it's the most prominent one is because it has passed some committees. It could be put to the floor, but has not yet been put to the floor. And as I say, Congress has many other things going on right now, so it may not happen anytime particularly soon. And then on the executive side, one of the more interesting ones lately was a NPRM. That's a Notice of Proposed Rulemaking from the Department of Commerce, and is on cloud computing. This is an attempt to get more information about how foreign users are using cloud services. It is very focused on artificial intelligence, large language models, and whether non-US persons are going and using US cloud infrastructure to do that, to find out who they are, and in the case of AI, also about some of the things that they might be doing with AI. And this is sort of an example of how some of the regulatory rulemaking processes work. Executive agencies will put out a notice of a proposed rule, give an opportunity for comment. That comment period also ended a little over a week ago, and allows people to say, well, there are these concerns here, or things, and then the department is required to review all the comments and then respond to them. And then also sort of notably in the United States, there is anti-money laundering. The Department of Treasury. The Department of Treasury has a wish list seeking industry help to stop illicit finance. And of course, I understand where they're coming from wanting to stop illicit finance. And at one level, appreciate they are saying, the industry can work to do this in a way that is not going to necessarily be regulation by enforcement. But a lot of it is saying, just solve it so that people can have privacy, people can do the things they want, they can have innovation, but you also are stopping all of the illicit finance. And this is sort of saying you have to nerd harder to figure out how to solve and balance all these things. In China, there's an interesting contrast between the mainland and Hong Kong. Though in the mainland, there is somewhat of a tough environment for cryptocurrencies, but it is not bad. And notably, about over the course of a year ago, $80 billion in transactions. So it is going, and certainly the government is aware of transactions of that size. So there has been some crackdowns on mining and some exchanges. There's a lot of concern about foreign currency, taking local currency and converting it to foreign moving capital out of the country. But the regulations do not appear to restrict people from holding cryptocurrencies or peer-to-peer trading. But they have made a new sandbox in Hong Kong, a rule passed last year that would create an environment. Now, there are a couple of exchanges that have been licensed under this rule, allowing some exchanges. So it appears that what China is doing is using Hong Kong as sort of a separate administrated region to experiment with how it might go in creating a regulatory structure, and that may be a sign of what the future will be. So moving along, the United Nations, there's a cybercrime treaty. We have talked about this before. I've seen some of my old talks. The negotiations have been extended. There are still questions about the application of human rights and the scope of the treaty. I have a quote here from Russia, which is they just feel it's too much attention to human rights. And so this will be reconvened coming up in July. And it will likely have some anti-money laundering provisions, but we'll have to see what the next draft looks like. And then, of course, throughout the rest of the world, there are a wide range of things. This makes it complex for worldwide projects, which have multiple jurisdictions that they might be involved in. But it also allows people to have some variance and choose which countries that they're going to be involved in. In U.S. courts, I just want to get to a couple of things in here. And a little bit of background. One of the big issues in the blockchain world about various tokens and cryptocurrency projects is whether they are securities. The SEC argues that most cryptocurrencies are securities as investment contracts. The Supreme Court many years ago came up with some definition, in this case, SEC versus Howey, that sets forth the test for whether something is or is not an investment contract. And that has been a key to a lot of litigation. And you may probably have heard of the Ripple case, where the court held that XRP was not in and of itself an investment contract, thus does not necessarily a security. And they said the programmatic sales was not a exchange, was not covered by this, but the institutional sales were. SEC wanted to appeal that immediately, looking at Terraform Labs, which had come to a different conclusion, but that was denied for the immediate appeal. And so we have to wait for the trial to finish, and then the appeal will follow and likely become a key precedent in this area. Coinbase, SEC versus Coinbase, has also been hitting on some of these issues, whether it's an investment contract under Howey. And they are also invoking a Supreme Court doctrine or legal doctrine, the major questions doctrine, which is the notion that if before a regulator can regulate an extremely important economic, politically significant thing, it has to be clear about it, that Congress has authorized them to do so. So the gist of this argument is that the blockchain and cryptocurrency industry is a very large, economically and politically significant part of the U.S. economy, and therefore you need more explicit action by Congress to be railing it, and so the SEC has overstepped its bounds. The district court unfortunately found that SEC adequately alleged that Coinbase was engaged in this, and this is based on this motion for judgment on the pleadings. And Coinbase is seeking this immediate appeal, and then that will also establish an important precedent. And then I'm sure of some interest to many of you, there have been financial privacy technology cases. Tornado Cash, which has been around as a case for a while, that the trial coming up in the fall, and a motion to dismiss being briefed right now. So most of the briefs have been put in. The developers made Tornado Cash. Their reply briefs will be due later this month. And a number of the organizations that work on blockchain crypto policy issues have filed amicus briefs to advise the courts of some of the issues being raised here, whether there was enough, what is the level of control over a smart contract which operates independently, lives on the blockchain, whether these were willful violations if somebody else was using it to do something bad, and hitting on a very important issue to me, open source tools and your right, speech right, your expression right to publish code and tools that other people can then download. And more recently, I saw the Samurai Wallet case, US v. Rodriguez. This has just started. There has been an indictment. They are alleging that this was engaged in money laundering and unlicensed money transmitting. And it does illustrate that there's been a more aggressive stance of the United States on financial privacy tools. So what's next? Well, I think around the world, there's been a growing recognition that existing policy frameworks, regulatory frameworks are not a good fit. And some policy frameworks are looking to solve for this. They're looking to solve for it in different ways. So some are trying to make regular frameworks that will allow for and promote innovation, will help protect rights, will do good things. Others are more willing to sacrifice those rights and innovation to achieve other policy objectives like national security, enhanced policing, more government controls. And then what can we do about it? Well, speak tech to power. That is, when you have an opportunity to do so, and organizations are also supporting this, help legislators, policymakers around the world understand what the technology is, because if they don't understand the technology, that is where you're most likely going to have troublesome regulations. Get informed, get involved. This is a participatory sport. If we are going to get the future that we want to have, it requires other people. It may be reaching out to your representatives, participating in comments, or even just telling people about these issues so that more people are understanding and aware of the policy issues at play. And you can also support organizations that are fighting for you. All right, well, that brings us almost to the end here, so I will open the floor to some questions. All right, and so it looks like I have the first question. Do you envisage European regulators augmenting or adjusting MiCA to hamper, marginalize, and even criminalize peer-to-peer use of privacy technology like Zcash? If so, what attack vectors might regulators seek to use and accomplish such goals? So at least I am heartened by that right now, peer-to-peer use of privacy tools, self-hosted wallets, are outside of the scope of what they're looking at. They're looking at exit points, so that a policy balance that they've put out is that if you do things amongst yourselves in this other way, that's okay. But if you go to a regulated exchange, they want to know how the money gets out. Now, exit points are very, very important, and if, at some point things do need to exit if you are going to use them in other aspects of the economy. But that is a balance. I don't know if they are going to expand beyond that. Probably not through MiCA. The MiCA text has been closed for a while, but possibly through some anti-money laundering provisions. There's been a lot of pressure on anti-money laundering that have come from reports of funding going to Hamas in relation to the conflict in Israel, or going to Iran, going to Russia, and this has heightened the political pressure on anti-money. All right, last question. Are there examples of countries, in your opinion, overall crypto policy regimes that the U.S. and others should try to emulate? Who is doing regulation well? I don't know if I have like a favorite country that is doing it, perfectly and should be emulated around the world. I think it is at least interesting that there is a number of countries that are being innovators in the area. And some of the smaller countries have definitely been more friendly to crypto and blockchain policies. But crypto and blockchain is also a worldwide technology. So, a few countries here and there would need to sort of band together and say, this is what we think is right, and then push it out to a wider sphere. So these things will continue to evolve, but we need to get at least some fundamental issues as a policy memo agreed upon, and we're still working on that. All right. That's it for the questions. Well, then I will say thank you so much for everyone being there, and I really appreciate the Zcash community, people who really care about some fundamental rights and wanting to make sure that we can make a better world where those rights are established and protected. So thank you all. Take care.
About geographic diversity and adding potential. Hey everybody, welcome to the last Zcon sessions recording at the Zcon 4. We're just finishing up the event today. Gonna be heading to the pool a little bit.
Certainly. Getting very exciting.
Getting get the shorts on, get some sun. I'm very excited for that. I'm here with Zach Meck, who is from, correct me if I'm wrong, the Global Ambassadors Program.
That's correct.
And then been working on a number of cool things with regards to the Zcash ecosystem. There's one thing in particular I want to talk with you about today. But first, why are you working on Zcash? What's your background? And yeah, what have been some of the things you've been recently working on that make you super excited?
Okay, well, my background originally, I was an English teacher. I studied at the University of St Andrews. Actually, I'm from a family of English teachers, and I met my wife teaching English in a school in London.
Okay,
that's the background. We've been we stopped teaching. We developed properties for a while, and we've been renovating properties, and we've ended up living in southwest France.
Okay.
I think I came across Zcash, and my name is Josh. Zcash Josh.
Yeah, Zcash Josh.
There we go. I don't know.
We got a nickname there.
The beer. So I came across Zcash first, probably around about 2018. I'd already been pretty familiar with Bitcoin and with crypto since like maybe 2013, 14. And I came across Zuko talking about Zcash on YouTube, and was just, as soon as I heard about, I suppose everybody goes down the sort of the same rabbit hole. You think that Bitcoin and crypto in general is preserving your privacy, and when you start to pull at the thread and discover that actually this can actually be a pretty dystopian future if you don't secure privacy at a more fundamental level, it just becomes very, very clear that something has to be done. So that was how I came across it. But then, I don't know, I hadn't actually done anything other than just buying it and holding it myself. I'd been talking to my friends about it, but hadn't done anything about it until earlier this year. I sadly lost my father last year, and that was a bit difficult. But this year, I decided to get in touch with the Zcash Foundation, and I applied for the Global Ambassador Program, and I've met a lot of very nice people, and people who are like-minded, people who are interested in the same preserving the same principles that I'm very, very concerned with doing. My two children they're becoming, because we live in France, they're becoming Frencher and Frencher by the day, and especially the younger, my daughter, has essentially been in France for most of her life now. And a big portion of that life was conducted during the coronavirus restrictions and the mandates, and I was concerned with what I saw as I would say a project on the one hand of creating a CBDC future, and at the same time the erection of these barriers, passport controls, and vaccine passports, which I worried could be at some point put together in some form to restrict individual freedoms. Now, I'm not a vaccine
Yeah, I don't think it's independent of like your view on the various components of this. It's just like we don't want mandates and digital tracking to be a part of this. So if I am of the group that makes the decision to not participate in this general social consensus, I don't want to have the consequence be I'm going to be surveilled and my bank account shut down, and these are the things that we're trying to avoid. So I think that's meaning to say is like, or what I'm thinking here, what you're trying to say is here, this is potentially a reason where Zcash is like really useful to help people have an opt-out strategy or something of that nature.
I very much so. I wouldn't like to get on a plane without a parachute, and I feel like the plane could go still in a decent direction. The plane that we're on. I don't believe that we are living in a complete dystopia, and I think people's intentions are good. I think people at the top level are trying, and I think people throughout the wider ecosystem, not just in crypto, are trying to make the world a better place. But the dangers are there, and these kind of technologies could be used for ill or to empower us. And I hope it will be the latter. Yeah, no, you're completely right. I mean, I think it's irrespective of your personal opinions on whether you wanted to be vaccinated or whether you didn't want to be vaccinated or whether you believe in voting for this party or that party. There needs to be consent is important, and mandating anything you have to be very careful with.
Yeah, extremely careful. I'm in total agreement with you there. So part of leveraging these technologies, right? So all of us have different personal motivations, and we have different reasons for why we're here. Kind of that opt-out strategy is definitely one of them that I think many of us hold. But to get to that future, we have to actively try and use this thing. Like, it's very good to maybe buy it on X platform and hold it and hope for some type of return on investment. But we need to use it. And you're doing something extremely interesting, which I think is super cool. I will make my pilgrimage to eventually. But it's this idea of creating a new physical location where we can all come together. And yeah, I'm interested to hear what is this idea? What's the name? And
well, so the name is the Zebra Lounge. The idea has come about because my affiliation now with the Zcash community has been developed from, well, I've been in one part of the world and everyone else is in disparate locations, and we've been hitherto we've been communicating via Signal and various messaging apps, which has been great, and I've made new friends and colleagues in this way. But that's fantastic that we could do that, and it was for me, it was eye-opening, being on the Discord channels, and I'm from the generation maybe before the ones that find this completely natural. But it's been eye-opening to be able to be part of that remote wider community. But at the same time, coming to Zcon here reminds you that you can't replace face-to-face interaction. You can't eschew it completely. And I've been talking to various other community members like Ryan and yourself and other people, and it just, the idea of creating a venue where people could actually meet and share a meal, share a drink, but also to talk things over and to work and to socialize with like-minded individuals. So we've been working on the creation of we're converting the wine cellars in a property that we have in southwest France to something which will be called the Zebra Lounge. And the Zebra Lounge will be initially a place for hosting Zcash meetups and events, beer festivals, music festivals. We'll try to do 1 or 2 a month to start with. And ultimately, we want to create a club and a venue which is very open and welcoming for all privacy-concerned citizens and people working on these kind of technology, which are very transformative and will create the rails for I think not a dystopian future, but a better future. But I think if we can meet together in person, it can help avoid schisms and acrimony within communities, which that happens. We don't want chain forks. We don't want, and these things can happen and have happened. Probably some of this can be avoided if people are in the in the same room a bit more often and not communicating by message
online. Yeah.
So I hope that what we can do with the Zebra Lounge is create a place where people can just come together and chill, like we're doing here, and also, you know, there's space there down the line to create, you know, work pods and areas where digital nomads can actually come and stay for a couple of days together you know, from, I know we've got people here from Venezuela, from all over the world, and we've got people who have never met, and we've got people who've been friends for years.
Yeah.
Now, if we create a place at the Zebra Lounge where these people can, in the future, come and work, maybe stay for a couple of days, enjoy their time together, and do this on an ad hoc basis whenever is necessary as part of their communities and as part of their projects that they're working on. I think that we can empower, but maybe we can get where we're going quicker. Maybe we can.
I think that's a really important thing, because some of my favorite places in the world are these environments where it's a place that's welcoming, and you go and it's just almost like any other kind of venue or restaurant or bar or co-working space, but that little bit of like the pictures on the wall kind of, for me, espousing like the ideas of like crypto anarchy and and kind of the environment of being able to pay with Bitcoin or Monero or Zcash. Like, these things are so cool, and they give me a little bit more, not motivation, but I don't know, hope for the future. And it motivates me to take steps into that direction as well.
Well,
this would be a place where people can use Zcash, right? And have it.
I hope so. Well, I mean, I hope so. And I really enjoyed one of your talks earlier in the week, which was inspirational for me, because you were talking about this, and you were talking about the idea of Zcash not taking a position. It's not necessary for us to convince people of, you know, what I think or what you think. The point is to create a convenient technology which can be used and is better than all of the others and has privacy. And I know that Zcash does that, and I know that ZSAs will do that, and I'll use them. I don't think I need to teach people or preach to people about it. I think the best thing is, like you say, creating venues and opportunities for people just to use it, where it's easier, it's seamless. And when they do that, they will realize, well, they won't even realize. They'll just say, that was easy, let's do more of it. And so, yeah, exactly. The Zebra Lounge, yes, the idea is, like I said before, but one of the other very key points, which, as I say, we'll do it in a modular way. We'll start with petit à petit, like they say in French. So we'll do little by little. But I really would like to create essentially a pizza restaurant. This is a good idea. So, okay. So let's say the second step after the Zebra Lounge is going to be also food, okay, in the Zebra Lounge. And people can pay for their pizza with Zcash, because I nearly said Zcash, but I've been learning it's not Zcash, it's Zcash.
I think some people say Zcash.
I prefer now Zcash. We were talking to someone last night who was saying it's almost like it's not the letter, it's the, I don't know, it's like a kind of.
No. We'll debate that later. I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay,
go ahead. So paying with pizza, paying for things in with Zcash, paying for pizza.
Paying for pizza in Zcash, and I like the idea of. So the ambassador, the global ambassador program pays a stipend to the ambassadors, and like this is obviously very helpful. It can help with the projects that you're working on to push Zcash awareness in your communities. But I think that a nice idea would be to let's say we have a pizza restaurant and it's powered by Zcash. If people in the local communities could buy a pizza which was subsidized by, effectively, instead of, like, let's say I'm the ambassador, I don't need the ambassador stipend. Instead, I distribute that stipend through the community. So the first, 100 pizzas that are sold every month are subsidized by that stipend. And so this way, people, because I'm astonished, in France, sometimes you pay 19 euros for a pizza. It's a pizza. What does it cost, €1 to make it or something? I don't know. Yeah. And this is, and the thing is, most people in the world do not, including in France, including in America, most people do not have thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars of assets. And so the idea of talking about kind of number go up, Bitcoin store of value for Zcash seems to me a bit perverse for a large portion of humanity who just don't have the ability to save that money. They have to spend it.
I think the important way is like, how can we take this model of the dev fund, which has its various trade-offs, and I think we need to acknowledge that.
Of course.
And giving it the ability to decentralize the earning of block rewards to give that opportunity to as many people as possible.
Exactly.
And then they'll go out and they'll go to these places like the Zebra Lounge, and then they'll purchase things, and that is stimulating an economy.
Exactly.
Using Zcash as the currency for medium exchange. That the model is like, we need more of these things so we can have the opportunity to not only just go out and use it, but to use it for things that are worthwhile and support the people that are creating worthwhile endeavors. That's how you build.
Of course.
That's it. Build these little economies outside of centralized banking and everything.
I think so, and I think if you put money, if let's say, I mean, because it's complicated. I mean, I know to be part of the global ambassador program, I had to be KYC'd. Okay.
Yeah.
That's an issue. Okay. So I'm KYC'd. Now every person who comes to order a pizza or a beer doesn't want to be KYC'd in order to receive some portion of this dev fund in that way.
Yeah, because if they need to get the money to buy, if there needs to be a way to get the money to pay for like the pizza, right?
Yeah.
So we can't have the entire model rely on
that
distributed organizations.
But on the other hand, what you can do is if the pizza's in it's going to be called Scudo Zebrato. So you can look at scudozebrato.com for this is, I like the Italian the zebra shield. I like this, it's our domain name for the Zebra Lounge. But ultimately, as the pizza thing is developed, I think it's nice to have an Italian Italian phrase.
Yeah.
But but if people come to Scudo Zebrato to buy a pizza and it costs let's say it costs instead of €12, it costs €6 because it's subsidized by this ambassador stipend.
Okay.
Then that puts more money in their pocket. They don't physically receive the Zcash, but so there's no need to KYC anyone. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think that this is being distributed to them in this way.
Okay.
The stipend it still goes to the ambassador. The ambassador, it's the cost of producing the pizza, and effectively it subsidizes the cost of producing the pizza. So I believe that you could effectively you could effectively put more money back in the pockets of the local community in this way. Now that means that they maybe have, if they've spent €6 on the pizza, then they have €6 extra, and then they can buy some Zcash themselves through a KYC platform, which in their own time, in a safe environment where they don't need to rely on anything unfamiliar. They can just do it in their own time. Or they can buy some from, it doesn't matter how. But yeah, so I think this is quite a good idea because it solves half of the chicken and the egg problem of, we obviously need places where you can pay with Zcash, but you need people to have it in the first place to pay with it.
Yeah, I think another model is like looking at programs that are trying to distribute that access to not lower the barrier, but like create more opportunities for people to come in and earn Zcash directly from the block reward. And I think if we kind of focus on that as well, we can actually solve the other side of that problem of getting people Zcash. So then you might have a model where people can come in with Zcash already in their pocket and they can help pay and start that economy there as well.
Well,
so I think it's like both, trying to figure out both sides of it is interesting, but yeah.
Well, I have another again, it's sort of slightly, as I say, it will be step by step, but my idea for the next part is that the property we have is rather it needs to be used. There are spaces that need to be used, and there's work that needs to be done. So my idea is that we build first the Zebra Lounge, second the Scudo Zebrato pizzeria. Now these are places which local people and people from maybe wider area in the region would like to come and use, but like you say, they may not have Zcash. But let's say that you're an artisan, let's say that you're an electrician, or let's say that you're a builder, or you're a furniture designer, and you live here and you would like to pay with Zcash, but you don't have any. Well, a bit like the idea of, do you know the Workaway? Do you know Workaway? Have you heard of that scheme? It's a scheme where young people go, and let's say there's a farm and they need farm hands. They have space.
Farm for a bit,
Yeah, and it's like a symbiotic thing. It's like you give a day's labor and you get room and board in exchange. So I think that we could do something like this for artisans who don't have any Zcash but would like to earn some Zcash. And again, it won't on a retail level. You can't KYC every person that comes in. But if you meet a local artisan, you develop a friendship or a relationship with this person, and they would like to be KYC'd, then it's possible that they could do work in exchange for Zet, and they could. Let's say they could work on, I don't know, doing some electrics here, doing this, doing that. And at this point, you start to create the circular economy, because at this point, you found local people who do fair work for a fair amount of Zet, and maybe they will keep some of that Zet for spending in their local restaurant, their local bar.
Yeah.
This is the sort of long-term vision.
Yeah, and I think that's really important, because there might be models where you have to, as someone who wants to work and have their business accept Zcash, then you might have to sign some tax forms or whatever, KYC, to let it, depending on your various jurisdiction. For in the US, it's KYCing to the nonprofit because the US government requires that, right?
Yeah.
And it's interesting too, because people will then get the Zcash and then maybe be able to just construct peer-to-peer economies around that. And obviously, not legal advice, but yeah, but there's ways to build those models.
There's ways to do it, and there's great technologies like great talk from Rene yesterday talking about Zgo, the payments system he's built, and that's wonderful. So the technology's there to pay with Zcash.
Yeah.
As long as you have a wallet and you have earned some Zcash, and you have somewhere to spend some Zcash, it's all there. The rails are built. Now let's scale this exactly. And I think there's one final thing I'd like to say, which is that the next thing, and because again, I've been in France for a while, and in France they have a lot of the time now they have these things called I think it's called like a ganguette, and it's like a bar, and sometimes you have several bars, several businesses, food trucks, and it's like a mini festival. They all go to one place. There's artisans selling their produce as well, and this is a very popular sort of model of doing business on a local level in France. And I've been thinking, well, now you can, we have the space, we have the opportunity, and I hope that we're starting to make the right connections here with people in the community, that we can start over a longer period thinking about creating ultimately a marketplace where monthly or even weekly or maybe even permanently we create this kind of physical marketplace where artisans could come. They could have a pitch for their food truck or for their market stall selling their artisanal produce, and they would pay for the pitch in Zec. They would earn Zec. Maybe it would be the native token of this marketplace, and I think then you have all bases covered. You have people earning it. You have a place to spend it. You have businesses other than the one that I'm doing, so accepting it, and suddenly, well, we don't need fiat anymore, and
that's the way to build it. And it's all about taking that first step, which you are definitely doing. Thank you so much for the conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all the work that you're doing and building something that we are going to be able to eventually congregate to and take our little Zcash pilgrimage.
Well, thank you for everything you've been doing, and thank you for interviewing me, and it's been lovely to meet.
Everyone, we actually have a last-minute interview we're going to do here with the Executive Director of the Zcash Foundation, Jack Gavigan. Jack, thank you for joining us on Zcon Sessions. Thank you so much for the time and coming over to have a chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry I left it so late. But
no worries. No.
These events are always super busy.
I think, as the executive director of the organization that is putting on this event, I would imagine that you have been very busy over the last few days. So
I get sucked into a lot of things.
Yeah, for sure.
I've got to say that I've been nowhere near as busy as some of the key people like Danica and Alex and Dan, who have been, far more instrumental in bringing this whole event on than I have.
Yeah.
But, and big shout out to them and everybody in the Zcash community. I really appreciate them. And they deserve the credit for the success of this event.
Yeah.
And anything that went wrong, you can blame me for.
Okay. I'll hold you to that. I think the one thing we just wanted to do is a quick retrospective of the event. So I think my question to you then is, what are your thoughts? Exceed expectations? What was the feeling before the event? Yeah, just what's the general sentiment with yourself and then within the foundation?
We were a little bit concerned that after having had a successful event last year, a fairly short notice in the United States, where it's naturally easier to get to for a lot of people and whatnot. We're a little bit concerned that we would have fewer people this year. We ended up having more people.
Okay.
So,
and doing that globally is like, that's because there are a lot of people that are US based and it's easier to get to. So doing it globally is a consideration.
And I think that maybe, doing it in Europe meant that more people were able to come either because the geographic distance was shorter or for visa reasons. A few people last year couldn't get visas to visit the United States.
Okay.
But yeah, it's been bigger. I think that last year after the break of effectively 2 years over the pandemic, it was effectively the first in-person event for what was effectively a new Zcash Foundation team. Myself and Alex and Danica hadn't really organized an in-person event before. So last year there were a lot of lessons that had to be learned and mistakes that had to be worked through. This year, far fewer of those because we'd already done it once.
Yeah.
So
it's all learning experiences.
Yeah. So I think this year went far smoother. I'm really pleased with how it worked out. The one thing that I think has been reinforced for me this year is that when we're preparing Zcon, or when we're in the run up to it, we're doing the schedule and taking in the RFPs for talks and whatnot, we focus a lot on the content. But actually, I think you could almost have Zcon with zero content and it would still be incredibly valuable for all the people here.
Yeah.
And I wonder if maybe next time we do this, we see if we experiment with reflecting that, maybe having less scheduled content and more kind of breakout sessions or uncon type affairs or opportunities for people to just get together, like stuff like this.
Yeah,
going on.
It's been really cool. There have been working sessions, people just saying, hey, there's an idea I have right now. Let's go get a meeting room, or let's go out into the lobby and get on our computers and start hacking. So yeah, I think that's definitely a good way to look at it.
Yeah. So we'll have to think about that for next year. But yeah, I'm really pleased, with this year's event. And the other thing I think worked really well this year was we made a real effort to bring in as many different groups from across the community. So we had ambassadors, we had grant recipients, we really reached out across the community to make sure that it was less about ZF and ECC. And obviously those two organizations are still important, but as we talk about decentralization, we want to see more of these other organizations coming in and sharing the limelight effectively that they deserve.
Yeah, I think for me, last year, obviously it was equally as amazing of an event, but coming this year, and being able to really see all the community projects and the ambassador program. And I have definitely interrupted a few talks with an applause and a little cheer, because I'm just so impressed with the way that they are really taking on the grassroots ethos of adoption and making sure that as many people are getting their hands on Zcash as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's truly amazing. So
look at the teams like the Zcash Brazil guys.
Yeah, they're awesome.
The Free to Z guys. That sort of grassroots, bottom up, adoption, community building, I think is what we need more of.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's difficult, for an organization like the foundation to do that from a top-down perspective. And this past year we've experimented a bit with the Zcon Rouach's event, in Brazil to try and help support that grassroots up approach.
Because sometimes you do have to go to where people are as well. And I went to Zcon both, I was very fortunate to go. And the environment was, I don't think people realize, right? Because obviously a lot of the cryptocurrency ecosystem is very English-centric. Yeah. Speaking English and interacting in that. So when we go to a lot of these conferences, they're in English, etc. When I was down there, about every major cryptocurrency group and community from Brazil was at the Zcon Voices event. So even extending Zcash as a brand and as an ecosystem as a community into all of the other cryptocurrency communities that are speaking in another language was really important to see, because you saw the impact and the reach that Zcash was able to get through this event, and being able to interact with these communities and see how important Zcash Brazil is within the Brazilian community. That was a really special moment for me. What do you think is
kind of the next steps, and what do you want people as action items to take on from this event? What do you want the community, if after they're listening to all the talks and reviewing all the feedback, etc., what do you want them to do next?
I think that some of the most exciting views and perspectives and as I said, we saw this year were from people who took it upon themselves to do stuff, to start stuff, you know. And I feel like maybe this is selection bias of me being the target of a lot of this, but it feels sometimes there's a lot of people saying, "Oh, you should do this, you should do that, ZF should do this, ECC should do this, CCG should do this." I think we want to see more people actually being the change that they want to see in the Zcash ecosystem, and you know, we're there to support that. CCG is there to support that, you know. And I think that if we see more people actually being proactive and taking action, I think next year, you know, we'll have more of those types of people appearing on stage and giving a really, really good, positive, you know, vibe to the whole of this ecosystem and community and this event.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm going to take a couple days to rest, to relax, to recharge. But the next thing I'm doing is getting into the various communication channels and start writing proposals and collaborating on different proposals for decentralization and different governance models, and, you know, proposing ideas to the current, you know, ecosystem and the ways that we can explore decentralization. Yeah. Because we can't say that we want decentralization without, you know, bringing forward ideas to the table. So I think for me, the biggest action item that I'm taking away is, let's start experimenting and let's act now, because we're not running out of time necessarily, but it's coming. The time is coming upon us to where we're going to have to make these decisions. So I definitely get that feeling.
Yeah, and whether or not these ideas make it, you know, into production, as it were, in time for the next from discussion or whatever, I still think we want to be. We need to start all those discussions yesterday. Start those discussions yesterday, and people need to be coming up with these. You know, we have such a diverse community, all these different perspectives from different countries, different cultures, different languages. You know, for all our diversity in the Zcash Foundation, we're just one organization.
Yeah.
And like decentralization, I think really needs to be a ground up thing. You know, seeing initiatives like ZconV is just absolutely amazing. Such a big fan of that. You know, just seeing it emerge and just start happening, and you know,
and now it's a community. It's literally a community runs it. There's no single point of failure with that, right? And that's the way that I think those models are interesting for potential new design ideas. So we're wrapping up the conference.
Everybody's packing up, and
everyone's packing up.
Or you can hear in the background is stuff being moved.
Yeah, going to
ZK Proof happening tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's something else I think about this year was that the Crypto Lounge experience and ZK Proof kind of cast themselves to either end of Zcon. And I think that helped with the attendance, because I think people might have been reluctant to travel just for one event.
Being able to come to all three
events, they're like, oh yeah, let's go. And I think that was really good, and I hope that we can do that again next year.
Yeah, 100%. Any parting words?
Just just be the change you want to see in the Zcash ecosystem. You know, there's a lot that's imperfect about Zcash and about its community, about the ecosystem, and about the way that we do things. But I think there's so much goodwill, and if we can just tap into a small percentage of that and unleash a small percentage of that, it's gonna completely overwhelm, you know, any negativity that exists. And we're gonna see this kind of upwelling of, you know, community and grassroots activity that is gonna it's gonna force that decentralization to happen. It's just gonna force it to happen, you know. And I think, you know, when we see that those communities being built, talking about Zcash, how Zcash can be deployed, how it can be utilized in different environments or for different use cases, that
All right. Hi, everyone. I am very happy to be here with some of the other panelists from earlier today. J.W. Verret, Kurt Opsahl, Peter van Valkenburgh. I think you all know them from their earlier sessions today. I don't think we need to do a lot of introductions. Of course, I'm Paul Brigner, Electric Coin Company. We're here to wrap things up for this policy and regulatory discussion today with the panel on how can Zcash adapt and thrive in a hostile regulatory environment? And boy, I think we've got a great panel here to discuss that. And we've got a couple of opening questions where we can kick this off. I think it's nice to kick things off in a positive way. So I think these things always tend to feel a little bit negative when we're thriving in a hostile environment. So what's the best reason for us to have hope that the world does not, the question says, sleepwalk into the mire of totalitarian government? That's a fun way to put that. So let's look for hope, everyone. Who would like to take this one? Go ahead, Peter.
I can offer something. America, which
There you
sounds
go.
like a joke answer, given the news lately, the rather extraordinary aggression of both the SEC with respect to securities law enforcement and the DOJ now, which I think is actually scarier with respect to unlicensed money transmission enforcement. But I think that those overzealous prosecutions at some point are going to run hard up against the First Amendment. And this is not the case in a lot of other so-called open societies. And so if there's one of the many non-totalitarian open societies that I think is likely to, in the long run, vindicate the rights of people to build these tools and allow for their use, it's America, because we have this very strong legal reasoning tradition over these few words in the First Amendment that we don't abridge speech and the right to petition the government. Now, that doesn't answer all of our questions and solve all of our problems in any sense, because how good is a really well-built, cryptocurrency protocol for private money if there's no business that connects with the traditional financial system that will do the exchange? There's no app store that will share these free and open source software tools with the larger user base. But at the very least, it's the one thing that I tend to remain optimistic about. And maybe those other things can be solved through brilliant technology that can actually build tools that don't rely on those choke points, that are still user friendly.
Yeah, that's a great way to start. JW, Kurt, other perspectives on that?
Sure. So, I mean, you opened with sleepwalking towards dystopia. And I think one of the things that should give us hope is that we're not sleepwalking. There are many people who are paying attention, who are trying to make the world a better place, moving what, levers and tools they had. And, it's not going to be easy, right? Where we there are many competing forces in the world, some of which are wanting to have less privacy, more authoritarian tendencies. This is the dystopia that perhaps, where we could be going to if we were sleepwalking, but by paying attention, by working on it, we can make a difference. And I also, echo a bit what Peter was saying. The code is speech, and the free expression points of view in that. It is strong in the United States. But other countries have recognitions of freedom of expression that may not have been interpreted as strongly to protect the ability to express yourself through code. But the Inter-American Treaty on Human Rights that throughout Americas. So I guess still to your point of America, but in North and South America, there are provisions there that can be used, and I hope will be used to show that expression through code is covered as well by other international treaties or constitutions. So we have to work on this throughout the world.
I have hope because for one reason, because at the same time that these threats to privacy and privacy builders are very scary, and very scary even for people building on L1s that are very different from anything in the fact patterns of these actions. I also think that threats to privacy are what creates the demand for Zcash. So it's kind of like the quote from Band of Brothers. We're surrounded, sir. Yeah, we're paratroopers. We're supposed to be surrounded. We're privacy builders. We're supposed to be surrounded. But I think the only thing that's really going to create demand for privacy is threats to privacy. People don't know they need it until they feel it getting threatened. And the other thing is that I see more and more every day the wisdom of the original Zcash founders, in the transparent option and how that's protected us from delisting risk, how that's allowed Zcash to be listed and operate within a highly regulated, compliant environment, but also provides the option for shielded transfers that protect privacy. I think that design is that sweet spot, that small lane where a privacy project can grow, thrive, and challenge abuses of power, but at the same time maintain and thrive within highly regulated, centralized exchange environments. So I have hope. There's a fight ahead, but I have hope.
Yeah, JW, that point you made first there is something I was trying to touch upon in my presentation as well. Is like, never let a good crisis go to waste. And I feel like we are in a very difficult crisis situation, and it's sad, and I really hate that for the industry. But in a way, it does, I believe, highlight the value that we bring with Zcash and that the community has provided with Zcash. So what are your thoughts to the group here about how we can, in a very respectful way, take advantage of this opportunity to raise the profile of Zcash when the environment is so hostile, but yet we are the ones that provide the solution for people, especially those advocates in the human rights area. That's it's really been on my mind lately about, we have these organizations that are out there pushing Bitcoin hard, and I love Bitcoin, but I don't love it for its privacy preserving features and for protecting human rights advocates. What do you think about that? What ways can we take advantage of this situation that are appropriate?
Yeah, I think telling the good stories, not using the tongue-in-cheek tone that Samurai Wallet had on its Twitter feed. I mean, I love those guys, but that's not the right way to do that, I think. But the way we communicated, talking about the Fourth Amendment, talking about human rights activists. I remember Josh telling a story about remittances into Uyghur communities. Someone is using Zcash for that somewhere. Those are great stories. And I told a few of those last time I did a briefing on the Hill a couple of weeks ago. You do a great job, I think, of putting together coalitions of all sorts of people. And I've learned from some people who are using Zcash and other privacy tech for the kinds of human rights goals that your average person would say, oh, wow, that's a very nice thing. So yeah, I agree with you that telling those stories is important.
Yeah, I agree with JW. There's this unfortunate reality with respect to the legal and regulatory landscape wherein we live in an adversarial system. And that's actually really good in a lot of cases. Two parties struggling against each other in front of a neutral magistrate often leads to sort of pretty enlightened bottom-up ideas about the law, not somebody's top-down legislation, but rather, a judge who's seen people who have skin in the game argue. The problem is that when you have very aggressive prosecution, they're going to go after the worst offenders and offenders who are not sympathetic in front of a jury. And they're not going to go after the people who are doing the exact same thing, but in a less colorful or less aggressive or come at me, bro kind of way, right? I find it difficult to come up with that many factual differences between the work of, for example, the Zcash Foundation, where I'm on the board of directors, and the work that the Tornado Cash devs have done. There are some differences. They might be important from a legal standpoint as far as a charge of unlicensed money transmission or sanctions evasion or things like that. But the biggest difference, I think, that could matter is that, we're an incorporated US nonprofit that has made it its mission to do effectively nothing but produce free and open source privacy protecting software for the public good. And we don't profit off of it. We're a nonprofit. we would be an ideal candidate to vindicate our rights to produce this tool for the public good. And it would be hard for a prosecutor to paint our activities as somehow, grossly self-interested and indifferent to the minority of users who are doing bad things with this technology. Unfortunately, that's not you'd be bad at your job as a federal prosecutor if your first target was the most sympathetic defendant, right? And so it's an interesting question. I think we can keep doing the good work we're doing and be an example of how to be very careful communicating and very careful how we structure ourselves and the activities we do, limiting them to just publishing software and not engaging in other more direct activities that could trigger regulation. But maybe we also at some point need to think about something like a lawsuit for declarative judgment in a forum that might be more friendly. Like if they're going to go after bad actors and try to make bad law from bad facts, which is an old saying in legal academia, but a very true saying, then maybe we need to sort of push for some good law with some good facts. And I don't want to, I want to caveat what I just said. I don't think that the Tornado Cash developers were reckless or unnecessarily antagonistic in the way that they did their work. I don't know them personally, but looking at the facts in the indictment, I think things are being like prejudiced against them in the way the facts are being portrayed, and unfairly so. I don't know as much about the Samurai wallet developers or their case yet, and so I won't opine about them either. But I do think that if there's an example of an entity that has, I think pretty watertight messaging about this technology and goals that would be hard to impugn, the Zcash Foundation is one of those.
Try to expand on that a little bit. I mean, the fundamental thing is that good stories are important for explaining to policymakers, whether it's a judge looking over a case or a legislator or such, why it's important, and making human stories. So this is where we were starting on this. The story of an organization that is sympathetic, that needs to use a privacy enhancing tool to operate under an authoritarian regime, a difficult environment. It tells the story of why this is important, because the other story people are getting, whether it's through a prosecutor finding bad fake facts and moving forward, or a legislature who's taken something in the news and that, like, well, look at all these bad people who are using these kinds of technologies. So you have to counter that narrative and at least have people understand that the privacy enhancing technologies is about protecting fundamental freedoms, and move away from a narrative of it is about hiding crime or hiding terrorist activities. And this is a narrative that a lot of people who would like to have more control, more ability to detect what they consider to be bad acts, are really pushing for. And they want to find the narratives that tell their story. And in some case, it might be sincere. They're very concerned about Hamas or North Korea's activities. In other cases, it might be less sincere, where they say, well, we care about those things, but also the controls that we will get from this will be useful, because a lot of as a government, they trust themselves to use this wisely only for the good. And you may have strong disagreements about what that good is, but they're like, we would like to have all the information and then choose how to use it. And so getting those counter narratives out there, and picking the good facts. And like as Peter was mentioning, in litigation, especially impact litigation, picking your cases with good or bad facts is very key. And the government picks facts that are supporting their narratives. Civil liberties organizations, impact litigators, come more with facts about their narratives. And it's a challenge because a story just on this at one point I was working on Fourth Amendment protections for email. It's now been fairly well established. It was a little less clear then. Found a great case where someone was relatively sympathetic. They had committed a crime, but it was a very minor crime, and the government was coming down to get all their email. And we went to go, say that you had to get a warrant for this. You couldn't do it warrantless. And they looked at the facts of the situation. but you know what? We'll get a warrant. Not to say that they're required to, just in this case, and the case is then mooted out and you don't get the precedent. And I think courts are going to be very important because that is a place where you can explain some of these things and print a counter narrative. But sometimes that has to be through like amicus briefs, which I know Coin Center has done, and many other organizations in this community industry groups have done to present that narrative when the government has come forward and put the bad facts out there. And so an amicus brief is that opportunity to put counter narratives. And here's some other examples. It may also be good to try and find some positive examples to declaratory relief in courts, but also to present that to legislatures, get someone who's sympathetic in the legislature to bring in witnesses to talk about, here's how we use Zcash to fund things that you like. And why it's necessary to have this option for privacy to achieve goals that you think are important. And so that at least, that there is a tension to be resolved between this narrative of privacy versus security, or ideally get things pointed out that privacy and security go in hand, and so that to sort of move away from their trade-off narrative.
Yeah, those are all excellent points. And the one about the Zcash community and our entities being like kind of potentially very sympathetic defendants, where that you wouldn't want to go after us because we're really working for all of the right reasons and likely would not be a successful attack. Though it occurs to me that not all privacy coins are the same, and it's kind of hard to separate ourselves at times. I think that you can point to things that do make us different, like JW, you just mentioned a second ago, the fact that we do have transparent capability, and that's a differentiator. But we might not always have that, right? That's one of the things under consideration for the roadmap is to potentially eliminate transparent capabilities in the project. And then we might have ZSAs that may have some ability to have compliance, and then others that may not. So I'm curious about what you all think about our ability to continually and ensure that we are staying in a place where we are differentiated. Because if we're not differentiated, does that mean that whenever another similar coin with similar characteristics gets attacked, we're going to be lumped in and inevitably attacked at the same time?
I want to just come out and say something that I've heard a lot of people say, and I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's worth pointing out. A lot of people say, oh, the reason why no one's come after Zcash devs, but they've come after Tornado Cash devs is because no one uses Zcash. And I think I'd be wrong to say that there isn't some truth to that. Tornado Cash, I think, was the first major target of a DOJ lawsuit for conspiracy to launder money, conspiracy to do unlicensed money transmission, and conspiracy to violate sanctions. 3 things that I don't think they did. Not really because of the bad facts issue that I described. And that would mean that it's not really our good facts that have helped us avoid those unjust prosecutions, but because Tornado Cash was extremely well used compared to any other privacy tool. Millions of dollars were going through Tornado Cash. Lots of very legitimate uses were documented. Vitalik famously donated a large amount of money to the war effort in Ukraine and used Tornado Cash to do so. But North Korea also moved large amounts of money through Tornado Cash, or arguably, it is alleged, did so. We're pretty sure that the Lazarus Group is North Korea, although that's probably a pretty fact-intensive inquiry that I certainly am not qualified to do. So I think that's a very real tension here. And I would caution against reading too much into that, but that's not a reason. That's certainly not a reason to keep Zcash not user friendly, because that way we avoid prosecution. We need it to be even more user friendly. There's very hard questions about how can you make something more appealing to be used on a larger scale by more normal people without changing the facts in a way that would actually possibly start making the developers culpable. Like if we were to actively centralize parts of the protocol to make them more user friendly and advertise them as a service to anybody and still do no active transaction monitoring or things like that, it's certainly not a foregone conclusion that we would fall into a regulated bucket and therefore be more likely to be on the wrong side of an unlicensed money transmission prosecution. But that's definitely part of the tension here. How can you make these tools intuitive and user-friendly without doing it by introducing centralization and responsibility for financial regulatory steps that would effectively defeat the purpose of the product, or the tool rather, right?
Yeah, really interesting. Other comments?
Oh, it's a riff. Oh, are you going to DW or? To riff off of that, I think that, well, first of all, JW's shirt there, privacy is normal, and normalizing it to have widespread adoption, I think actually could be a very, very helpful thing. I'll give an example out of the encrypted communications. There are a lot of accusations as that became a technology that was available more widespread in the 90s with PGP, and people were using it and they say, oh, well, this is something which is going to be used by criminals and drug dealers and all that. And over time, it became widespread used by ordinary folks going about their lives, texting their spouse about what they wanted for dinner that night and having it end-to-end encrypted. And this is in part because of having it be adopted by some of the major communication texting platforms. WhatsApp got several billion people sending encrypted messages to each other with just a flip of a switch to turn on the Signal protocol. Signal itself widely used for a lot of ordinary communications, iMessage and so on. And how does this help? I mean, like looking at the case of WhatsApp, that it is very popular around the world, including in some governments who really don't want to have their citizens to be able to have unencrypted communications. But it is not a sign that you are a bad person because you have WhatsApp on your phone. If they, arrest somebody, look through their phone and find WhatsApp on there, that is not in and of itself a sign that they are bad people because it has been normalized as being used by normal. So getting widespread adoption of Zcash as a technology so that people are able to use it and do use it for lots of everyday, ordinary financial transactions helps show that this is not. Because one of the challenges is often early adopters of some technologies are those who are more sketchy. That can be an unfortunate phase that allows for some opportunities to people to attack those, but you can get through that. Another example, the Tor project. The Tor browser provides a lot of strong privacy and security features. It is not, used by billions of people like WhatsApp, but it is used by a widespread of other people and used for a lot of positive purposes. And that also is something that has helped protect Tor from being attacked. I mean, people challenge some of the encryption things, but getting widespread usability, making it normalized and available to people who want to do normal things, helpful to make privacy as normal, and also that, normal is private. And if we can get to that where it is normal to have privacy in the transaction, that takes away some of that narrative that tries to shut these technologies down.
That's an interesting dilemma there because Peter points out that it could be that we don't have the use and then we do need the use on the other hand. So that's a tough nut to crack right there. Go ahead, JW. I think you had some comments.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I do think I don't think the government would have any success beyond the fact that Zcash is a community focused on individual rights and not interested in promoting crime and not used by criminals, at least now, would help us. But I also think the government wouldn't have any success going after a layer one and the developers of a layer one protocol just for developing the protocol. That's not for lack of wanting to, but I mean, I've talked to DOJ prosecutor, one of the prosecutors at DOJ who led the Welcome to Video prosecution and that involved Bitcoin tracing that was featured in Treasures in the Dark. And he said, I'd love to take down Monero if I could, but I can't, man. They recognize they don't have the grounds to do that. They would love to go rogue prosecutor and try to take Monero down because they see it using ransomware, but they can't, and they know they don't have the ability to do that. I do think as we enter a world in the future of ZSAs, and then CSAs evolve into more, and we get to kind of a programmable private blockchain, there's potential for risk if we coordinate with anyone who's in the zone that could potentially be deemed a money transmitter. But yeah, I think the safe thing to do is, maintain the same distance that Bitcoin core devs did from people who built mixers on top of Bitcoin, or the distance between Ethereum Foundation and the Tornado Cash devs. They didn't coordinate. You build the road and then you step away and someone else builds something on top of the road, but you don't coordinate or enter into a joint agreement of any kind with them, then I think you're still in a safe place, even as your private L1 becomes programmable and becomes a wide variety of things rather than just the very simple thing that it is today.
I think I generally agree strongly with JW. I would caution, I do think there are a couple different regulatory angles that could lead to it being easier for prosecutors to target L1s. And I think the most notable is the Tornado Cash sanctions. They identify a series of smart contract addresses that are not under anyone's control, nor do they enrich anyone specifically. And yet they add these smart contract addresses to the SDN list and say Americans are now banned from interacting with these smart contracts. Coin Center, my organization for public policy in crypto, is suing Treasury, saying that goes beyond your statutory authority. You can't add to the SDN list. You can't sanction things that are neither persons nor the property of persons. However, we may not win that lawsuit. We didn't win at the district level, and we're appealing. There's another lawsuit in Texas being sponsored, being funded, I think, by Coinbase. There's a number of independent plaintiffs there. They also did not win on the district level. Hopefully they'll win at the appellate level. At least with 2 lawsuits, we have double the chances for one of us to win, which would matter most, because then you get a nationwide injunction and you get a circuit split, and maybe it goes up to the Supreme Court, which is hopefully sympathetic. That said, we could both lose. And if we both lose, the precedent there is very interesting, because if they can add Tornado Cash in the abstract and all of the smart contract addresses that are the immutable smart contracts that process those transactions to the OFAC list, then it's hard to see why they couldn't add Zcash in the abstract to the sanctions list and all of the software and operation of that software, thereby banning Americans from using it. So at that point, it would probably still be hard to go after the actual developers of the protocol. So that's where I agree with you, JW, but it would effectively mean that you could design this thing, you could spend all this time maintaining these software libraries, but no one would ever be allowed to use it in America without facing felony prosecution. And that would be interesting.
Well, I would certainly hope a court wouldn't go to endorse that as a full ban of any technology, but indeed, it's a risk.
All right. Well, hey, I want to thank the community because we're getting some good questions coming in. We've got, I think, an hour more for this conversation, so please keep the questions coming. I do see them, and I want to weave them in as best I can. One thing that I actually wanted to cover a little bit more in my talk that I failed to do was to talk about what I would like to see the community do to help influence the policy and regulatory environment. And that came in as a question, what can community members do to advocate for favorable policies and influence regulatory perspectives? I know that, like, I've seen over the past year, Stand with Crypto, the organization that was started by Coinbase, now it's an independent organization that is more of a grassroots type organization. People can join and participate there, reach out to their policymakers. I think that is a great thing to do, actually. I think that, the more that we can get out of our small community and kind of break out of our echo chamber, because it does become that way sometimes when we're just talking amongst ourselves, and talk to other people in crypto, that really does a lot for our cause. And but I'm open to, and I'd love to hear other ideas about what, and I think the community would love to hear what should they be doing? How can they support our efforts?
I'm going to start with a shameless plug. Point Center, which, as I said, is suing on the sanctions issue, is also suing on 6050I, which is I think, privacy violating and Fourth Amendment violating tax reporting requirement that's going into effect this year. We are a nonprofit. We rely on donations to continue operating. We would love to do more work, and for that we would need more donations. I'll also, to make it less selfish, point out that there were 3 organizations that filed very good, I think, amicus briefs in the Tornado Cash criminal prosecution, where Roman Storm and Roman Semenov are defending themselves from these charges. Coin Center, the DeFi Education Fund, filed an excellent brief, also focusing on sanctions laws, but also the money laundering charge. And the Blockchain Association also filed an excellent brief focusing on the unlicensed money transmission charge. We worked together, our 3 organizations, to make sure that we weren't overlapping, because the last thing you want to do is waste the judge's time as she reads these briefs in the hopes of better understanding the technology and the applicable law. And I think the 3 of them together made for very formidable arguments to buttress the defense team's already very good motion to dismiss the charges. So if you're a company in this space, I would suggest you look into joining the Blockchain Association. They're a very effective trade association in this space. And if you're looking to make a donation to a more mission-driven organization, DeFi Education and Coin Center are doing, I think, important work.
I'd like to echo all of that. That's a really important point. And by the way, if you want to follow these groups, I know that the DeFi Education Fund puts out, I think it's a weekly update that talks about some really important developments and policy every week. And of course, Blockchain Association's out there doing a lot on social media, really good information. And we know that, Peter is publishing some amazing work on a regular basis that I always love to get those updates. They're just, so much substance there that is fantastic. So it's one thing if you just want to be up to date on everything. Those organizations are great to follow. And by the way, they also, almost every breakfast I have, the Blockchain Association is there, DeFi Education Fund's been there, Peter's been there. So tune into those too, just to be aware of what's going on. So Kurt and JW, other thoughts about that? How can people engage and contribute?
Sure. I mean, there's a lot of ways to engage them. I think as an initial point, I talked a little bit about this in my presentation earlier, but get informed and get involved. That's subscribing to some of these newsletters, going to websites that cover it, read the press that covers these issues. You can also read mainstream media, because they also will cover things from a slightly different perspective. Get an idea of what is going on, and then what can you do about it? Well, one, as an individual, you can get involved by reaching out to your representatives and let them know that this is something you care about. I think for a lot of representatives, they care deeply about what their constituents think about things. And if somebody takes the time to call them up or goes to DC and set a meeting, something like that, go to the local office, that means someone cares a lot. And if this is a voter and they care that much, that means something to most legislators. And you can other things like signing a petition or submitting that, those can also work. But the more effort you put into it, that is going to be read and understood by the legislatures and their staff that you're talking to as the importance of it. So figure out who are your representatives in your particular jurisdiction. So one of the first questions they'll ask you is, where are you from, to make sure that you actually are one of their voters, and then let them know it's important. And for a lot of, the wide variety of issues that come up that will affect how people will vote and what their legislatures will do. And so if you are particular emphasis on some of these fundamental rights issues that are embedded in the policies around cryptocurrencies and blockchains, explain that to the legislature, that this is, not just a niche thing and that most people will vote based on other issues, but for you, it really matters that somebody cares about this and the reasons why. So getting involved there. On the other side, and this is, I think, supporting Coin Center, supporting the Blockchain Association, DeFi Education Fund. There are other groups that work on this. If you want to have the most effectiveness, you will need some people whose job it is to look at these things, read about it, write up a brief, get it submitted, do the work that some of it requiring specialist work, legal briefs in particular, writing responses to a notice of proposed rulemaking or a European Union consultation. There are lots of opportunities which are best done by organizations with expertise who can advocate on your behalf. So support those organizations. Do what you can, and if you can make a financial donation, good. If you're working at a company, advocate to your leadership about why this is important, and see how you can to try and make your voice be heard through others. And I guess finally, spread the news, spread the word to your friends, your family. Like, why do you care about this thing? And see if they care about it as well. And maybe you can infect just two people with this notion of preserving our privacy is fundamental to our future. But then maybe they'll talk to their friends, and they'll tell two friends, and so on. Right? Get more people to be concerned about it. And I think a lot of people out there actually are very concerned about privacy, and they want to have more privacy, but they feel a little bit nihilistic about it. Like, what are you going to do? Privacy, so much work. And so try and encourage them, give them that strength to not be nihilist, to say that we can do this and we have to work together to try. If people are given easy choices, so they can choose to have more privacy or less privacy, they will pick privacy almost all the time. I mean, basically, unless you really want to get your message out in the world where you don't want any privacy about it because you want to get the widest read, you probably want to default private. But getting to that point, actually doing privacy effectively, having all corporations tracking you all over the web, but who's listening into unencrypted phone calls on the exchanges and so on and so forth, that people might feel disheartened. So give them that heart, so more people care about it.
On that point about onboarding, I tell you, the Zashi wallet has just really unlocked a whole new opportunity from my perspective there, because it just feels like something that I feel very comfortable sharing that with a friend or family member and sending them some Zec, and then they experience what you just described. They see that it is possible, and that was something that was pretty hard for me to do before, to be quite honest. I mean, I know that there were wallets out there, and I respect them, but I didn't have the same comfort level of sharing those. So and I'm so excited about the potential for future developments like liberated payments, so we can just send Zcash in a text message or something like that. That, to me, that would just be a massive unlock for onboarding people and making the usability so much better. So you're up, JW. Sorry about that. Just had to interject.
Yeah. Moderator's privilege. Just to echo, love you, Coin Center. Love your work, Peter V. I read it sometimes and I'm like, yeah, like I'm alone, fist bumping in the and BA's been great. Def's been great. I think it's good to just vocalize threats to privacy and just retweet stuff. There's an unfortunate tendency, I think, in the crypto policy community to put privacy on the back burner and to focus on the SEC stuff, fixing the SEC stuff, and the kind of crowd that thinks, well, let's just get it all housed under CFTC and then we'll fix all these problems, which is wrong for so many reasons. One of which is that if you are an FCM, if your DeFi protocol is an FCM, it has to KYC. So that's not what I want to live in, and that's not a protocol I'm interested in using, and I'm not sure I understand the purpose for it. For example, right now, Senator Tillis put forward the Enforce Act. The idea is this is a crypto AML kind of bill that's designed to be better than Liz Warren, more chewable, more digestible. But it addresses issues in the news, but it's not heavy-handed like Liz Warren. Okay, but it does have a significant enhancement of special measures authority for FinCEN, which could be used in exactly the same way Peter was describing in similar fashion to sanctioning an address, but even easier for them to do it. I mean, I think if they're given the special measures authority, I'm not sure there's any way to challenge it. So that bill is very, very, very dangerous to my perspective. And I think it's worth just pushing back and making sure that he knows that, look, you think you're appealing to kind of the crypto community with this Elizabeth Warren light bill, but you're not, man. Kill this thing. Light it on fire. The Enforce Act. Sorry, that's one of my hobby horses.
Yeah, there have been some really bad bills, and JW, I know you always point them out, and I really appreciate that you
I
do
think
that.
you're the only one who appreciates that.
Well, yeah, well, I mean that goes to one of the questions here. So one of the questions in the chat was about making compromises, and like some of these bills are actually somewhat appealing to some of the trade associations and other groups that are looking for ways to like make a small compromise that would help us make progress, perhaps with moving something else along with it. Like if a stable coin might get a little traction, or with the FIT21 bill might get a little traction, then maybe it would give in on some of these other things. But I think that I'm just finding here the question that came through. When we talk about Zcash adapting, if we do so, are we going to lose our identity and purpose entirely? Like how much can we adapt and still maintain our values?
I mean, I don't think so. So maybe I don't understand the question, but I don't think anyone's ever suggested that Zcash becomes some sort of like AI monitored, fully KYC'd chain where nobody can send a transaction message on the network without first being like approved by a financial institution, right? So like I don't think anyone suggested that. I think adapting, as far as this goes to what I was saying earlier, like how do we get more usability and more active participants and make the thing like more popular. That is hard because I think there's this tendency in crypto, and we see it a lot. We see it a lot in Ethereum, I think, because Ethereum's got this like constant metric of total value locked for a DeFi protocol or for a layer 2 or things like that. And there's this race to get total value locked, and the race has little to do with the underlying technology often, and more to do with like business development and paying users to use the tech, like airdrops and rewards and these sorts of things. And that kind of behavior is thankfully not something that's prevalent in the Zcash space. But maybe that's also why nobody uses Zcash, quote unquote, which is the criticism we get sometimes. I would not want to see that behavior start up here, because that does lead to some very real securities law issues, wherein you've basically taken what was a neutral technology and turned it into a sort of multi-level marketing scheme. So that's one area where I would not want to see us adapt in a way to get more users by simply playing sort of like growth hack games, which is a problem not just in the crypto space, it's also a problem in the general technology space. Like I read an excellent article about why Google's terrible now, and it's because they started optimizing for clicks and the number of search queries. So like, we don't want to give you the best results for the first query, because we want you to have 6 more queries. It's like, that's a terrible way to design a project. Anyway, yeah, I'm rambling now.
Anytime you optimize for a metric, then when you're trying to use that metric to measure something else, it may be that people move to the metric instead, right? That becomes the goal as opposed to what the metric was supposed to measure, which is often a different goal. But I think I would hit back, to I guess some of the bigger picture here on this tension between compromising, keeping true, that kind of thing. And one is that you may have heard this phrase, politics is the art of the possible. Like especially in legislative worlds, there's a lot of deal making, and you give me this, I'll give you that, and maybe not everybody's completely satisfied, but it's the best deal that was possible to move things forward. And I think that there is a place for finding the areas of compromise, but like you can't compromise on fundamental rights. You can't compromise on what are the sort of core values, but you can compromise on other things that might be less important to like who you are and what you're doing. And that is a tension that has to be sort of worked out into some of these bills. And oftentimes it is hard to see how this will go. Like you could have some compromises where the proposed compromise, and you see this often in bills, is that this power will be given to government agency and such, but they're going to be cool about it. Like, don't worry. Like, they will only use it in the right circumstances and not use it against the people that you like. And I think that's one of those very tough compromises that makes me very uncomfortable, because things could change where the power exists, but they're being cool about it may change. And even if they are the coolest and they're going to be only using this against things everyone would agree would be evil and not bothering anybody else, another country will look at that law, that power being given, and say, we should do the same thing, but they will make different decisions about it. So like, sometimes it's hard to see how will this compromise your core values? Will it not? But there may be other ways to go forward. Like, one of the things I'm optimistic about, and I love out of this community, about lots of other places in blockchain, using things like ZK proofs to say, like, look, we have a system which will give the piece of information that is required, that is necessary, but not extraneous other information while you're doing it, and be able to prove that up. And that, ZK proofs are being used for a wide variety of things, but that is one of them that gives this opportunity of a compromise in a sense, but it's a compromise of only what you are legally entitled to have and no more, and preserving some of like the personal identity privacy of someone. So it is a compromise that can be used in a way that doesn't compromise core values, but moves things along into a space where I don't know, the classic example, is going into a bar. They need to know one thing about you, whether you over the drinking age of that jurisdiction. They don't need to know anything else. So a compromise that protects your privacy pretty well is a yes or no answer to whether or not you are of legal age, and then that's all the information. So you're giving some things up, but you're not compromising the core values of privacy. So there may be ways to get through this through technology, maybe ways getting through this through policy, but I think that there can be ways, but you have to keep true along the way.
I am fine with choice, with options. I'm fine with people who want to build at the intersection of TradFi and crypto and want to build something, that's like a quasi-regulated exchange that sells crypto and that's kind of custodied. And I'm not going to interact with that as a customer because I know that it misses the whole point of crypto. But my grandma will only, interact in that fashion. That's fine. It's the bans that worry me, and it's so I'm fine for compromise that provides optionality in the securities commodity spaces. What I hate is bans, and what I hate is AML, because I've seen AML grow like a weed in so many different areas. If you want to think dystopian, take a look at the Incorporation Transparency Act, which is insane. The thing is insane, where you start an LLC, and it's not just the founder of the creator of the LLC has to file their name and identifying information. It's anyone who has substantial influence over the LLC, which means you don't even necessarily have to be an owner, and you don't know if you have to file or not. And there's a 3-year criminal penalty associated with misfiling, and all of that to go after drug money laundering that uses real estate. But those people are not going to fill out the form anyway. So it's just a dystopia. So that's how that regime works, and that's how it grows. So on that, no compromise. On that, zero compromise. But optionality is fine. For example, I think building this transparent only receipt function for exchanges to help protect from delistings was fine, because I don't care about that as long as I can maintain the ability to do shielded transactions. And that doesn't affect that at all. In fact, it's kind of stupid, because if I want to send to an exchange for some reason, just create a kind of burner transparent address to take it from, and then otherwise have all that pre-exchange activity shielded as well. So it was the discussion in the privacy community about this, a criticism, was just kind of dumb. That optionality type building is fine to kind of conform one of the tentacles of Zcash to the regulated environment, as long as we protect the shielded transaction ability. Yeah. So, but on AML, KYC legislation, no compromise, take no prisoners, and when someone crosses the line, throw the arrows at them. That's how I view it.
Well, on this topic,
I might have a small disagreement with JW here.
Okay.
Just to make the panel a little spicy, but probably not a big disagreement. I think it's from my perspective, it's important when thinking about legislative strategy, and this goes to what Kurt was saying earlier as well. that we never try and advocate for special pleading. Like somehow crypto is, it's just, I do think it's a better technology than the legacy financial technologies like credit cards and ACH and things like that. But just because it's a better technology doesn't mean it should get special treatment in the eyes of the law. And I think where there is an opportunity for compromise often are in the few areas where actually we do still get some special treatment in the law. And those are interesting areas. I've brought this up a couple times. It hasn't ended up in a bill yet, but it's a unique, strange fact of the world that a regulated financial institution, when someone withdraws $10,000 or more, has to file a currency transaction report, a CTR, under the Bank Secrecy Act. We can debate the merits of that. As someone who likes privacy, I find it in some ways alarming that even though you've done nothing wrong, there's a report about you being triggered, but it is a large amount of money. It's $10,000. Used to be larger when the law was originally written back in the 1970s, and now it's actually a fairly small amount compared to that. But that is to say, like, that is a law that's on the books, CTRs. And it was even found constitutional in the context of the transactions of the day in California Bankers Association versus Schultz. Because the definition of currency in the currency transaction report statute and associated regulations is limited to monetary instruments as defined as like the currency of a country or of a nation, when you withdraw $10,000 or more of crypto from Coinbase, who is a regulated financial institution under the Bank Secrecy Act, it doesn't trigger a currency transaction report. Now, it probably triggers a suspicious activity report, a SAR report, but that's sort of at the discretion of Coinbase. And so there is this interesting gap where cryptocurrency gets slightly less surveillance than traditional monetary instruments when you withdraw them from your financial institution. If there was to be a bill that came up in Congress that said, we just want to fill that gap so there's a level playing field between what happens surveillance-wise when you withdraw dollars versus what happens when you withdraw crypto, I think that would be a reasonable compromise. Because I generally want to argue for at least equal treatment with traditional financial, with the traditional financial system. And ideally, we would get something in return also that, like, where we have burdens in this space, like pernicious uncertainty about the degree to which doing activities on these networks is money transmission or not. Maybe we could get, okay, centralized institutions have to file electronic CTRs for virtual currency withdrawals, but we'll get more robust clarity in the statute that non-custodial activities on this platform are not money transmission. That would be a very good compromise. And that is maybe within the art of the possible. That would be pretty optimistic. But I think that's a good area for compromise. And I would even say that the Enforce Act, as it ultimately was released in the discussion draft, 311 authority, which is this primary money laundering concern, is a broad authority that can be abused. I would argue that FinCEN's attempt to define all transactions with unhosted wallets as primary money laundering concerns under their 311 authority is an example of that abuse. So you're absolutely right, JW, that it can be abused. The fact is that 311 authority is pretty broad and flexible with regard to the traditional financial transactions, and the 311 authority envisioned in the Enforce Act is really, again, sort of putting us on an even playing field with the way those traditional financial institutions are regulated and subject to that authority. And I would add that it's also a duplicitous regime with sanctions. So I think just about anything that they would want to do using their 311 authority, they could probably already do using their sanctions authority, although there might be more ways to fight them on the sanctions authority. But with 311, including as it's defined, the new powers in the Enforce Act, you get a notice and comment rulemaking process that would allow us at least to have some say in the process. Whereas sanctions, there's no notice and comment for new sanctions. Just sort of come down from on high and hit you in the head. And you're like, oh, now what do we do? So anyway, I think reasonable minds can disagree here. I don't want to pick a fight with JW. I didn't mean to do that here. But I think the general message I'm trying to push here is if you're in this space and you're trying to think about, like, what should I really get riled up about, it's as JW said, actually, it's the bans, it's the overt attempts to specially treat crypto in the negative that are problematic. And when people are out there making I think, too much of a fuss about, say, the ambiguity in the Howey test, I think we sometimes do ourselves a disservice. Like, that's why I'm glad Zcash never did an ICO, because I think ICOs actually do pretty clearly fit within the Howey test, and that's a reasonable threshold for when you should be regulated as the issuer of a security. And so I would take issue with someone saying, well, we'll not compromise on this. Crypto issuance, even if it's from a centralized party, should never be treated as securities issuance. I don't think. I think I think there are certain areas where we can actually agree with the SEC.
Well, on the issue of compromises, we've had a couple of questions come in from the community, and I know, Peter, you touched on this a little bit in your talk earlier, but we have a question asking about our take on privacy pool style solutions. Even though a privacy pool proof reveals less than just handing over your viewing key, does proof of innocence somehow shift the paradigm towards more eager compliance? And I think they actually had another one on privacy pools that was similar. Someone said they're very wary. It's a slippery slope and better kept out of an L1. So let's talk about that for a moment.
Even Tornado Cash had a compliance tool, and I would have been perfectly fine with the rule at all centralized exchanges being, we're not going to take your money from a Tornado Cash address unless you show us your proof from the compliance tool that you were the one who put the money in the pool. And we can then, we alone can then divine sort of the background history of those flows of funds to show that they're not North Korean or hackers or any number of other things. I think that's an interesting model. You get something very similar from, we're only going to accept your Zcash deposits if they come from transparent addresses, or if it's a shielded transaction, you got to share a view key with us or something like that. Now, there might be interesting differences between those two examples from a technical standpoint that could be worth discussing, but maybe we won't unpack those now. Privacy pools is a little different in that the size of the anonymity set can be in flux. And if the vast majority of users on the protocol decide to exclude someone from the anonymity set, that person effectively gets none of the benefits of privacy from the protocol. So you get this sort of almost like Elinor Ostrom governing the commons emergent order of users deciding who actually gets privacy or not, which Elinor Ostrom would have been the first to point out that sometimes commons governance systems can be really good bottom-up ways to organize important matters of public good and policing public bad in the example that we're talking about right now, maybe. But they can also be really nasty because they can sort of become popularity contests, and the minority might be, righteous, but if the majority wants to exclude them from the benefits of the commons and the commons governance system, then they're shit out of luck, basically. I don't think Elinor Ostrom said shit out of luck, but that's essentially the conclusion. And so, this is the problem with privacy pools, or the virtue of privacy pools as a proposal. I actually tend to lean in favor of the privacy pool proposal being in general a good thing in the world. Would I want to see it adopted into the Zcash L1? I'm not sure. I haven't thought about that, and I actually haven't seen anyone propose that, but maybe it has been proposed. But I do like that there's new experiments with how to build systems that sort of achieve some balance between denying criminals the benefit of privacy, while ensuring that innocent people and reasonable people have the benefit of privacy, recognizing that there's all kinds of potential problems in who you define as criminal, because who China defines as criminal, I might define as actually just like not a patriot, a defender of civil liberties and civil rights. So that's a big discussion, but in general, I like these new approaches. My biggest concern with privacy pools is not whether it's a good technology for privacy or not, or whether it will abuse minorities who deserve privacy but are denied it because they're excluded from the anonymity set, which is, I think, the most salient technical concern. My problem is that it's not actually going to help with regulators. I think there's this assumption that if you create these methods of self-policing internal to the technology, that regulators will suddenly be okay with it. The fact of the matter is, North Korea could still send money to the privacy pool. Some people who define their anonymity set broadly to include them and don't exclude them will mix with them, if you will, or will be in the pool with them. And the end result is someone at the DOJ is going to be looking at Chainalysis for Ethereum and watch as the money hits this smart contract address, might be able to more easily determine where it went next, but may not really care and may just say, that thing, that's the thing we sue next. That's the thing we put on the SDN list next. I don't care if there's a bunch of people who aren't allowing their anonymity set to extend to those. They got the benefit of some privacy by using the system. The system was supposed to be permissioned. It was supposed to be gated, because that's to sort of be reductionist here. That's the world that a lot of, I think, people who don't like cryptocurrency want to see. They want to see a permissioned financial system where large corporations with so-called legitimacy are the gatekeepers of international financial flows. And they have many reasons to want that. And some of those are good reasons and some of those are bad reasons. But Privacy Pools doesn't give them that, even if Privacy Pools does attempt to address this issue of anonymity for bad actors.
Good answer. Any other comments on Privacy Pools? Okay, let's move on. I have this question, a couple questions here that I'm going to try to put together. And in my mind, they relate to developing allies in the technology policy arena. One of the questions that came through is, how can we best leverage the historic fights over strong encryption to exemplify both the legitimacy of privacy tools and as a great enabler of the economy? Amazon wouldn't exist without SSL, which wouldn't exist without strong encryption. I think the same is true for cash for the internet. And I've actually thought about this a lot. I worked in internet policy for a long time. Many of you guys did too before getting into crypto. So it's really bothered me deeply that some of the organizations that I truly respect, the ones I've worked for in the past, are not aligning with crypto. And I've gone out of my way. And in fact, that is why I do the Global Encryption Day event, is because I see that as a bridge opportunity to work with some of those organizations. And I've had some success with that. But to be honest, it's been me pulling hard to make those things happen. It hasn't been so natural. And I feel that there's some underlying hesitation there. So yeah, how can we leverage those fights? And I want to add to this too. There's another question that came in that is kind of somewhat related that you might want to add in, that said, due to the recent changes back to net neutrality, have any correlating effects to the things discussed here today? So, I don't know if you link that together. I kind of do. I worked in the net neutrality space for a long time as well. So again, trying to bring all these tech policies together that one would think we would be close and aligned, but I don't know if that's true. Thoughts?
Well, I think this is as I say, we've also been in this space for a long time, and I think there definitely are points of overlap in the encryption space, in particular, like what Peter was talking about earlier, for putting into the Tornado Cash brief some code-to-speech stuff that came from the encryption fights, the fights that brought you Amazon through SSL, and also brought you messaging with encryption. And so certainly there are lessons that can be learned by how some of those fights worked and what was successful. Keeping in mind that was also a multi-year struggle, so it won't necessarily. The encryption wars are not over. These fights are still being contended right now, but there could be synergies from that on policy positions and where there is that overlap. I think as well, though, my experience has been with a number of these communities. They come from a crypto skeptic starting point, and it's part of it is to explain why and how fundamental rights are at issue, rights that are core to those organizations and how it works. And it's not about emphasizing this makes a new financial environment that is wonderful for commerce more, but this is about how these tools can be used to fund opposition groups and fund civil liberties, work elsewhere, trying to draw that in. Also, one of the things I work on a lot, and a supporter of is the decentralized web as a way of putting more power into the hands of the people and move away from centralized points of control. And there are a lot of fundamental rights and civil liberties that are enhanced or easier to protect when you're in a decentralized web environment. And many projects within the decentralized web use blockchain technologies as part of how they are doing that. But the story that is going to resonate is about this end goal of a decentralized future without a few major technology companies sort of running the show with central points of failure. It is, the what is the end goal that we have in common with it, and then how can we get there through technology? So it's maybe a way of framing and getting, to find out what people are interested in those communities and try to see the benefits that can resonate with them as well as with our own community.
Any other perspectives on that? I need help with this issue.
When you raised net neutrality, and I guess somebody asked a question specific about net neutrality.
Yeah, they did. It was due to the recent changes back to net neutrality potentially have any. Yeah, do the recent changes back to net neutrality potentially have any correlating effects to the things discussed here today? So, yeah,
net
just trying to link
neutrality.
that.
Yeah, net neutrality is one of those interesting issues that sort of breaks these coalitions. Interestingly, I think. I mean, I don't know. I might have been on the opposite side of this from Kurt and a few other. I don't mean to judge. I really don't. And it's an interesting issue. But personally, I was very wary of the way the net neutrality discourse was going back, like 6, 7, no, 10, 11 years ago, actually, I guess, because there was this evil perceived in the world, which is that ISPs are powerful corporations that are very centralized. So they're going to start giving people tiered internet access. And, you're only going to be able to watch Netflix. You won't be able to watch, like videos on YouTube. The reality is we all ended up watching Netflix and YouTube only, not because of some 1984 world where you're forced to watch this stuff, but rather just through sort of like the natural motions of, Pareto laws and capitalism, where like everybody just ends up going to the best design platform, and then they get network effects, and then they start excluding others. And that's sort of inevitable. And the best answer to that is new competitors and new technologies. So like the antitrust problem is, I don't think we should improve the government's power to break up corporations. I think we should improve the market's ability to challenge those corporations when they become lethargic and disgusting. Like the problem with Google being this giant corporation that doesn't actually care about providing good search results anymore and instead wants to just monetize clicks. The solution is to decentralize Google, and that new decentralized competitor may one day itself become kleptocratic and expropriatory, but maybe it'd be harder because the technology would be better, or maybe it would just be then replaced by another entity. In the net neutrality context, the idea that we would just hand the FCC really broad authority to control the traffic that ISPs can and cannot send over their servers, yeah, that might be one way to make sure that they treat all packets equally, but it might also unwittingly open the gates to them controlling packets in general, which from an internet freedom standpoint could be just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than the corporate ISPs trying to do that in a piecemeal basis. Anyway, this highlights maybe some very complicated issues that emerge within technology policy. And I'm not saying my position on net neutrality is obviously right. It's a very nuanced issue. But it does show that there are sort of really interesting coalitions that form between sort of more left libertarians and more progressive liberals, and the occasional conservative in there that's just caring about deplatforming, even though they would probably recoil at the idea of like permissionless global private money. And so I guess this comes back to like, how can we work together? We need to sort of stay focused on sort of core values, I think, that do create these awkward but sometimes very fruitful coalitions. It's amazing that for most of Coin Center's history, cryptocurrency issues have been primarily bipartisan. Like we've had enemies on both sides and we've had champions on both sides. it is alarming that I think in part because of the high visibility of Elizabeth Warren's negative stance on crypto, it's starting to look a lot more like a Republican Democrat type issue. Like Democrats hate crypto, Republicans are okay with crypto, and a few of them like it. That's not a good direction to keep going in. It can be good in years where the Republicans control the House, Senate, and the presidency, and it can be very bad in years when they don't. You don't want your issue to be partisan. So I think one area where we could do good as a community is by highlighting sort of like genuine cases of this technology improving on the margins issue areas that historically progressive Democrats care about. And that would be things like antitrust, actually. So, like, if someone wants to build a decentralized Google on top of Zcash using ZSAs and programmability that one day will be available, and it'll be private and protect the the otherwise very intimate and invasive search histories of its users, they should build that and they should market it and lobby for it in Congress as an answer to a lot of the problems that the FTC would otherwise try and address through its anti-competitive policies or its consumer protection policies.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, so yeah, net neutrality debate is interesting, and I think we could go off on a long tangent there, but I'll sort of try and step
I did
it
that
up
for 10 years. I'm sure. So
a couple of levels. So first, I think a great way to deal with centralization and big companies is to create an environment in which competitors can come in and displace them. Network effects often make that very challenging to do. But you can get hopefully also on a bipartisan consensus that if you want to deal with overly centralized entities, that having a competitor come along and creating a competitive marketplace is a good end goal, and how you get there, whether it is through enforcing rules with agencies or just providing the environment which innovation can thrive. You could have different degrees on that, but I think that is at least an opportunity, is that have an agreement that it would be a good thing to have a competitive environment in a lot of these places, and push towards that idea, the decentralized web or Web3 world, where you have more of these competitors able to do it. I would also say that one of the things historically that has displaced a very powerful monopolist player or a dominant player at least in this space is a paradigm shift. So IBM was a dominant player in computers until Microsoft realized the operating system is what mattered. Microsoft was trying to keep that when the browser came along, because they came to the realization the browser is what mattered, but that didn't save them from that future. Then Web 2 comes along, where people are building things like Facebook, which is on a browser, but is its own ecosystem, and it doesn't matter what browser you use to be on that, and so on, right? A lot of times when there is true a competitive environment is with a technological paradigm shift, and that is one of the things that can sometimes be offered through cryptocurrency and blockchain related projects as a way of displacing those entities without necessarily resorting to antitrust lawsuits, but through competition. So maybe convince policymakers and others that creating a environment that allows for innovation can do so. And then to swing it back to privacy, a lot of the concerns that people have, legislators and ordinary folks, is about the privacy invasions of the large internet companies who are monitoring their traffic and so on, the consumer privacy end of it. And so as a way to, make that is you could have more privacy focused technologies that come from this decentralized space, allow people other options, interoperate with other, and sometimes that might be through technologies that make some of the big players uncomfortable that people do, or maybe replicating these things, but get to that decentralized world where we have them, and then depending on who's saying it and who's listening, you may have different methods of getting there. But at least let's get an agreement that that is where we want to go.
I don't think broad coalition building is possible when it comes to private money. We have on the one side national security Republicans who kind of fundamentally disagree with everything we're doing. And you have on the other side Democrats who are for criminal justice reform, except if it's anything under the range of white collar, in which case, let's just burn them alive in the public square and we'll all go watch. That's kind of their view. And money laundering falls under that. So those wide coalitions will never reach. But we can be very successful in killing bills. It's a lot easier to kill a bill than to pass it. And I don't think anything major crypto reform is going to pass in the next few years. So we develop small tactical teams. We go in with whatever allies we can get. It might be ACLU, it might be Trump, truckers, whatever it is. A small tactical team just tight enough to go in, get a kill shot, and get the hell out of there. Metaphorically speaking, public policy speaking. Small tactical team to wreck stuff coming through where most of the crypto industry says, oh, let's just go ahead and compromise and maybe we'll have a little bit of light KYC for DeFi protocols. It'll be fine, not a big deal. We'll spot authority to CFTC. No, tactical team go in and take it out, destroy, and just buy more time to build and get mass adoption.
Nice. Okay, good. That's interesting. I'll have to think about that a little bit, see if I can figure out how to do some advocacy around that approach. Hey, we've got a technical question that came in. I think it's really interesting. It might take us a minute to dissect this and answer it if we can. I can't, so I hope maybe you can. We've got about 15 minutes left. Let's see how it goes. The Zcash protocol does not require shielded addresses to be public. They can be shared secrets between some participants, and this has significant additional security advantages. For example, resistance to quantum attacks. What interaction does that have with regulation? And is it a feature that regulators can't put addresses on a sanction list that they don't know? So there's a lot there. And I'm really curious if anybody would be able to explain a little bit more to everyone, like, how does it matter that we can have these addresses, the Z addresses that are shared secrets, and what are the implications for quantum, first of all, because that's mentioned in the question. And then let's talk about what does that mean for regulations and the sanctions list.
I can't speak on the quantum computing issue. Perhaps that's an obvious, because I'm a lowly lawyer and certainly not a cryptographer.
I was counting on you, Peter.
That sounds really cool.
That's why I had to ask this question.
I'm gonna ask Ian Myers the next time I go climbing with him about that one. So, all right, the sanctions list. I've talked about this before. I talked about this a little bit in my talk earlier. There's something that appears easier if OFAC is in fact empowered to put things that aren't actually the property of a sanctioned person on the SDN list, on the list of sanctioned persons and property, which I think they are not allowed to, and that's what Coin Center's lawsuit is trying to vindicate, that basic principle and statutory interpretation of the underlying sanctions laws. But if they are able to do that, then this doesn't matter. Then it doesn't matter if an address can be a shared secret and not something that is public and therefore not likely to end up on the SDN list, because if they can put that sort of more abstract thing on the SDN list, even if it's not somebody's property, then they can put Zcash, the Zcash shielded pool, describe it however you want, on the SDN list. They would write Zcash shielded pool, and then any evidence that anybody is sending any transactions to that shielded pool or taking transactions out of that shielded pool can be used to charge those persons with felony sanctions evasion. And sanctions evasion is the civil penalties are strict liability. So you wouldn't even have to show that they intended to do this or wanted to do this for a particular malicious purpose. You just need to show the transaction and the fact that this person actually ended up signing their private key or something like that. And maybe that would be a harder evidentiary burden to reach, given the nature of shielded transactions. That's an interesting question. I'm not sure, but I don't think they'd have too much trouble charging you with that. So that's a very bad outcome. I think it's an extra legal or illegal outcome. It means we've failed to constrain by rule of law the authority of the Department of Treasury, because Congress has only empowered the Department of Treasury to sanction persons and the property of persons, not things in the abstract like the Zcash shielded pool. But in that world where Coin Center loses its lawsuit, and the Van Loon lawsuit in the Fifth Circuit, which is challenging the same authority, where we lose those two lawsuits, that is on the table. And so that particular question about shielded addresses is sort of irrelevant, because it means that the U.S. sanctioned authority is way broader than anyone ever thought it was. And it doesn't matter if they have to, they don't have to narrow things down to an address in order to sanction them. They don't even have to narrow them down to a real person or real property. They can sanction things in the abstract.
I do have a little bit more information from the quantum question. The person who asked that, they said the relevance of the post-quantum thing was that you can make a good technical argument that people using addresses in this way are doing so for good security reasons rather than to evade regulations.
That's very interesting. And there are a small number of folks in Congress and at the agencies who care about the coming quantum computing crisis, which I'm glad there are a few. And that would be a good way to sort of build coalitions, I would say, with some of those members of Congress who might not care particularly about Zcash, but would care that the technologies we're developing are, in many cases, the solution to their concerns about long-term information security.
All right. Sorry, a couple of those. On the quantum computing, yeah, I don't have, and it is a thing that is coming. There's some experiments about quantum computing now, and I'm mostly familiar with it in the context of encryption and making sure that encryption algorithms are post-quantum, because the idea is that quantum computers will be really good at breaking a cryptography that is pre-quantum. And that gives some resilience to that early and often. But on the sort of another sort of embedded point there, or maybe just again taking it up a level, is that there can certainly be times in which the way that a technology works is able to provide some protections to the users that are resistant to existing regulatory regimes. I mean, then one is designing it to fit within the regulations and still provide the properties. Well, that's a great approach, because there you are, being lawful. In some cases, it is to make it resistant to the thing that well, somebody wants to do it, they have to get a warrant because there's no way of doing it remotely. They have to come to your house and take your thing, and that can help preserve rights. But if you're going to a policymaker and a regulator, if you're trying to explain the position as, haha, we've designed this technology so you can't get us, you're actually powerless here, so you might as well give up and go home. They do not give up and go home. They are perfectly willing, in many legislatures, to pass a law or a rule that says something impossible must be done if you're in response to an answer that something is impossible. And in a court case, impossibility may be something that you could say, oh, you gave me this order, this injunction, it was impossible to comply with. I should not be held liable for not being able to do impossible things. So it's not the end of it, but it won't be, for lack of trying. And a lot of people in this space do not understand the technologies. And if you say, well, we got a quantum this and mumbo jumbo, and therefore you can't regulate, they won't be for lack of trying for them to do it. And Peter was explaining one way someone might do it. It might be other ways, but it is best to use the technology, have a defensible use for it. I like this a story that this is for use of privacy. It is for use of a security. It's a good thing. But don't rely only on technology to be able to, if you have a whole, or you need the law, the policy, and the technology. One of my themes.
Okay, well, there's a couple more questions. Let me see if I can work them in here real quick. Given there are several cross-chain projects ongoing within the Zcash community, referring to Maya, Zavex, Filecoin, and Brave, what is the regulatory landscape for those projects, and what should we do to foster and nurture them in this context?
I think those are great, but those are some of the ones I'm excited most about as a community member and a user. What can we do to foster them? That's I don't want to turn this into a dev fund discussion, but that could be a component of that discussion when you all move to that.
I think I don't know the technical specifics of these projects, so I'll speak broadly about bridges. A lot of the issues that we're now looking at with the Samurai wallet indictment and the Tornado Cash charges are pretty directly applicable to bridges, to the extent the bridge has some sort of facilitative role in moving people from one chain to another. There's going to be a question as to whether they fit into the definition of money transmitter, and therefore they can be prosecuted as doing unlicensed money transmission. Now, we have a whole post about this on coincenter.org about the Samurai wallet indictment and the recent reply brief from Tornado Cash, where the DOJ is sort of really starting to champion this incredibly broad theory of unlicensed money transmission. If the DOJ triumphs in this incredibly broad theory of unlicensed money transmission, then building things like bridges is going to be one of several activities, possibly wallets as well, which is even more fundamental in some ways, but one of several activities that would be potential direct targets for these prosecutions. And I'll just briefly summarize that post. You should go find it on coincenter.org. It's our most recent post about Samurai wallet. The DOJ is just plain wrong from a rule of law perspective. We've had 10 years of guidance from FinCEN saying that money transmission is accepting and transmitting from one person to another, and that means having at least brief independent control over the financial assets being transferred. And so FinCEN's guidance here, I think, has been clear. And suddenly the DOJ is saying, no, you don't actually need to control the funds. If you're doing anything that sort of facilitates the movement of funds on chain, or say from one chain to another, you're doing money transmission. That is an extremely dangerous argument. I think it's an incorrect argument on the law, but it's one that will have to be fought by the Tornado Cash defendants, the Samurai defendants, and possibly in future regulatory actions, depending on whether it's interesting. I don't know if FinCEN, the regulators on point here, even agree with that characterization. They certainly disagree 180 degrees from that characterization in all of their published guidance and regulations to date. But I don't know if they're probably not going to come out on the record and say that they disagree with the DOJ. But I'm very curious whether FinCEN will defend its past guidance against this now overbroad theory promulgated by the DOJ, change its guidance, stay silent. And so there may also be regulatory action to look out for on this front. But this is hugely consequential, not just for bridges, but bridges are sort of one of the prime areas where you could imagine unlicensed money transmission charges being abused by prosecutors.
Well, hey, we are just a couple of minutes from our time. This has been a fantastic discussion. If anyone wants to say anything to wrap, this would be a great time to do that. Any closing comments before we call this the end of day 2 for ZconV?
Privacy is normal.
Okay, that's a great way to end. Hey, well, thank you all for your time. Thanks to the community for the great questions. Thanks to the foundation for coordinating this and making this all possible. Great day, covered a lot of ground. So let's all keep up the good work and just get back to it. Take care, everyone.
Good being on a panel with you all.